Chapter 1071. Seeing the body twitch a few times in the bushes, the scout retracted his rifle and turned to Yi Qian. If you want to continue forward, I'm afraid you'll have to change your route or rest here for a while. We have troops ahead. If they changed the route, they would have to take a long detour, and resting in the same place would also waste time. No matter which way it was, Yi Qian did not want to choose. After pondering for a while, he said, I need to reach the pass in Laos. This route is the one we have planned. I need to go around it within the specified time. Can you contact Lu Dui? I'll pass through your deployment area. At this time, the scout's gaze fell on the Type 88 sniper rifle in Yi Qian's hands. His eyes lit up. Sniper. The female soldier in front of him was actually a sniper? They had 2 sniper rifles on their side, but after scouting, there was another position that was best equipped with another sniper. If this female soldier in front of him agreed, it would not work. If the female soldier agreed, they would have to see if the command center agreed. The scout shook his head and said, I can't answer you. If you need to pass through our deployment area, Lu Dui can talk to you. Can you tell me your serial number and name? I'm afraid we'll have to verify your identity when we get back. Talking to Lu Dui of the Border Police Force was a solution. Yi Qian did not hesitate to tell the scout his name. I can contact my commander directly. My name can confirm my identity. As for my serial number, sorry, it's not convenient to say. She really did not have a serial number. She could only use her name as proof. Every soldier had their own serial number, just like their ID number. It was unique and would not be repeated. Seeing this, the scout did not ask again. After cleaning up the scene, the two immediately set off. After walking less than 5 kilometers, the scout signaled Yi Qian to hide and wait. He needed to leave alone and ask Lu Dui to come over. Even though there was no problem with Yi Qian's identity, the scout did not bring him to the command center for safety reasons. Instead, he brought him to the area guarded by the armed police force, just in case. Yi Qian already felt several gazes on him. He did not feel strange, but he had to be more vigilant during the operation. The brother who helped us last night was a female soldier? Lu Dui was a little surprised. Has her identity been confirmed? It was actually a female soldier? A female soldier who trained alone in the wild? He had never heard of a female soldier training alone in the wild, let alone in such a dangerous place. The scout nodded. Confirmed, there's no problem. She's now within our security perimeter, waiting for you, Captain Lu. She needs to complete the field marching training within the stipulated time. After that, her eyes lit up and she whispered, There's another piece of good news, Captain Lu. She's a sniper. Sniper? A ready-made sniper rifle? Captain Lu's eyes lit up. And it's a Type 88 sniper rifle, rarely seen. Captain Lu, should we talk to her? Captain Lu, whose eyes were also shining, suppressed the surprise of the unexpected harvest and said in a low voice, Let's contact the main force first. It'll be easier for us if the main force agrees. We still have to let the main team confirm her identity. It's better to be careful. They were just short of a sniper, and now a sniper had appeared. It was a bit of a coincidence. Yi Qian? Are you sure the female soldier's name is Yi Qian? The voice from the radio was even more surprised than when Captain Lu had heard it. He continued to ask, Her skin is very fair, her skills and marksmanship are quite good, and her facial features are easy to recognize. Chapter 1072. Captain Lu calmed down a little. He didn't know Yi Qian's serial number, so he wasn't sure. Now that he heard Chief Su's tone, it seemed like they knew each other, so he instantly felt hopeful. If it's the Yi Qian I know, then we must make her stay. Chief Su said quickly and calmly, I'll immediately confirm her identity with her regiment. I'll get back to you in 2 minutes. Make her stay first. Yi Qian, the 6th squad actually met Yi Qian. The Yi Qian they fought together with in Australia, the one who killed Red Scorpion in the air vent. If it was her, the 6th squad had to make her stay. 3 minutes later, Yi Qian saw Captain Lu, who was wearing a ghillie suit, walk over. Captain Lu looked at the young female soldier in the jungle camouflage uniform. Recalling Chief Su's solemn instructions, Captain Lu walked over and saluted Yi Qian with the same respect. Female Special Forces soldier. A godlike existence in the military. Someone who was even more powerful than the male soldiers. He had to be respected. Not only did he have to be respectful, even his words were respectful. He reported the serial numbers of all his units, briefly introduced himself, and said, "Chief Su said that we must make you stay. He also said that with you joining us, our mission will be much smoother." Chief Su? She didn't remember knowing a soldier with the surname Su. The communication hasn't been terminated yet. If you have any questions, you can ask Chief Su for confirmation. Captain Lu was really hoping that Yi Jian would agree immediately. He had intentionally let Brother Hong out so that he could catch a big fish in one fell swoop. Before he let Brother Hong out, the team had already made a very detailed deployment and arrangement based on the information they had. Who would have thought that they would catch a big fish? But they did not expect it to be so big. 3 sentry posts required 3 snipers, and with Yi Qian, it was just right. Yi Qian saw how cautious Captain Lu was and felt a little apologetic. He quickly said, "Then I'll call Chief Su first." "I'm sorry, I can't remember who Chief Su is right now." "Yes, of course." Lu Dui saw that she didn't refuse immediately and hurriedly led the way. When Yi Qian heard Chief Commander Su's voice, it didn't take him more than 3 seconds to remember who he was. "I haven't worked with you since the last time I came back. I didn't expect that after a few years, the opportunity to work with you would come again." They hadn't seen each other for a few years, and Su Yu had already become the captain of the Border Defense Corps. When he heard Yi Qian's voice, although it had changed a little, it still matched the voice in his memory. Yi Qian also smiled and said, "I was wondering when I would get to know a head commander Su. It turns out that you're really an acquaintance." Su Yu said, "Ever since the Vietnamese Red Scorpion was killed, Laos has been developing and expanding rapidly in the past few years. Hong Ge, who we've been chasing, has been arrogant in the Mekong River for 2 years. We've also been keeping an eye on him for 2 years." She first explained the ins and outs of the situation to Yi Qian in a simple manner, then brought up the current problem. "There are 3 sentry posts. We have 2 snipers here, and there's still 1 more sentry post that we can't deal with. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I'd like you to be in charge of one of the sentry posts." "I've just asked your regiment commander. He said that it's up to you to decide, and the army won't interfere. What do you think?" Chapter 1073. Su Yu was discussing with Yi Qian. On the other side, Lu Tuan said to Commissar Yen, "I don't know if Miss Jian is lucky or unlucky. Old Chen took her to the wilderness for training, and she actually encountered a large operation by the border police. 2 snipers aren't enough, we need 3. Little Miss Jian is involved in a big operation. I think these actual battles will be helpful for Miss Jian in the future. She hasn't enlisted yet, but she has already accumulated a few military merits. Next year's college entrance exam is the most important moment. It will be very beneficial to accumulate military merits." Although Commissar Yen was worried, he calmly analyzed it and felt that it was a good thing. Since she had chosen the military, she had to live up to the military uniform she was wearing. Once she wore it, fear and cowardice would become a thing of the past. She would be fearless in the face of danger. Lu Tuan nodded and sighed. 18 years old. Many of the recruits in our team this year are 18 years old. Compared to them, Miss Jian has already come a long way. Some of these 18-year-old recruits won't be as successful as Miss Jian even after they retire. Old Lu, I realize that Yi Qian's college entrance exam is getting closer and closer. You're getting more and more worried." Commissar Yen couldn't help but laugh when he heard his old comrade sigh again. "Miss Jian will have no problem with the college entrance exam. She has a good mentality and physical fitness. Even if she gets sick on the day of the exam, she will be able to survive." There was a hint of teasing in his words. When it came to Regiment Commander Lu, he pretended to be scared. "Don't mention my past. Back then, I fell into the water and caught a cold after falling into the water. Who are you calling mentally weak?" He couldn't help but laugh. "Miss Jian is indeed much stronger than I was at that time. I have high hopes for her, I'm afraid she has already agreed. Actual battles are rare. It is indeed a good thing for Yi Qian to encounter them. Using her sniper rifle to protect the border police is also a good thing. With a gun, she can protect the country and keep her comrades safe. Life can't be changed, it can't be changed. With a gun, she can protect the country and keep her comrades safe. Yi Qian understood this on the first day of the 4-year training program. After a few actual battles, he had a deeper understanding of it. Yi Qian looked at the entire deployment and knew what the scouts had found out. His expression turned serious. Their firepower is very strong. We can't rule out the possibility that they have heavy weapons. Let the advance group find out more about the situation in the village. It's better to know more about it. If they were to directly kick the enemy's nest, they would have to have a clear idea of the level of firepower. Lu Dui's finger pointed at a location on the combat map. This is the machine gun point. The advance team will kick this place down before we fire. After Yi Jian agreed, Lu Dui felt more confident. A sniper was different from an ordinary soldier. A sniper was like a diamond in the team. As long as she appeared, she would be able to kill all the targets in one fell swoop, regardless of whether it was high firepower or high sentry posts. The charging soldiers knew that there was a sniper protecting them in the dark. It was as if they were wearing an extra layer of bulletproof vests. They felt much more at ease. We're in charge of the top, while the Laotian police are in charge of the bottom. Go to the sentry post in the south. When you're done, you can immediately regroup and don't need to take a long detour. We have both the terrain and the people. Now we just have to wait for the right time. Captain Lu tried his best to think for Yi Qian. After all, he was in training and had been dragged along to carry out the mission with them. He couldn't not be considerate. Chapter 1074. And the timing he was referring to was a rainstorm. Wait for the rainstorm to come, then use the rain as cover to carry out the operation. Yi Qian nodded. I have no problem with that. I will follow the team's arrangements. The sentry posts were all above. Brother Hong and his team were guarding against the Chinese border police. Soon, the news of the sniper taking care of the sentry post in the south was spread to the teams in the mountains. The most important thing was settled, and they were waiting for the signal to come in. With the enemy's strength, it was necessary to have 3 snipers. If they even had machine guns. Yi Qian, who was rushing towards the sentry post in the south, pursed his lips. He was afraid that there would be casualties. After reaching the south, Yi Qian finally understood why Xia Jinyuan said to go from the north to the south. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't know that there were people living in the villages in the mountains. After finding a few observation posts, Yi Qian finally saw a village in the corner of the mountain through the dense foliage. It was a typical Laotian farmhouse with triangular roofs and thick cross-weaved bamboo walls. From where she was, there were as many as 5 households. But with the Laotian police there, at least she didn't have to worry too much. Time ticked by. Yi Qian, who had found the best sniping position, had been in hiding for 2 hours. The Type 88 sniper rifle had an effective range of 800 meters. At a distance of 1,000 meters, it could penetrate 3 millimeters thick A3 steel plates. With Yi Qian's sniping skills, she could choose between 800 meters and 1,000 meters. But she didn't. Instead, she chose a range of 500 meters. Because if the firepower from below increased, she could reduce her running time by 300 to 500 meters. She could support the border police faster. The highly accurate Type 88 sniper rifle in Yi Qian's hands was a weapon to protect her comrades. As the time for the operation approached, Yi Qian's eyes moved closer to the scope, quietly waiting for the time to come. The rainforest was very quiet. No birds flew past, and no animals ran away. Yi Qian, who was perfectly disguised, saw the 3 snipers walking back and forth at the sentry post. From time to time, they would use binoculars to look into the mountains. The observation positions were all at the borders of the central region. Half an hour later, it started to rain heavily. Amidst the fine raindrops, Yi Qian slowly locked onto the crosshair of her scope. Amidst the sounds of the rain hitting the leaves, Yi Qian fired her first shot. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was muffled by the sound of the rain. The first shot was fired, the gun was reloaded, and the shell was ejected. Then she fired the second shot, and the third shot was a perfect shot to the head. Even though Whistle reacted quickly, he was still one step behind Yi Qian's bullet. The rain was so heavy that the sound of the sniper rifle was drowned out by the rain. When Yi Qian's fourth shot hit a sharp wooden carving on the sentry post, the China border police hiding near the southern sentry post rushed into the rain. Take care of the southern sentry post. Take care of the southern sentry post. The signaler immediately reported the situation on their side so that the brothers in the three positions could cooperate and advance. Lu Dui and the other teams all received the news and were all surprised. So fast. So fast. What's the situation with Team B? What's the situation with Team C? Team A's sentry post has been taken care of. Team A's sentry post has been taken care of. Two snipers. Team B and C quickly reported back. Soon, the other two sentry posts were taken care of. The Laos police received the news from the Chinese side and also rushed into the village. Yi Qian didn't leave immediately. Instead, she approached the village. Captain Xia had said that actual combat was hard to come by. Chapter 1075. The people living in the village were not villagers, they were all Brother Hong's drug manufacturing personnel. The real villagers had received a large sum of money and moved out of the village. This was also why Laos and China had not been able to find out where Brother Hong was manufacturing drugs. It was raining heavily, the leaves were pressed down by the rain. There was also a layer of leaves on the ground, all from the rain. Yi Qian jumped over a ditch and had already infiltrated the village. The gunfight began. The machine guns in the village fired a string of bullets, using the firepower to slow down the footsteps of the Chinese armed police. It was not just one machine gun, but 3 houses in a triangular building. The pointed house in the middle was a machine gun. The firepower was so strong that the Laos and China people had to hide temporarily. When the Chinese advance team took care of one of the machine guns, Yi Qian bent down and used a silver wire to instantly wrap around the target that the machine gunner was guarding. With a violent pull, he directly pulled the target out of the window. The military dagger was already waiting for the opponent. He slashed the neck. As blood splattered, Yi Qian jumped into the house, wrapped the silver wire around the machine gunner's neck again, and pulled him back. With another leap, he used the blood-stained military dagger to take care of another target. This time, the machine gun's firepower was not focused on the front, but on the left and right, the houses with wooden walls. The enemy in the house did not expect a sneak attack from behind. He was immediately turned into a sieve by the powerful machine gun bullets. He did not even have the chance to scream before he stopped moving. With the 2 breakthroughs taken care of, the Chinese side's progress was exceptionally smooth. Because they knew in advance that there were machine guns in the village, the Chinese side had been moving stealthily and did not directly expose their targets. There were casualties, but at least there were no deaths. Yi Qian did not have communications, so he could not immediately inform the Chinese side. After taking care of this point, he quickly rushed to the next point. Coincidentally, the advance team also arrived at the machine gun point. An armed policeman appeared on the left side of the house, while Yi Jian appeared on the right side. The two of them met face to face, and their first reaction was to rush to the window. They were on the same side. With one move, they had opened up the situation in front of them. So they were on the same side. That was good. That was good. There are still 2 more points. They're all facing Laos. 4 of our brothers are supporting them. The young armed police officer who had just taken care of the criminal in front of him was lying in the rain, gasping for air. Brother, you stay here. I'll go and support the other brothers. Yi Qian nodded. All right, I have no problem with that. Female soldiers? Someone from our team? Amazing. The armed police officers, who were about to get up, immediately crouched back down when they heard the voice. They looked at Yi Qian's face, which had been washed away by the rain. I've never seen him before. Be careful. I'll head over first. He had never seen a female soldier so powerful before. Yi Qian was guarding an exit. She did not hide in a house that could be blown up by a bomb. Instead, she chose to hide under a pile of rocks. It was an exit that led to the mountains. As long as she guarded it, she would definitely find something. When he saw a few figures dashing over, Yi Qian grabbed the policeman's sleeve and said, "The big fish is here. Brother Hong is here." How could the big fish leave when it was here? Moreover, there were other big fish beside the big fish. All the more reason he could not leave. Brother Hong escaped in a hurry, but he walked slowly. The bullet in his leg had just been removed, and he was finally able to catch his breath. But then something happened. When this happened, Brother Hong suddenly understood why he was able to escape from the armed police so easily. He had fallen into a trap. He had fallen into a trap. Chapter 1076. There were a total of 6 people around Brother Hong, and in the middle was a tall, thin man with a slightly hunched back. From his position, it was obvious that this man's status was higher than Brother Hong's. The armed police made a beheading gesture to Yi Qian, then set up the rifle in his hand and began to aim. Yi Qian returned the gesture. There are targets more powerful than Brother Hong. When they appear, I'll snipe them first and you'll cut off their tail. We'll flank them from the back and prevent any pursuers from coming out. Okay, be careful. The armed police immediately picked up the rifle he had set up, bent over, and circled back to cover the rear. With a pincer attack from the front and the back, they had to be wary of someone shooting from behind, but with a sniper, the armed police didn't hesitate to cover the rear. In an operation, not only did comrades have to cooperate well, but they also had to have 100% trust in each other. Although Yi Qian had only joined the operation at the last minute, the way he cleared the muzzle of the machine gun left a deep impression on the young armed police. Building trust was sometimes that simple, and one cooperation was enough to make people trust each other. The 4 men escorting Brother Hong and the other 2 were like bodyguards. The guns they were holding were not ordinary rifles. They were all Steyr submachine guns that could be fired with one hand and could function as both submachine guns and handguns. This type of gun could fire a single shot with a light press of the trigger, and fully automatic with a safe press of the trigger. From the length of the magazine, it was equipped with a 30-round magazine. Even though they had powerful submachine guns, Yi Qian's target was still the big fish he had set his eyes on. Here it comes. The rain was getting heavier, and Yi Qian's eyes never left the scope. When the target appeared, the crosshair wasn't aimed directly at the target's vitals, but slightly off. When the target dodged to the side, the crosshair in the scope instantly locked onto him. After a bang, the hunchbacked man fell backwards. There was no pause, and everything happened too quickly. Brother Hong, who was walking with the man, didn't even know what had happened, and subconsciously turned his head to look. Fortunately, the bodyguard beside him reacted quickly, and used his shoulder to knock his employer to the side, while he pulled the trigger and fired wildly. The hidden pile of rocks was hit by the bullets, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Bang bang bang. The continuous gunshots sounded particularly dense in the heavy rain. Retreat, retreat. Several bodyguards quickly shouted in Lao. Brother Hong was so shocked that he dragged his injured leg and quickly deviated from the original escape route under the cover of 2 bodyguards. Press it down. Press it down. At this time, Brother Hong's face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. He retreated in an extremely embarrassing manner. Where are the others? Get over here. Brother Hong himself was a Laotian. Because he had been active on the China-Myanmar border for a long time, he spoke Chinese very fluently. He looked more like a Chinese than the native residents of Yun province who did not speak Mandarin. The entire village was filled with gunshots. The Laotian police rushed over from below and shouted, "Surrender your guns and we'll spare your lives. Surrender your guns and we'll spare your lives." For the Chinese armed police, they didn't have that much time to shout, "Surrender your guns and don't kill." Whichever side's brothers encountered the fiercest firepower, they would immediately support them. Support, clean up, and support. Even though the entire operation was highly dangerous, it did not stop the brave anti-narcotics police from advancing. Chapter 1077. Motherfucker, they're using advanced weapons. These bastards, they're all dead. Don't leave a single one alive. 300 meters to the right, for targets. Move out. Cover, cover. A brother has been shot. A brother has been shot. Discovered the drug production chain. Discovered the drug production chain. Prepare to blow it up. With the cooperation of the various teams, the Chinese armed police directly blew up the drug production chain. As for how many drugs were still inside, They didn't care. The mission this time was to eliminate them. The huge explosion sounded with a bang, and the entire village shook. The flames rose with the black smoke and were suppressed by the heavy rain. The smell of gunpowder in the air became stronger and stronger. Motherfucker. The explosion startled Brother Hong, who was escaping. When he turned back and saw the black smoke rising, Brother Hong's face instantly distorted. My efforts are all gone, all gone. It wasn't just this one explosion. When the second explosion appeared, Brother Hong was lying on the ground, his hands digging into the soil. The murderous look in his eyes was like that of an African wild dog, so fierce that it was bloodshot. The two bodyguards didn't give him too much time to hate and immediately carried Brother Hong away. The village definitely couldn't be defended. They had to save their lives first. The blood that splashed out mixed with the rain and flowed with the water on the ground. The gunshots didn't stop, and the explosive fire didn't stop. The entire drug production village was sealed off, and the sound of gunfire and smoke were isolated from the world. One armed police officer was hit by a bullet. Two armed police officers restrained the gunfire, and another armed police officer immediately dragged his shot comrade to a hiding spot. That young face, no matter how deeply the oil paint was applied, was clearly engraved with bravery and fearlessness between his eyebrows. You said that there was no war in peacetime, and that soldiers were purely wasting the taxpayers' money. However, in those unknown jungles and deserted deserts, there were always blood-stained military uniforms. Yi Qian's eyes were filled with the glint of a sword. Every gaze was cold and ruthless. The sniper rifle in his hand had a total of 10 bullets, and now there were only 2 left. Out of the 4 bodyguards, 2 were eliminated, and 1 was shot at a fleeing criminal target. The last 2 bullets had to be left for Brother Hong. The armed police working with her had been looking for an opportunity. His target was the last 2 remaining bodyguards. It was raining heavily. Yi Jian, who had rainwater flowing into her eyes, bent down and walked as if there were springs in her feet. She jumped up quickly and violently for the first time and ran towards the direction where Brother Hong had fled at the fastest speed. She had to snipe them before Brother Hong and force the other 2 bodyguards back into the shooting range of the armed police. The dense rain of bullets behind them created a thin layer of mist. The Chinese and Laos moved forward in a battle formation, and wherever they went, their bullets would be cleared. The Laos police, who originally wanted to surrender and not kill, had a few of their officers shot down by the other side, and their firepower directly increased to match the firepower of the Chinese armed police. Without any unnecessary talk, they cleared out everything along the way. Yi Qian crouched on top of the triangular roof of a house. The black hole in his gun aimed downwards and searched. The second last bullet was correct, and it hit Brother Hong in the chest. Bang 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 bang. Continuous bullets swept over from one direction. Yi Qian, who was at the 11 o'clock direction, rolled a few times on the uneven roof when they swept the bullets in the 12 o'clock direction. Then he bent his back and bent his legs and skillfully jumped down from the roof that was about 3 meters high. Chapter 1078. Yi Qian, who had undergone strict training, knew how to bend her legs to counteract the force of gravity when jumping from such a height. Her toes touched the ground first, and then her heels touched the ground. This reduced the force of gravity so that her legs would not be injured when jumping from such a height. Brother Hong was shot and killed. The 2 bodyguards beside him knew that they had no way out since they had been targeted by the sniper. They were in a desperate situation, and whether or not they could fight their way out depended on whether or not they could be ruthless. Obviously, the 2 bodyguards were ruthless. Otherwise, they would not have used their submachine guns to fight the sniper head-on. Yi Qian did not fire again. She only had 1 bullet in her sniper rifle. She would not fire until the last bullet was in critical condition. This was the advice of a world-class sniper. The young armed police officer working with Yi Qian had been hiding in the dark the whole time. He aimed at the back of one of the bodyguards. It would be a pity to miss such a good opportunity. It would be a waste to let the sniper down. Bang! Yi Qian, who had hidden well, heard the single gunshot. The bullets that were sweeping towards her decreased by more than half. She knew that this meant that the other bodyguard had been taken care of by the armed police. Yi Qian smiled. The anti-drug armed police in the Yun province area were well known throughout the country. Most of the soldiers had actual combat experience during their military careers. In the face of gunfire, they were calmer than the average soldier. They were good at seizing the best opportunity to complete their mission. The bullets in the submachine gun were limited. After shooting for so long, the magazine was completely empty. When the sound of something like a jammed cartridge was heard, the last bodyguard had no more firepower to suppress them. He immediately ran for his life. There would not be a second person in the entire village who would run away. Especially these bodyguards who had been fighting with the armed police for a long time and had killed people with their own hands, would not let him go. The young armed police officer pulled the trigger and chased after him. How could he lose sight of a target that he had his eyes on? He could not stop until he had hit the target. This operation was called decisive action. It was the combat strategy that China and Laos had discussed together. Eliminating armed criminals on the spot was not against the rules. The armed police could also directly eliminate criminals who had escaped on the spot. Facing these criminals who had killed their comrades, there was no psychological pressure. They directly locked onto them and shot them. Chief Su, the two targets have been eliminated. Lu Dui reported the latest battle situation one by one. At this time, the Chinese armed police had eliminated the potential dangers in the village one by one in the form of a long snake. The large area of gunfire gradually decreased, and the bullets gradually became sporadic. The nearly 2-hour fierce battle finally came to an end. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire village was under control. In the village where there were no gunshots, the Chinese and Laotian sides began to clean up the scene. A large amount of drugs were found, but they were not carried out of the village. They were directly dealt with incendiary bombs. Yi Qian walked to Lu Dui's side and saluted him with her sniper rifle on her back. Her dark eyes were still bloodshot as she smiled and said, "Lu Du, can I leave now?" She had completed all her tasks, so she didn't need to participate in the cleanup work. She could leave directly. Asking Lu Dui was a sign of respect. The two important targets have been sniped by you. Thank you, Yi Qian. Lu Dui returned the salute to the young female soldier. His dark and resolute face looked solemn. He said solemnly, "With your participation in this operation, the entire operation time has been shortened by at least half an hour. The elimination of the high positions in the south has also reduced our casualties. Thank you, Yi Qian." Chapter 1079. The casualty rate was a sad topic, and it was also a heavy number. Yi Qian saw tears in his eyes, and his eyes were a little tight and sore. He said softly, "Death is inevitable." They wore military uniforms and sacrificed themselves to protect the motherland. They are gone, but their spirit lives on. They will be remembered forever in the hearts of those who are still alive. As long as their spirit lives on, their spirit lives on. As long as their spirit lives on, their spirit lives on. They used their fearless sacrifice to influence generation after generation of soldiers. Generation after generation, their spirit lives on. You are right. Although they sacrificed themselves, their spirit lives on in our company forever. Xiao Ji said that he wanted to lie next to his comrades in the 4th platoon. He also said that he hoped that he didn't implicate you. When it's over, I will bring him a glass of sorghum wine to tell him that you are safe. After hearing this, Yi Qian's tears suddenly flowed down. The rain splashed on his face. In fact, it was hard to tell which was tears and which was rainwater. Only those who cried knew how fierce the tears were at that time. Xiao Ji, the scout who brought her to Lu Dui's side, the young scout who showed the coldness of a modern soldier when he raised his gun. During this operation at 3:34 p.m., he was assigned to protect 2 of his comrades. Unfortunately, he was sacrificed. Martyr Zhang Qingji, a scout from the Border Defense Detachment, a member of the party. He joined the army in February 1994 and died on February 5, 1999. He completed the mission and was awarded a first-class merit. He joined the army at the age of 19 and died at the age of 24. He used the best years of his life to dedicate to the motherland that he was loyal to and loved. He used his own blood to compose a heroic battle song. Yi Qian walked to his side and squatted down. He gently held the right hand of martyr Zhang Qingji, whose eyes were closed forever. He said softly, "I am Yi Qian. Don't worry. I'm all right. Very, very well. If there is an afterlife, I will wait for us to fight side by side again. Rest in peace, hero. As long as your spirit lives on, your spirit lives on." This was Yi Qian's first real sacrifice. At around 11 o'clock in the afternoon, he was still a little shy because he was a female soldier. Only a few hours later, when he saw him again, they were separated by life and death forever. As for him, his last regret was still himself. He was still worried about his own safety. Yi Qian, who had stood up, picked up his sniper rifle and fired his last bullet into the sky, giving it to his comrade, a hero who had already left the flames of war. He wished him all the best. Yi Qian took off her military cap and saluted. She only retracted her hand when the stretcher carrying the hero disappeared from her sight. "Take care of yourself. Our patrolling brothers are in the mountains. If you need any help, you can contact them in this area." Captain Liu took out the mountain road map that they usually used to patrol the mountains and marked out several locations where they usually contacted each other in the mountains. "You can leave a mark in any of these places. Our brothers will be able to find you." Yi Qian noted down the last few points. This time, he had encountered a drug dealer. He did not know if he would encounter one next time, so it was good to note it down. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Yi Qian left the village and set off again under the gaze of Captain Liu and the rest of the armed police. Looking back, she could still see a few towering figures standing in the rain, saluting her as they watched her leave. Yi Qian turned around and returned the salute to the armed police. Her gaze slid past their faces. She pursed her lips tightly and did not look back again. She plunged into the vast expanse of rainforest. Sadness was hidden deep in their eyes. Their eyes were so red that they looked like they were filled with blood. It was as if tears of blood would flow out if she closed her eyes slightly. This kind of suppressed sadness made her footsteps seem especially heavy. Chapter 1080. Yi Qian, who had used the last sniper bullet to end the hero's journey, started her survival training again with sadness. All the armed police and soldiers would not be deterred by the fall of their comrades. The most common slogan in the army was, "If you're a man, stand up." In the face of sacrifice, they would wipe away their tears and continue forward. In the face of blood-stained military uniforms, they would wash them clean and wear them again. The military's indomitable spirit was deeply engraved in their souls. Words like failure, cowardice, and cowardice would never appear in their dictionary. No matter how dangerous the path ahead was, they would continue forward without hesitation once they put on their uniforms. With the responsibility and mission on their shoulders, even if there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of them, they would charge forward fearlessly. With courage, without fear of death, and the calmness of passing through death, they would sacrifice themselves to protect their country. They were worthy of being called heroes of the people, immortal. Yi Qian took a deep breath and climbed up a rock. She returned to her normal military route as fast as she could. She did not look back. She was not afraid. She had chosen the military route. She would never be afraid. The rainy season in Laos was from May to October. The dry season was from November to April. A few days before Yi Qian's departure, it rained heavily. The weather that followed was very good, which allowed Yi Qian to speed up the progress of her wilderness training. In the vast rainforest that had experienced countless battles between evil and justice, there were piles of bones buried under the withered trees. Not only were there the bones of criminals, but there were also the bones of border guards. Uncle Chen said that there were many soldiers who had been hunting down criminals. After their sacrifice, even their bones could not be found. Once someone went missing, after searching for about 3 months, their sacrifice would be reported. This experience made Yi Qian understand. The rainforest was not just 1 or 2 bones, but countless bones. Not only were there the bones of criminals, but there were also the bones of border guards. What was war? This was war. It was right next to you. It was only half a step away. Lu Duai, who was cleaning up the battlefield, saw a slender figure that was even braver than the male soldiers plunging into the forest. He raised his hand and said to his soldiers in a hoarse voice, You too send Xiaozhi back. Remember to wash Xiaozhi's face and sew his wounds. Wash his body clean and put on his uniform. That is, let him leave cleanly. Everyone, cut your hair and send it to Xiaozhi. Then, write a letter to Xiaozhi and tell him that in the next life, we will be good brothers again and fight side by side. Yes. A few voices that were as heavy as boulders could be heard. They were low and heavy, and they were filled with sorrow that could not be expressed. The rain stopped when it was close to evening. Thousands of kilograms of drugs that harmed the country and the people were destroyed in the village. For them, China sacrificed 3 armed policemen and Laos sacrificed 7 policemen. When they carried Lai Tu away, gunshots rang out in the mountains again. That was the gunshot that sent the martyrs back to the company. A bird flew across the dark sky, leaving behind a string of light chirps. Yi Qian stood on a high ground and heard the gunshots coming from the valley behind her. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and continued to move towards her goal. 5 days, 6 days, 7 days. Starting from the day the final exams ended, Yi Qian spent New Year's Eve alone in the deep mountains and forests. After the 1998 Lunar New Year's Eve, Yi Qian welcomed a special new year in the rainforest. Chapter 1081. Yi Qian only remembered that she had been walking for 12 days. She didn't even think about spending the spring festival alone in the rainforest. Isolated and helpless, Yi Qian tried her best to protect her life. I will keep my mind clear, my body strong and my mind clear. Without them, I can't repay my country. I won't let my country down, and I won't bring shame to myself and the army. My goal is to complete the mission and complete the next one alive. Every time she walked until her legs were as heavy as lead, her body was bitten by insects, and she had a low fever. There were also the wild beasts that hunted for food. After every narrow escape from death, Yi Jian recited the creed of the special forces of various countries and forced herself to move forward with the creed and faith. The first day of 1999, the second day, until the third day, which was the third day of the Lunar New Year, Yi Qian, who had been training alone in the wild for 15 days, arrived at the destination 4 hours earlier than expected. In order to reach the destination on time, Yi Qian split the 6 hours she had to participate in the drug extermination operation into 6 days. Every day, she would set off an hour earlier to make up for the 6 hours she had been interrupted. She arrived 4 hours early and leaned against a rock to adjust her breathing. 15 days of marching in the rainforest didn't feel anything, but when she came out and relaxed her tense nerves, tiredness and weariness rushed to her heart. Her eyelids were so heavy that it felt like several boulders were pressing down on them. She is indeed tired. Let her rest for a while. Looking at her tired figure, Xia Jinyuan, who was standing not far away, had a gentle expression on his face. He was so gentle that the warm sun was quietly protecting her. The skinny little girl of the past had grown into a qualified Special Forces soldier and was moving in the direction of excellence. Although he felt sorry for her when he saw how tired she was, he felt more gratified. The 18-year-old Yi Qian used her own strength to prove to the military that she could definitely become the youngest Special Forces soldier in the army. He had to show the military that she had endless potential and that she could continue to develop. The sun was very warm. It was indeed easy to fall asleep lying down like this. Let her sleep for a while. There were still 4 hours before the end of the march. She could rest for 4 hours. That's good. She came back 4 hours early and helped her brothers complete the mission. She is indeed tired. She's the only female soldier who can do this. Uncle Chen's eyes were full of kindness, as if he was a senior encouraging a junior. He had been using his own methods to nurture Yi Qian. It could be said that without Uncle Chen and old Uncle Jen, Yi Qian would never have become what he was today. Without these two elders who were like stars in the sky, the reborn Yi Qian would not have been able to enter the military even if he had solved the problem that changed his life in the second year of junior high. Xia Jinyuan respected Uncle Chen very much. Uncle Chen, leave this to me. Major General, please tell me in detail about Yi Qian's early enlistment. I would also like to make a suggestion. Perhaps we can ask the Major General for more resources for Yi Qian. For example, is it possible to arrange for the deployment of the military academy students during the winter and summer holidays? She hasn't been exposed to airborne, diving, or armor training yet. If she can learn these skills during her time in the military academy, everything will go smoothly after she graduates. Mountain warfare, jungle warfare, desert warfare, guerrilla warfare, anti-terrorist warfare, and ski warfare can wait until she graduates to accumulate experience. However, she must learn and master the skills during her time in school. Chapter 1082. Faced with a young major who was wholeheartedly thinking about Yi Qian, Uncle Chen couldn't help but laugh. Major Xia, aren't you afraid that all your efforts will be for naught if you nurture Yi Qian into such an outstanding person? It was obvious how much effort he had put into nurturing Yi Qian from all aspects. Do you not believe in Yi Qian? Or do you not believe in me? Xia Jinyuan smiled elegantly as he stood in the warm sun. Dressed in a jungle camouflage uniform, he looked calm and composed. No matter what, there's no such thing as a futile effort. Uncle Chen had always been very patient when it came to Yi Qian's matters. Seeing the confidence between his brows, although he was somewhat impressed, his words had a different meaning. What do you mean? Yi Qian is now a popular figure in school. When she enters the military academy, she will be like a golden unicorn that leaps out of the pool. I think a girl like her will have many suitors. Uncle Chen, you're wrong. Faced with an elder who constantly reminded him to treat Yi Qian with sincerity, the major, as a special forces soldier, behaved very appropriately and did not lose his composure. The more outstanding Yi Qian is, the higher her standards will be. The higher her standards will be, the more picky she will become. In the future, if you want to catch her eye, ordinary soldiers will have to stand aside. As a result, these suitors will naturally shrink back. As for the rest of the soldiers who can catch her eye, they will have to be divided into the outstanding and elite ones. When Yi Qian grows up to be an elite, he will be a distance away from being outstanding. Uncle Chen, do you think she will have many suitors in the end? There won't be many elites who can become an elite special forces soldier like Yi Qian and fight alongside her. As Xia Jinyuan spoke, he began to laugh. His increasingly mature and elegant smile was tinged with arrogance. No matter how many elites are by Yi Qian's side, I will always be the most outstanding soldier in her heart. Someone who is compatible with her, someone who can fight alongside her and share life and death with her. His words made Uncle Chen laugh uncontrollably. Yi Qian has good taste. I believe that the two of you will become comrades in life and death and spend the rest of your life together. He glanced at the motionless, slender figure and said, I'm going to have a chat with the Major General. I can rest assured with you guarding this place. The Spring Festival was a time of reunion for the lights of the homes, but for some soldiers on the front lines, it was the beginning of a year of training. The place where the armored troops rested after their maneuver exercise was the grassland in the forest. Yi Qian only had to cross a small hill to see armored vehicles resting there. Yi Qian, who had arrived 4 hours early, knew that he had entered an important military zone. Only then did he relax and catch up on sleep. He had only wanted to catch up on sleep for a short while to replenish his energy, but unexpectedly, he slept for a long time. On the other side, the Major General finally saw the person who had trained Yi Qian since he was 13 or 14 years old to become an international sniper. With one glance, he inexplicably felt that he looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. The Major General was 54 years old, while Uncle Chen was 47 years old. In terms of age, they were only 7 years apart. If he had seen him somewhere before, it was impossible for him not to remember. When Uncle Chen came closer, the Major General suddenly strode over. As he walked, he sized up Yi Qian again. He was even more certain of the person who had trained Yi Qian, the soldier King Chen Dongfeng from the 1970s. He was a legend in the 1970s, a god of war who had joined the army in the 1970s. Chapter 1083. I didn't expect to see you again after 18 years. The Major General looked at the legendary soldier from the 1970s and felt a surge of emotions. Back then, I was in the company with the old chief. Your regiment commander immediately introduced you to the old chief after he finished reporting his work. Old Qin, your marksmanship is still fresh in my memory. No wonder Yi Qian looked so familiar when he held the gun. When I first saw this girl, I thought she was a talent with great potential. It turns out that she was trained by you. Uncle Qin had no impression of the Major General. He had met too many people back then. Now that he was middle-aged, there were some things that he didn't want to think about. Occasionally, he would dream of a bloody mist, and he would walk in the bloody mist. If it wasn't for Miss Jian, those dreams would continue. When he stopped and relaxed, he couldn't help but think about the past when he trained Miss Jian wholeheartedly. It was as if he had returned to the battlefield and returned to his own era. Instead of saying that he trained Miss Jian, it was more appropriate to say that Miss Jian made the rest of his life more complete. The Major General knew that the soldier from the 1970s didn't know him, but it didn't matter as long as he knew him. Let's have a seat in the tent. Even though the Major General was in his current position, he still didn't know the reason why Principal Qin retired from the army. Uncle Qin didn't refuse. He didn't expect that the Major General, who was very likely to be Yi Qian's superior, would know him. They chatted happily in the command tent. The sunlight outside the tent was still warm. Yi Qian opened his eyes comfortably and suddenly turned around. His gaze fell on the figure standing in the sunlight. Captain Xia. Why is he here? Every time she saw him, she couldn't help but be surprised. He always appeared at the most unexpected times. How could she not be surprised? You slept for 2.5 hours. Looks like you're really tired. When she woke up, Xia Jinyuan walked over with a smile. His gaze turned into a warm ray of sunlight that fell on her body. Then he gently stroked her face. 15 days of enhanced wilderness survival training. She really did it alone. Completing a challenge that even the male soldiers needed to mentally prepare themselves for a long time before accepting. Furthermore, the completion time was different from hers. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. The sun was a little bright, and the leaves in the valley shone like diamonds from time to time. The grass was also very bright, as if it was paved with fine light. Xia Jinyuan, who suddenly appeared, walked against the light. Every step he took was on the fine light, as if he was a god. Captain Xia. Yi Qian smiled. She was very happy to see him, to see Xia Jinyuan, who was also dressed in camouflage, and to see him return with the aura of a king bathed in blood. He must have experienced sacrifice, and he must have seen his comrades fall. He had seen it and experienced it, but he was still standing strong. He had always been a role model for him to learn from, a goal for him to move forward. Seeing her smile, Xia Jinyuan's heart sank a little. Although she was smiling, she looked very tired, and there was a trace of haze between her eyebrows. The aftereffects of wilderness survival had appeared on Yi Qian. He reached out and patted her shoulder lightly. Beautifully done, Yi Qian. You're the best soldier I've ever met. My little fox, having you by my side is something I'll be proud of for the rest of my life. You've become my pride, and I'm determined to become your pride. Chapter 1084. To be honest, this kind of survival experience would have been better if you had a partner. When you walk alone, it's as if there's no one else in the world other than you. It's as empty as if you're the only person on Earth. Sometimes, it takes a lot of energy to suppress the negative thoughts. Seeing him, Yi Qian couldn't help but talk about her 15 days of survival training. Xia Jinyuan didn't interrupt her. He smiled warmly and quietly listened to every word she said. 15 days of wilderness survival training by himself not only honed his physical fitness, but more importantly, it also honed his psychological quality. She had suppressed it for too long and needed to be guided so that all the negative thoughts and stress would be resolved during the conversation. Eliminating the bad and leaving the best to achieve the effect of psychological training. She had just entered the entry level of psychological training. There would be more brutal training in the future, such as escape and resistance training, including escape, protective camouflage techniques, and resistance when captured. Xia Jinyuan's eyes were warmer than the sun and had the power to soften Yi Qian's heart. She was able to tell him all about the 15 days of psychological training. Little Fox, survival training in the wild was essential psychological training for a special forces soldier. This was to lay a good foundation for the brutal psychological training that was to come. motivation, responsibility, maturity and stability, teamwork, intelligence, physical adaptability, trustworthiness, how strong one's psychological resistance was, how strong one's ability to escape. Yi Qian had to go through all of these. Sometimes, when I sit down, I don't dare to think too much. I'm afraid that I'll really get lost in the rainforest. So I just sit down and recite the creeds and beliefs of the special forces from different countries. At this point, Yi Qian's eyebrows curved slightly. Her bright black eyes revealed a hint of slyness. You don't say, it's really useful. These creeds and beliefs are powerful psychological weapons that the Special Forces soldiers use to resist negative thoughts during training. It's the same for me. But I think that if the Special Forces of other countries can do it, as a Special Forces soldier from China, how can I be worse than them? I have to do it. There's no why. Xia Jinyuan held her hand. Her combat gloves were worn out. She had endured 5 more days of survival training than the male soldiers. This was enough to shock the military. You've done a great job. You've completed the psychological construction of yourself in a very normal way. Yi Qian, everyone can see your excellence. Xia Jinyuan didn't point out her shortcomings. It wasn't time to point them out yet. He wanted her to finish what she wanted to say first. Right now, Yi Qian's training was only recorded in the military, but not all the details of her performance were recorded. Once she was admitted into the military academy, all her training would be systematized. Some of the key training would be even more detailed, such as her facial expressions and actions, and everything would be recorded clearly. He was 100% sure that Yi Qian would pass the test in terms of physical fitness, combat, marksmanship, endurance, perseverance, and camouflage. The focus was on her psychological training. Next, he would advise Uncle Chen to strengthen Yi Qian's psychological training. Yi Qian tilted her head and looked at the familiar and safe face. She touched her lips and smiled. I haven't spoken to anyone for almost 10 days. I'm very happy to see you. Very, very happy. I didn't have much to say at first, but when I saw Captain Xia, I didn't know why I couldn't help but say everything. I couldn't control myself. Chapter 1085. I am also very, very happy to be able to listen to your conversation with me. Listen, Yi Qian. You will be going through psychological training. We usually call it the survival diary of a loner. Considering that this is your first time surviving in the wild, we chose winter as the training time. Next year, we will arrange for you to go to summer. The goal is for you to train in harsh environments such as deep mountains, dense forests, and swamps to develop the psychological qualities that a Special Forces soldier should have. In my first year of military school, I skipped basic training and went straight into purgatory training. It took me a total of 3.5 years. Yi Qian, this is just the beginning for you. Her expression was no longer gloomy, and her smile was so bright that it touched his heart. At the right moment, Xia Jinyuan mentioned what kind of training she would have to undergo next. Yi Qian immediately understood that the training she was going through now was only at the entry level. When he heard Xia Jinyuan say that he skipped basic training and went straight into purgatory training that lasted 3.5 years, Yi Qian couldn't help but gasp. No wonder he was so powerful when he was only 20 years old. No wonder he became a major right after graduation. No wonder. He said that while she was working hard, he was also working hard. No wonder when she said she set him as her goal, he gave her a meaningful smile. It turned out that he had gone so far, so fast. I went through a total of 4 rounds of psychological training in the wild. The first round was in the deep mountains and forests in the summer, where there were all kinds of venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. The second round was in the desert, where the sun was so hot that I almost got heat stroke. The second round was in a world of ice and snow, where my hands and feet felt like popsicles. The third round was when I was captured. Every round lasted 5 days and nights, and I only finished when I passed. Hearing Yi Qian's serious expression, she had a question. You lasted 5 days and nights. Why did I last 15 days and nights? That was the question. The basic training for male soldiers lasts 10 days. You have 5 days more than the male soldiers. Like our comrades in the team, all of them have 15 days. This sentence was equivalent to hinting at Yi Qian's plans. Yi Qian's eyes flickered, as if he understood something. It's good that you understand. Now, I'll have to wait for the military's opinion on what to do. Blinking his eyes at her, the iron-blooded and gentle handsome Special Forces soldier suddenly became childish. His thin lips moved closer to her ear, and he chuckled softly, "Secret, our secret, no one can tell." Yi Qian was so close that his breath tickled her ears. She tilted her head unnaturally and said, "Thinking about it, I'm really looking forward to it." "I'm also looking forward to it. You already have actual combat experience with us, so your mental stability is already quite outstanding. However, since you've been fighting with us since the beginning, you've missed out on basic training. It's inevitable that your emotions would fluctuate greatly when you see your comrades sacrificing themselves." She only talked about her 15-day mental journey, but avoided talking about the fight with the drug dealers. He learned from Su Yu that a martyr had met Yi Qian once. She even used the last bullet in her sniper rifle to send the martyr off. When he heard this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. In the previous few battles, his little fox had never seen a comrade she knew sacrificing himself. This was no small matter. He shouldn't have been here, but he quickly wrote an application and rushed over as soon as the application was approved. Based on his understanding of her, she wouldn't say these things out loud. She would only keep it in her heart. And this was what he was afraid of. Chapter 1086. No matter how strong and resilient she was before, when faced with the sacrifice of a comrade she knew in the same battle, this huge impact was not just a single impact, but multiple. In the army, after every battle, there would be a psychological specialist to guide the soldiers who were on the battlefield for the first time, so as not to leave them with an irreparable psychological trauma. Yi Qian had already participated in actual combat, but she had never faced the sacrifice of a comrade she knew. If she really did not mention it, Xia Jinyuan would not be reassured, but would be even more worried. Now, when the haze between her eyebrows faded, he mentioned the sacrifice of a comrade so that she would no longer suppress herself. She would be in her healthiest, most determined state, and use her own perseverance to overcome the multiple impacts of her comrade's sacrifice. She must not leave a trauma, she must face it head-on. Xia Jinyuan's gaze fell on Yi Qian's face like the warm sunshine after a snowstorm. His gentle and handsome face did not change at all when he mentioned the sacrifice of a comrade. However, there was a faint coldness in his voice that directly cut into Yi Qian's bloody memories that she did not want to recall for the time being. Yi Qian's pupils constricted slightly. She pursed her lips and looked coldly at the man who never allowed her to escape. After a while, she smiled bitterly and said, "Captain Xia, I need a little more time. The people I know, who were smiling and talking to me shyly in the afternoon, will be forever separated when we meet again in the afternoon. I always thought that I had participated in actual combat and had faced death directly. I even thought that my attitude towards death was calm. But when I see my comrades fall, my heart..." Yi Jian slowly stopped and let out a long sigh. "Then," she said softly, "there's an indescribable feeling. Discomfort, anger, all of these piled up together. I don't know where to start. I also want to say it, but the more I want to say it, the more I don't know where to start. I understand that as long as I wear a military uniform, there will be sacrifices everywhere. The next one is very likely to be you. Captain Xia, I understand, but no matter how much I understand, I still feel sad." Xia Jinyuan put his hands on her shoulders and said in a low and cold voice, "Look at me, Yi Qian. Raise your head and look at me with your eyes. Look at me and listen to me carefully." There was a soft spot in her heart that belonged to her comrades. Yi Qian was not afraid of sacrificing herself, but she was not willing to see her comrades sacrifice themselves. What is the meaning of sacrifice? It's about protecting, using one's own life to protect our homeland, using one's own life to defend the peace of our country. You saw his sacrifice, but you must also remember why he sacrificed himself. That's because sin exists. There are too many evils in this world, too many wars, too much harm, and our existence is to use our lives to wipe out the evils that harm our country. If one day I sacrifice myself, Yi Qian, the gun in your hand, the bullets you shoot, every evil that you hit is the best sacrifice to the martyrs. You feel sad for your comrade who sacrificed himself, not because you aren't strong enough, but because you are a living person, a person of flesh, blood, and thoughts. Anger, sadness, tears, and sadness are all emotions that you are born with, and it's impossible to completely remove them. Chapter 1087. But you have to find another way to deal with these emotions that affect our judgment. Anger can be turned into radicalization, sadness can be turned into motivation, tears can be turned into fearlessness, and sadness can be turned into bravery. All sacrifices are the motivation for us to radicalize. Inherit the fearlessness, bravery, and fearlessness of the martyrs, and use the guns in your hands to continue protecting our country. This is the best way for you to pay tribute to the martyrs. When faced with cruel things, you can only face them, and you have to face them seriously. I'll say it again, Yi Qian, if one day I sacrifice myself, or you sacrifice yourself, every evil that is hit by a bullet from a living person's gun is the best way to pay tribute to the martyrs. These words were like a huge bomb thrown into Yi Qian's heart. The impact of the explosion fiercely squeezed his soul, shattering it into pieces. Under his cold voice, the shattered pieces of his soul were pieced back together piece by piece, piecing together a complete Yi Qian who had been reborn from the gunfire. The best way to pay tribute to the martyrs was to pick up the gun in your hand and shoot every evil that was hit by a bullet. This was the best way to pay tribute to the martyrs. Yi Qian took a deep breath. She was originally a quick-witted person with a strong ability to accept things. She also had a strong soul that had experienced many hardships. After being awakened by Xia Jinyuan's words, she quickly walked out of the bloody memory that she didn't want to recall. If it were any other time, you would have been able to walk out of it without my persuasion. 15 days of outdoor survival training is a challenge to your mental and physical limits. Walking alone in a rainforest where you feel like you're the only one in the world has already affected your mental state to a certain extent. It's normal for someone like you, who has never experienced anything like this, to find it difficult to accept the sacrifice of your comrades. We've also experienced sacrifice. 10 people went out and 9 came back. I locked myself in my room for 2 days and didn't come out of it. G3 plunged into the training ground and after 24 hours of self-harm training, he collapsed due to exhaustion. J5 memorized military rules for an entire day. Han Zheng hung himself on a tree. In the end, the entire team was alarmed and thought that he had been taken away by a tiger in the mountains. We all had the same emotions as you, but at that time, we were already past the age of psychological counseling. One by one, we resolved the stress in our hearts. 2 days later, we packed up and came out looking normal again. Yi Qian's current performance was already very good. In the face of sacrifice, she didn't show any negative emotions like fear or cowardice, which were the most taboo as a Special Forces soldier. She only felt sad and sad. These were normal emotions for her to sacrifice for her comrades. It was already very good for her. Captain Xia, Yi Qian, Yi Qian, Yi Qian with it, Yi Qian. In the end, Yi Qian wiped away the layer of gray accumulated on her soul. The haze between her brows also disappeared under the sunlight. She raised her head slightly and looked at the stalwart soldier standing in the light. She smiled faintly and said, "At the same time, you've shown me once again how strong the goal I've been chasing is. Thank you, Captain Xia. Thank you for always appearing in front of me immediately and helping me solve difficult problems that I couldn't figure out in such a short time." Seeing that she had once again defeated herself, Xia Jinyuan smiled slowly and leaned over to kiss her forehead. "Yi Qian, you're my pride. You're the best female soldier in my heart. I'm proud of you." Chapter 1088. Xia Jinyuan didn't just praise Yi Qian. When he praised her, he gave her pointers. Sometimes he would even criticize her sharply. When his warm lips moved away from her forehead, Yi Qian stared at him intently, waiting for him to criticize her for the shortcomings of her field training. She was also very happy to hear his criticism. Xia Jinyuan had said everything that needed to be said. If there were still things that she couldn't figure out, she could only rely on herself to figure them out. Not everything needed someone to find a breakthrough for you, and not all psychological obstacles would be solved by someone. This time, It was only because it was the first time she had sacrificed herself in front of a comrade she knew. That was why he had rushed over. This was the only time, and there wouldn't be a next time. Seeing that she was still waiting for him to say something, Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Let's go and rest downstairs. An armored unit has just finished their winter training. The Major General is also there. He knew that you were training in the wild and specially waited for you to come back. There are some things that he wants to ask you personally." Without saying anything else, he took the lead and strode towards the camp where the troops were resting. "Hurry up. The 15 days of survival training are over. There are still so many days of vacation left. You can learn new things from the armored unit. The survival training can come to an end for the time being." The low and handsome voice drifted over along with the wind in the mountains. Yi Qian jogged over, her clear eyes shining like obsidian under the sunlight. "Armored unit? How many armored vehicles are there? How many days will they stay here? How will I enter the armored unit? Will the Major General agree?" She used the gun in her hand and every bullet she fired to pay tribute to the martyrs who sacrificed themselves. She thought that she would continue to pay tribute to the heroic souls who sacrificed themselves for this country without hesitation. Yi Qian took a deep breath and buried the bloody memories deep in her mind. She used the bloody memories to spur herself on. If one day she wore the military uniform, even if it was stained with blood, she wouldn't be afraid. The meaning of sacrifice was to pass on the legacy. It was the martyrs who used their brave and fearless blood to tell the generations of soldiers that they were not afraid of sacrifice. They were to face it bravely and fight for the country and the people. Faced with her questions one after another, Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a jungle camouflage suit, turned around. His handsome face under the QGF-02 Kevlar helmet suddenly revealed a charming smile without any warning. His sexy thin lips curved into the sexiest curve. "You'll understand all the questions after you see them. However, you still need to work hard. The Major General admires you very much, little fox. Whether or not you can learn from the armored soldiers in your last week's holiday depends on how you convince the Major General. Opportunities had always been fought for by oneself. He didn't stay here for long. He would leave by helicopter at 3:30 in the afternoon. Seeing that she was safe and sound, and that she had heard his words and remembered them in her heart, he would have to figure out the rest by himself. Yi Qian's footsteps became lighter. When she climbed over a small hill, Yi Qian was stunned by the scene in front of her. The armored unit had terrifying lethality, attack power, and destructive power on the battlefield. They could even attack several times in one round. This unit, which was composed of armored vehicles and soldiers, could be said to be a unit that represented military strength. At the foot of the hill, tanks, IFVs, armored reconnaissance vehicles, armored transport vehicles, all kinds of armored self-propelled weapons were parked neatly. The scene was so shocking that it made people stop breathing. Chapter 1089. What do you think? Do you have the urge to understand everything? Xia Jinyuan saw that she had stopped in her tracks and was staring intently at the rows of armored vehicles. Her eyes were as bright as the light, and he couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her cheeks. The armored forces are on the front line of fierce battles. Go take a look inside the tanks, the IFVs, and the reconnaissance vehicles. It'll be good for you. Another year had passed. Yi Jian was growing up, and the young Major Xia had also become more mature. The elegance in his gestures was no longer as oppressive as before. Instead, he had become more reserved and deep. When he looked at others, his deep black eyes, which were filled with ferocity during battle, were filled with an invisible majesty. There was also a darkness that no one could understand. It was deep and dark, sometimes benevolent and sometimes cold. And when these unreadable eyes looked at Yi Qian, there was only a simple understanding. Yi Qian could see it clearly. The look in his eyes was telling her that he supported her, just like before. "I'll give it a try." Yi Qian nodded. She winked slyly and smiled brightly. "You've already reminded me. How can I miss such a good opportunity?" Xia Jinyuan nodded. "You're worth teaching. If there's no chance, we have to create one. Now that there's an opportunity, how can we miss it? I'll support you in convincing the Major General to stay with the armored forces for a week." After speaking, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. There was a kind of telepathy in their smiles that reverberated back and forth in their hearts. When the strong worked together, no matter how difficult the problem was, it would not be difficult. The Major General and Uncle Chen chatted happily. You've trained her to be very outstanding, and our military needs excellent soldiers like her. She's only 18 years old. The military is looking forward to her enrolling in the military academy as soon as possible so that she can contribute to the war. Let me tell you something. Since Yi Qian has an extraordinary memory, the military intends to train her to be an all-rounder. As long as she enrolls in the military academy this year, we'll immediately call her to the military after the results are out and begin systematic training. Your 4-year plan is quite good. It allows the military to skip a lot of basics when training Yi Qian. When I return, I will discuss with the military headquarters to create a more comprehensive and intensive training program for Yi Qian. When the time comes, I will also tell you this plan for your reference. He was the soldier king of the 1970s, a soldier king who spoke with his strength. His opinion was very important. Uncle Chen had always known that the military was paying attention to Yi Qian, but he did not know that it was to this extent. A customized training plan? Who else would be so special? Apart from Miss Jian, it would be difficult to find a second person. The military values Yi Qian so highly because of her own efforts. I've already taught her everything I can. My past has already become history, and I've already fallen behind in all aspects. Now that we've gone through digital and information-based high-tech battles, my method is already outdated and can't keep up with the changes in our country's military. After I finish teaching her for the remaining 6 months, I'll hand Yi Qian over to the military so that the military can train her to the next level. Uncle Chen was telling the truth. He did not know much about high-tech weapons. Only if Yi Qian joined the military would she be able to learn more and know more. With the Major General's words, Uncle Chen was even more relieved. The little girl that he and Uncle Jen had trained together was finally going to leave them. She was going to spread her wings and fly to a higher and wider sky. Chapter 1090. But the Major General denied it and said seriously, "Without you, I am certain that Yi Qian would not be where she is today. It is a tragedy to have a fine horse but not have a talent scout. But to have a talent scout who knows a fine horse is a good thing. You have a good eye for talent and used your unique method to train Yi Qian until she is only one step away from becoming a Special Forces soldier. Old Chen, you are a role model for all of us generals to learn from." The guard outside the tent said, "Reporting." The Major General replied, "Come in." Then he saw 2 figures walking in together. The man was tall and slender with elegant features, while the woman was slender and beautiful. They wore the same forest camouflage uniform as they walked over. One represented the male soldiers, while the other represented the female soldiers. Both of them could represent the entire military and be used for recruitment propaganda. Come, sit. When the Major General saw Yi Qian, he stood up and personally walked over to greet her. "You seem to be in good spirits. Surviving alone for 15 days. Yi Qian, good job." Uncle Chen was looking kindly at Yi Qian, his smile full of gratification. The little girl of the past had finally grown up. She was slim and graceful like a girl, but also had the temperament of a soldier. Her back was straight, and her expression was confident and reserved. When she spoke to the major, she was calm and confident. She had grown up. She had grown up. She had grown up into an adult. The atmosphere in the command tent was very harmonious. From time to time, loud laughter could be heard. The Major General gave an objective evaluation of Yi Qian's performance during the survival training. He said, "Based on your current performance, you have completely met the requirements of the training. You have overcome your fear on your own and helped the border police to complete their mission successfully. The military is extremely satisfied with your outstanding performance. At the same time, I hope that you will continue to work hard and live up to Old Chen's training." Yi Qian was indifferent to the evaluation and praise of her superior. She did not have a trace of pride because she believed that everything she did was what she should be doing. There was nothing to be proud of. "Major General, speaking of training, There is another opportunity for Yi Qian to train. What do you think? He was a man who was good at finding the right opportunity to make appropriate suggestions. He brought up the topic very naturally. Major Xia looked at Yi Qian with a serious expression. Why don't you ask the Major General? Yi Qian was still thinking about how to bring it up. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately asked with a very serious expression, Major General, I happen to have a week of leave. When I saw the armored vehicle just now, I was wondering if I could stay in the army and learn more about these self-propelled weapons that are very powerful on the battlefield. After the idea was put forward, Uncle Chen looked at the Major General quietly. This was a good idea. He was also thinking about it. Major Xia gave you an idea? Or did you think of it yourself? The Major General, who did not immediately agree, looked at the serious young major with a faint smile. Then he smiled and asked Yi Qian, why do I feel like we've discussed this outside? We did discuss it. Two voices sounded at the same time. One was Xia Jinyuan, and the other was Yi Qian. Their voices were loud and clear as they answered in unison. The Major General pointed his finger in front of each of their eyes. It's a bold idea, but it's quite practical. 1 week is fine, but I'm afraid you won't be able to learn anything. You can try to understand it. He managed to convince Yi Qian to stay with just one sentence. Xia Jinyuan let out a long sigh. Major General, you should have at least objected. You agreed so quickly that I didn't even have a chance to perform. Chapter 1091. Who are you trying to impress? The Major General glanced at the major who gave him a headache but was also the most outstanding major. He raised his hand to look at the time and said, you can set off now. You don't have to come here personally if there are any urgent matters in the future. As the leader, you have full authority to deal with them as long as they don't violate the rules. No matter how anxious Xia Jinyuan was to find Yi Jian, he could not leave the team because of personal matters. He and the pigeons were conducting special training for a company under them. There were some things that he could not overstep his authority, so he had to ask the Major General for permission before rushing over. He would only stay for half a day. He arrived at 8 in the morning and left at 4 in the afternoon. He originally planned to leave at 4 in the afternoon, but the Major General asked him to leave before 4 in the afternoon. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. Xia Jinyuan saluted the Major General and said, yes, sir. A simple, yes, sir. Without any superfluous words, he immediately agreed to carry out the order. He then said to Principal Chen, Uncle Chen, I'll come and see you when I have time off. He only nodded and smiled at Yi Qian and strode out of the command tent. The youngest major in the team, Yi Qian, you've all worked together before. He's a very outstanding soldier. If there's a chance in the future, Yi Qian, you can ask him for advice. The Major General waited for Xia Jinyuan to leave before praising his soldiers. Then he said to Principal Chen, Old Chen, let Yi Qian stay with me. You can leave with Major Xia in a helicopter later. Leave her in my hands. Don't worry. The jade has been polished, and I will polish it even more. I won't let your efforts go to waste. Headmaster Chen was more than happy to train with the army, especially in the armored forces. He quickly said, the army is the place where I feel most at ease. I trained her so that she can serve the country and the people. Now that she can train with the armored forces, it's also because the military thinks highly of her. The Major General did not deny this point. He nodded in front of Yi Qian and said, that is indeed the case. As long as she can get into any military academy in our country, we will immediately start 3.5 years of intensive training. Alright, the same goes for Major Xia. After he gets into the military academy, he will immediately start 3.5 years of intensive training. Yi Qian will also do the same. Hearing this, no matter how calm Yi Qian was, he could not help but feel his emotions fluctuate. He could not control himself. Going through the same 3.5 years of intensive training as Captain Xia was a great opportunity. Then he heard the Major General say, since you're here, get used to it. We armored soldiers don't just drive armored vehicles. We need to know more. 7 days is a short time, but I hope you can gain something here. Faintly, Yi Qian felt that something was not quite right. It was as if he was hinting at something. As a newcomer, even if there was a hint, She would not be able to figure it out without understanding it. However, since she had this feeling, it would be good to keep it in mind. The Major General looked at her with a thoughtful look in his eyes, and the smile on his face deepened. A good seedling was indeed different. She could immediately detect something unusual in a seemingly unintentional sentence. Just from such a small matter, she could see that Yi Qian was very attentive. In the afternoon, Principal Chen and Xia Jinyuan left together. Yi Qian only walked them to a place that was a short distance away from the helicopter. Hearing the sound of the propeller not far away, he said to Xia Jinyuan, "This year, my wish will come true. Captain Xia, I am one big step closer to my goal." Chapter 1092. That's right, and I will personally deliver the military uniform to you. Xia Jinyuan adjusted the helmet for her. Study hard for a week. 6 hours of sleep out of the 24 hours is enough. Set aside the rest of the time. Yi Qian's lips curved into a smile. I was planning to only sleep for 4 hours. Silly girl, they have 6 hours of rest. Are you going to take 2 more hours to stand guard for them? He patted her shoulder and looked over her head to the 2 armored reconnaissance vehicles. He chuckled and said, "The self-propelled weapons of this armored unit are not bad. That armored reconnaissance vehicle is much more fun. Let's go check it out." Special Forces soldiers don't just know how to drive vehicles. You also need to know how to use tanks and fighter jets. For example, the Snowfield Brigade sometimes had to work with test pilots to fly the new fighter jets they developed. Yi Qian had a lot to learn in the 3.5 years. The Special Forces soldiers carried out special missions. Most of the time, they fought behind enemy lines or fought alone. The more they knew, the more protection they would have in future battles. If one day they needed to escape, even if there was a tank or fighter jet in front of them, they would have to know how to use it. After 15 days of survival in the wild, Yi Qian suffered from external injuries, fever, lost her way, and bee stings. After resting for less than 4 hours at her destination, she was ready for the next round of training in the blink of an eye. There was also the joy of the Spring Festival in the army. The Major General knew that Yi Qian had spent the Lunar New Year's Eve alone in the rainforest, so he specially ordered the cooks to make dumplings for Yi Qian as a way of consoling her. After consoling her mentally during the day, he came to settle things at night. That night, Yi Qian was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, someone snuck into her tent to assassinate her. Outside, someone was destroying the armored vehicles. Yi Qian knew that even if she only had 7 days to study, her days would be rich and colorful. Yi Qian took note of the Major General's words. When 2 people snuck into her tent, Yi Qian's first reaction was to lift the thin blanket covering her body and throw it at the shadow on her right. This was the army. The dark shadows that had snuck in were none other than the soldiers who had acted as assassins. Our armored soldiers don't just drive armored vehicles. They need to know more than that. Yi Qian understood the deeper meaning of this sentence. This time, Yi Qian wasn't frightened. Instead, she scared the soldiers who had sneaked in. She couldn't help but shout when she kicked. The woman's clear voice stunned the 2 soldiers who had sneaked in. Woman? Did he sneak into a family member's room? That's not right. Where did the family room come from? They were all out training. Where did the family room come from? Originally, they did not use much of their real skills, but when the 2 male soldiers heard that the voice belonged to a woman, they really thought that someone had sneaked in. Regardless of whether there was a problem or not, they had to capture the person first. Fist against fist, foot against foot, the tent was filled with the dull sound of flesh being struck. Outside, the Major General said to a company commander surnamed Zhua from the armored forces, "Guess how long it will take for this to end? The 2 soldiers you sent here are very good at fighting. One of them can take on several people. Since it's a female soldier inside, and it's 1 against 2, I think it won't take more than 5 minutes." Company Commander Zhua thought that he was being conservative. If he really wanted to say it, they should be able to take down the enemy in about 3 minutes. Chapter 1093. The Major General smiled meaningfully. That's not necessarily true. It's impossible for your 2 men to overpower her in 10 minutes, but she can overpower one of your soldiers in 10 minutes. The Soldier King had spent 4 years training the Special Forces. How could one soldier overpower them? That's not possible. Female soldiers are weaker than male soldiers in terms of physical fitness. Those two soldiers. Before he could finish, he heard a girl's voice say, "You've lost." Left company commander. How embarrassing. What a disgrace to his grandmother's home. So fast? The major general was a little surprised. He had said that one soldier would be overpowered in 10 minutes. Now, it had only been 5 minutes and both soldiers had been overpowered. It was so fast that he couldn't accept it so quickly. The male soldiers of the armored forces shouldn't have been overpowered by Yi Qian in 5 minutes. If Principal Chen was here, he would think that Yi Qian could have sped up the time even more. After 4 years of rigorous training, overpowering the enemy in the shortest amount of time was more advantageous for oneself. If you shortened 5 minutes to 4 minutes, you would still have 1 minute to support your comrades or by 1 more minute for the entire force's fighter jets. The two male soldiers were a little dejected when they came out. When they saw their company commander's face, which was already dark, turned as dark as coal. Beautifully overpowered, overpowering two in 5 minutes. Good job. The major general had always admired Yi Qian. Now that he could see her ability face to face, his appreciation for talent deepened. They're two of the best soldiers in Left Company Commander's company. I didn't expect them to make our company commander so angry. Left Company Commander only felt embarrassed. He couldn't even beat a female soldier. If word got out, he would be treated as a joke by other companies. Yi Qian said, "They're very good. It's just that I'm a woman and they were frightened by my sudden noise. Secondly, I have a weapon in my hand. It's very advantageous to fight in the dark. That's why I won." A loss is a loss. There's no need to make excuses. Left Company Commander shook his head and turned to stare at his two soldiers. He said in a low voice, "What do you think? We're not as good as them. There's no excuse. If you lose, you have to admit defeat." The two male soldiers admitted it straightforwardly. The result was right in front of their eyes. They had lost. There was no reason for it. You have to admit it. I'm going to run 5 kilometers. After that, I'm going to sleep. His attitude of admitting his mistake was pretty good. Fortunately, he didn't embarrass himself with his attitude. The Left Company Commander's mood improved slightly. His gaze fell on Yi Qian's face. He was full of questions. The Major General didn't stop the Left Company Commander's order. After the two male soldiers left, he said, "Don't underestimate Yi Qian. I'd be surprised if she didn't have some skills. It's not strange for you two soldiers to lose. After all, armored infantry is different from her. Don't feel embarrassed. How can you not lose against the special forces?" Hearing this, the Left Company Commander almost bit off his own tongue. It was already shocking enough that 2 male soldiers couldn't beat a female soldier, and now there was another 2 male soldiers going up against a female soldier from the special forces. It seemed that there was nothing embarrassing about losing. Also, there were no female special forces soldiers in their company. From the Marine Corps? It didn't look like it. She was also wearing army camouflage. It couldn't be the Marine Corps. A female soldier from the amphibious reconnaissance team. When the Left Company Commander left, he still saw the Major General whispering something to the female soldier from the Special Forces. From time to time, he would raise his hand to point at the armored vehicle, as if he was introducing something. Chapter 1094. The Major General was a Major General in the Army. He came from the armored forces and was very familiar with armored vehicles. Sometimes, he could even participate in the technical guidance and maintenance of armored vehicles. It was no wonder that Xia Jinyuan said that this armored troop was one of the most powerful troops. Since the leading general could be so hardworking and take the lead, the officers and soldiers at the grassroots level would naturally follow the lead of the general. For the next 7 days, not only did the Major General personally guide Yi Qian, but he also personally drove the tank and explained the different types of tanks. Tanks with automatic loaders did not have loaders. They only needed a commander, a gunner, and a driver. The commander commands the entire vehicle in battle and is responsible for communications. The gunner is responsible for operating the cannons. The driver's job is a little more monotonous. The commander is responsible for driving. If we don't have an automatic loader, we will need another loader. For many years, there has been a lot of discussion about manual loaders and automatic loaders. Our country has manual loaders and automatic loaders. There is a problem with automatic loaders. Countries like the United States and other Western countries generally do not use automatic loaders. In terms of technical reliability, the main reason is that they have doubts about the reliability of the autoloader. Once the autoloader malfunctions, the disaster brought about by the war will be so great that it can affect the outcome of the battle. Our tank can reach a maximum speed of 65 kilometers per hour, climb a maximum of 31 degrees, and wade 1.4 meters deep. It mainly uses armor-piercing shells and anti-personnel grenades. Look here. The Major General began to explain the operation of the tank. He explained everything to Yi Qian, from the commander to the gunner. The armored soldiers could have explained this kind of introduction to Yi Qian in detail. However, the Major General wanted to do it himself because he wanted to understand how capable Yi Qian was in these 7 days. She was quite satisfied with her performance on the first night. Yesterday, she had followed the armored soldiers to the artillery field. One of the tanks had a problem with its track. She did not say anything and carried the heavy equipment with the male soldiers. She did not show any signs of being tired. Last night, Commander Zhou had secretly said to him, "Major General, the female Special Forces soldier you're talking about can't be a woman, right? That ruthlessness to herself, even I feel scared when I see it." She was even more ruthless than the male soldiers and was more like a soldier than the male soldiers. Such female soldiers were like gold in any army. Wherever they went, they would shine. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the driver's seat, didn't even wipe the sweat from the corners of his eyes. He stared intently at the Major General as he explained the equipment in the tank and the main functions of each instrument. The tank had a ventilation system. Although it was always on, sitting in a sealed space for a long time would cause one to sweat profusely. They were riding in a self-loading tank. The Major General carefully explained to Yi Qian the different types of self-loading. It was obviously difficult to understand, but Yi Qian listened with great interest. The Major General had been paying attention to Yi Qian's expression all this time. He had purposely come over in the middle of the day to instruct Yi Qian because he wanted to see how strong Yi Qian's perseverance was. The more he observed, the more satisfied the Major General was. He was even more impressed by the Soldier King's sharp eyes. If it weren't for his sharp eyes, based on the military's investigation of Yi Qian's family, it was very likely that such a talented person would be buried in the crowd instead of serving the country. Chapter 1095. The main components of a fixed-angle automatic loader are usually placed in the turret. The cannon must be locked at a specific angle before it can be loaded. It has a shortcoming, which is that every time it is reloaded, the cannon must be reset to its original position. Even the observation equipment must be reset. It can be said that although the fixed-angle automatic loader increases the firing rate, it also limits the combat effectiveness of the tank. Our military rarely has this type of tank. It is either manually loaded or non-fixed-angle loader. Yi Qian smiled and said, "I understand. The tank I sat in yesterday was a non-fixed-angle loader because I saw that it was a semi-automatic loader. The reloading and unloading were done manually. It is different from the fixed-angle automatic loader that you mentioned." "You are very observant." The Major General smiled approvingly and said, "That's right. Our armored forces mainly use non-fixed-angle loader tanks and fully manual loader tanks. We have fixed-angle loaders, but they are very, very rare. Our country has countless military experts who have been improving the tank research. Just like the tank we are sitting in now, it may be put into production in the near future." In her previous life, Yi Qian did not pay attention to this area. If she did, she would know that China's 4th-generation Type 99 tank would be born soon. Once again, it would represent China's military strength taking a big step forward. As the main weapon of war, the tank could not stay in the same place. Even if the Type 99 tank was produced, China would not stop improving the tank. In order to become a big country, you must first be able to stand on the military side and make other countries fear you. From the Type 59 to the Type 79, and then to the Type 99 tank that would be released in 1999, it could be seen that China had been secretly improving the tank. In 7 days, Yi Qian had a certain understanding of the development of China's armored forces. From the main battle tank to the light tank, she had a certain understanding of the performance and operation of each type of armored vehicle. As long as the Major General asked her something, she could answer accurately. Just as Xia Jinyuan said, 7 days would not make her proficient, but at least she had a general idea in her mind. If there were similar opportunities or formal training in the future, at least she would not be ignorant. After all, armored vehicles were not the strength of the Special Forces. However, for the Special Forces of the Snowfield Brigade, they needed to understand the functions and usage of their country's weapons and equipment. They were a mysterious Special Forces team. Their mystery lay in the fact that there was nothing they couldn't solve, no weapon they couldn't use, and nothing they didn't know. The Snowfield Brigade was full of mystery and terror. Other than the important leaders of the military, no one else knew about its existence. They had no name, no organization, and no one knew where their base was. No one knew where they came from or where they were going. They were like ghosts carrying swords. Wherever they went, there would be blood, but no one knew where they were. Every country knew about the Delta Force, the Alpha Force, and the Green Berets, but the Chinese Snowfield Brigade was nowhere to be found. They could not be found. They could carry out anti-terrorist operations, and they could also carry out activities that were unfavorable to China abroad. They could also rush to the front line on the battlefield and fight for opportunities for the follow-up forces. The soldiers selected from such a force were all the best of the best. After a long period of strict training, they finally had the Special Forces of the Snowfield Brigade with unique skills and extraordinary skills. The Major General was the direct commander of this force, and because it was the first time he had recruited a Special Forces female soldier, he was very cautious. Chapter 1096. Since he had the chance to observe Yi Qian up close, the Major General used a harsh gaze to evaluate Yi Qian. From his language to his attitude, from his ability to his intelligence, and from his physical and mental qualities to his training, he needed to give an objective evaluation of Yi Qian within 7 days. Yi Qian did not know that he had been included in the evaluation, nor did he know that the reason why Xia Jinyuan asked him to let her stay in the armored division for a week was to bring her to the Major General and let him evaluate her personally instead of reporting to the Major General through him. There were some things that Xia Jinyuan could not mention to Yi Qian before he became a member of the Snowfield Brigade, nor could he explain everything to her. Everything would proceed according to her wishes. Step by step, she held Yi Qian's hand and walked into his world, a world that she could not imagine. What was the most beautiful love? Xia Jinyuan did not understand. The only thing he understood was holding her hand and accompanying her in the way she liked as she grew up. Every day for 7 days, the Major General personally wrote down his evaluation of Yi Qian's overall abilities. He did not let anyone else do it. After Yi Qian left, this evaluation would be sent to the military as a top-secret document. Yi Qian's departure made company commanders heave a sigh of relief. Yi Qian could carry cannons, carry guns, kill people, and save people. She also had the godly marksmanship of 100 spears piercing a leaf. This made him, the company commander, feel a lot of pressure. After Yi Qian boarded the plane, he could not bear to let him go. He said to the Major General, "Major General, if such a soldier were to be placed in our division, he would be able to arouse the competitive spirit of the male soldiers. Save me some trouble. Every time after training, I see Yi Qian stronger than your soldiers. She intimidates Mr. Bao's face and roars in the middle of the night. Fortunately, she has a good mentality. Otherwise, she would be scared away by you." The Major General watched the helicopter take off and fly out of the mountains. He then smiled at Commander Zhua. "I heard you roaring the entire Spring Festival. If you still want Yi Qian to be placed in the division, the commander will fall out with you." As he spoke, the Major General's expression turned cold. "Your training needs to be strengthened. I can understand that you can't beat her one by one. But I was so embarrassed that you didn't even notice that she had killed 4 sentries in the middle of the night." Although he was criticizing Yi Qian, he was very satisfied with his performance. With the Snowfield Brigade's abilities, It was normal for him to kill 4 sentries in one go. Commanders was straightened his back and saluted. Roger. The story of a female soldier killing 4 whistlers spread throughout the army for a long time. Everyone wanted to know who the female soldier was, but no one knew who she was. Who would know who she was with that painted face of hers all day? The sun was shining brightly at the border, but the southern province was still cold. Yi Qian stepped on the snow and returned to her residential area. Uncle Chen knew she was coming back and had prepared dinner for her. She pushed open the door to her room with Spring Festival couplets and saw a white-haired old man walking slowly in the living room. Grandpa Jen. Yi Qian's voice trembled in surprise. She threw her backpack to the ground and ran into the living room without even changing her shoes. Grandpa Jen, why did you come all the way here? Why are you here? Her voice trembled, and her eyes were red with tears. It's been more than 10 hours. How can your body take it? 4 years had passed, and Grandpa Jen was already 80 years old. His hair was all white. Although he was walking slowly, his back was still straight. No matter how much hardship he had gone through, this first-grade sergeant major still maintained the dignity of a soldier. Chapter 1097. Uncle Jen gently patted the back of her hand and smiled kindly. Your Uncle Chen brought me here. How can I be tired? You haven't come back to the village for 2 years. I was worried about you. Now that I see you, I'm relieved. You've grown up. You're a big girl now. The army thinks highly of you. No matter how far Yi Qian had gone, she was just a little girl growing up in Uncle Jen's heart. I've grown up. You're old too. Yi Qian's voice was a little choked. She helped the old man sit down on the wooden sofa and said softly, I haven't come back to see you for 2 years. I'm sorry for making you worry. Uncle Jen smiled and said, in order to not let you come back, I've talked so much. Don't you think it's good now? You're valued by the army, and I'm also valued by the army in the village. What does it matter if you don't come back? Little girl, we don't have much time in our lives. The longer we live, the fewer days we have to live. When it's time for you to learn new skills, you need to live every day seriously. If you come back to see me, it'll take you 3 days to go back and forth. I don't want you to waste 3 days just to see me. You haven't come back to see me for 2 years, but now you've achieved something that makes me happy. My child, you've been using your own methods to prove to me that you've been working hard. You've lived up to my expectations. That's good. That's good. When people get old, they understand how precious time is. The 80-year-old old man used his life's experience to educate the child he had watched grow up. He only hoped that she would grow up and live up to her time. Yi Qian secretly wiped away the tears that she couldn't hold back. She tightly held the old man's withered hand that didn't have much vitality left. She pursed her lips and showed a stubborn expression. She smiled faintly and said, I haven't come back to see you. I can only tell you with my own actions that I won't let you down. I won't let you down. Grandpa knows. Grandpa knows. You're a good child. You're Grandpa's pride. Uncle Jen had lost a lot of weight in the past 4 years, but he was still in good spirits. Although he spoke slowly, his words were clear and firm. Judging from his condition, the old man's body was still in good condition. When he saw Yi Qian wiping his tears, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look at you, child. I didn't see you shed a single tear after 15 days of intensive training. Why are you crying now? The old man had lived to this age and had experienced the flames of war, so he was able to see through everything better than others. His witty yet insightful conversation soon made Yi Qian laugh heartily. She should be the one making the old man happy. Why was the old man making her happy instead? Knowing what the elderly liked to hear, Yi Qian picked the ones that he liked to hear. Snakes should be hibernating, but I met 2 pythons that were coiled around a tree. Those drought magnolia locusts were as thick as a pinky finger, and they stuck to their bodies. When they felt the pain, good fellow, I'm full. There are these in the mountains. It's much better than before. Back then, there were many tigers and wolves. When we crossed the mountains, we had to be tense. We didn't want to be eaten by the tigers before the battle even started. When they talked about Yi Qian's training, the smile on Uncle Jen's face deepened. This child looked cold, but he was kind-hearted. He even knew to pick the ones that he liked to hear. Chapter 1098. I went out to get some rice wine and little Miss Jian came home. Principal Chen's cheerful laughter came from outside the unlocked door. Little Miss Jian, drink with me and Uncle tonight and celebrate the spring festival together. Ever since Yi Qian graduated from junior high school, she had never celebrated the spring festival together. She used to train even during the first month of the year and only rushed back the day before school started. From the beginning of the year until the end of the year, training took up most of her time. The rice wine was mellow and the food was fragrant. Tonight was the day Yi Jian smiled the most and was the happiest. Saying something that hurt child Xia made her happier than when she was with him. Yi Qian didn't drink too much, not even one tael. She asked the two elders to persuade her to go to bed early. 22 days of continuous training was considered high-intensity training in any military unit. She needed to rest early. Yi Jian's mood was fluctuating when she came back. She drank some wine and chatted with her two closest relatives for 2 hours. Yi Jian, who was very happy, naturally listened to them obediently. After washing up, she really went to bed and fell asleep. After she fell asleep, Principal Chen poured a cup of warm rice wine for Uncle Jen in the living room. After touching the cup, he said, "In my opinion, you shouldn't talk about what you want to talk about for now. Why don't you talk about it after the college entrance exam? It's not long before the college entrance exam. Let her finish it in peace. The military is also waiting for her to pass the college entrance exam and officially enter the military. Uncle Jen, I'm afraid something will happen at this critical juncture. It's not worth it to affect Yi Qian's college entrance exam because of the Yi family's trivial matter." Uncle Jen took a sip of the wine and sighed. That old woman from the Yi family is going crazy. She allows her son-in-law to do whatever he wants. I'm afraid that he will cause trouble in school and little Miss Jian won't be on guard. There's something wrong with that old woman and her son-in-law. I don't understand why they want you to talk to Yi Qian and persuade her to meet with them. Also, I heard old woman mention a jade pendant that night. Why do I feel like it has something to do with little Miss Jian? There's one more thing I wanted to ask you that night. Since you knew that Sun Yaozu was a wanted criminal, why didn't you contact the police to arrest him directly? Now he's become a big scourge. When Principal Chen went back to fetch Uncle Jen to the provincial capital, he bumped into old Madame Yi with her son-in-law and daughter. He wanted to stop them, but Uncle Jen persuaded him to go back to his room. For the sake of Yi Qian, he must not come out. He didn't show himself, but he heard a lot of things. One was about the jade pendant, and the other was about Sun Yaozu's wanted criminal who went from being a fugitive to being innocent. After asking, the living room fell into silence. After a while, someone said, "It's something that can't be explained in a few words, but I do regret not telling the police." As for the jade pendant, Miss Jian actually knows about it. It can be considered as her mother's relic, but I advise her not to take it back. Principal Chen's hand that was holding the peanuts paused. I'm a little confused by your words. Since it's the relic of martyr Sun Xueqing, why would it become a scourge? After she got the jade pendant, she put it in a small box when she came back. She was gone and turned into powder. When he mentioned Yi Qian's mother, every wrinkle on old Master Jen's face was serious. She also mentioned to me that if she were to sacrifice herself one day, it would be related to the jade pendant. Chapter 1099. Back then, Sun Dongqing and Yi Jifan were the ones who received the jade pendant from Miss Ye's mother. I didn't know what happened back then until one day, when Yi Jifan was transferred to the town. After drinking, he said something incoherent. He roughly said that it was thanks to the jade pendant that he was where he was today. Coincidentally, the village chief, who I asked to take care of Miss Jian, overheard him. Uncle Jen didn't seem to be as spirited as he was when he was talking to Yi Qian. His voice was as bleak as the autumn leaves. I rushed back from the army and found out that the jade pendant was in Yi Jifan's hands. After leaving the pendant, I saw Yi Jifan rise from the town government to the deputy mayor. He held the position of deputy mayor for 3 years. After that, he was promoted faster and faster. He went from deputy mayor to mayor, then to city mayor, and now to the provincial office in just 4 years. As Yi Jifan climbed higher and higher, so did the owner of the jade pendant. That's why he had the power to promote a deputy mayor to a provincial office in just 4 years. Uncle Jen had been paying attention to Yi Jifan's promotion over the years. He knew that he couldn't let Yi Qian face Yi Jifan head-on. Principal Chen picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth. His mind was racing. In other words, this jade pendant isn't a good thing for Yi Qian and Yi Qian's mother? You can say that. Uncle Jen narrowed his eyes slightly. His serious expression had the wisdom of an old man who understood life. It's not a good thing for Yi Jifan either. He was suddenly given so much power. Think about it. There's no good or bad without reason. There's always a reason for everything. Ever since Yi Jifan got the jade pendant from the village to the town, his career has been so smooth that it's amazing. The more I think about it, the more certain I am that someone is directly controlling Yi Jifan. If an official is controlled by someone else, that official might become someone else's scapegoat. Principal Chen was shocked. He lowered his voice and said, "Are you saying that martyr's son Xueqing was ordered to investigate the jade pendant, but unfortunately, she was killed because she was exposed? Then why didn't the owner of the jade pendant immediately take it back? Why did they let Yi Jifan have it and promote him so arrogantly? Aren't you being too high profile? Aren't they afraid that the higher-ups will find out? Moreover, from the looks of it, I can only see that this piece of jade has brought benefits. It has allowed Yi Jifan to rise all the way to the provincial office. Also, don't you think it's strange that Sun Yaozu was acquitted? Who investigated the case for him? Who overturned the case? I don't think it's possible for Sun Yaozu to appeal on his own. How could a fugitive throw himself at the muzzle of a gun? Are you saying that someone secretly helped him? Uncle Jen didn't think about this point. It was mainly because old lady Yi scolded Yi Jifan that night and said that he raised an ungrateful person. Also, with Yi Jifan's cautiousness, he wouldn't take the risk to help a fugitive. Principal Chen paused for a moment and said, Sun Yaozu became an innocent person. He swaggered back home and started a big construction project. He held a big banquet and became a famous big boss in town. His actions were very high profile. It was as if he had found a big backer. This analysis caught a point. The two elders looked at each other and revealed a smile of understanding. Principal Chen sighed and said, "This jade pendant is indeed a disaster. Yi Jifan is holding it now and thinks that he got a treasure. When he gets too high and falls, he will know how miserable it is." Chapter 1100. A second ago, he was worried about Yi Jifan's rapid promotion, but the next second, he was elated. The owner of the jade pendant knows how to use checks and balances. He used the relationship between Sun Yaozu and Yi Jifan to restrain Yi Jifan. He wasn't afraid that Yi Jifan wouldn't listen to him. Principal Chen picked up the small aluminum wine pot that was still warm in boiling water and poured himself and old Uncle Jen a small cup. "I didn't expect this person to be so powerful. This thing is indeed a scourge." Old Uncle Jen smiled and sighed. There was sadness in his old voice. "If the jade was a good one, I would have asked Miss Jian to take it back. Unfortunately, it's not a good one. It caused Miss Jian's mother to sacrifice herself. How can I let it stay by Miss Jian's side? It's not a bad idea to let Yi Jifan take it. I want to know if Miss Jian's mother sacrificed herself while carrying out a mission with the jade pendant. Or was it related to the mission? If we want to know, we need someone to help us lure out the person behind the jade pendant. I've only persuaded one person to join the army in my life, and that was Yi Qian's mother. Also, you said that it was a waste of talent for Miss Jian not to join the army. I thought about it for a long time and only agreed when I knew that she was willing. Old Chen, I didn't let Miss Jian go back to the village all these years. I let her train with you alone so that she can become stronger. She won't be bullied because she doesn't have parents, and she won't be harmed by the person behind the jade pendant. After the college entrance exam, you can continue training with Miss Jian. You don't have to come back to the village. Granny Yi has already returned to the village. You don't have to let Miss Jian see such an old woman." The two elders talked in the living room until 11 o'clock at night. They didn't let Yi Qian know about their conversation. There were some things that they needed to tell Yi Qian, but it wouldn't be too late to tell him after Yi Qian was admitted to the military academy. Outside the window, the cold wind rustled. Leaving the stove in the house without heating, one would feel cold all over. It was too late at night, and the lights in the houses were gradually extinguished. Some people, like Yi Qian, went to bed early. Yi Jifan, who had just returned from a business meeting, was still awake. He sat at his desk, smoking cigarette after cigarette. Not only did Sun Yaozu come back openly, he even called him to tell him that his identity had been settled. How could a fugitive who had been wanted for so many years have the police withdraw the arrest warrant? How could this be? He had been in the coastal area for so long and had yet to settle his identity. Suddenly, it was settled in less than 3 months after he was promoted to the provincial office. There were even rumors that someone important was helping him. Noble? Who is the benefactor of trash like Sun Yaozu? Why didn't he settle it earlier or later? Why did he have someone to settle it for him when he was transferred to the provincial office? Strange, too strange. It was so strange that it made him feel extremely uneasy. He was so uneasy that he couldn't sleep for the past few days. He had a feeling that this matter wasn't simple. It was as if they were coming for him. "Dad, why aren't you asleep yet?" Ying pushed open the unlocked door of the study. She was wearing thick cotton pajamas and holding a pen in her hand. The moment she entered, she choked on the smell of alcohol and cigarettes in the study. "Don't smoke so much. It's like the house is on fire from the smoke." He walked over to open the window and let the cold air outside blow away the smell in the room. He then heard her advise, "You don't have to smoke or drink to solve your stress at work. It's the same to relax." Yi Ying, who he hadn't seen for a year, had also grown into a slender and elegant woman. Other than her slightly darker skin tone, she was indeed quite beautiful. She had an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, curved willowy eyebrows, and a small mouth. She was like an 18 or 19-year-old flower, so tender that water could come out of it. She was so bright that she shone brightly. Chapter 1101. Yi Jifan pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray and watched his daughter stand up. He frowned and asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet? It's so late. Did I wake you up?" His gaze fell on Yi Ying's right hand, which was holding a pen, and his frown deepened. "You're staying up late to revise again. You can't stay up so late just to study. Why didn't your mom remind you? Where's your mom?" "Dad, I'm revising secretly. Mom doesn't even know. I'm fine. You're the one who's in trouble." Yi Ying seemed to be afraid that Yi Jifan would blame Sun Dongqing. She quickly said, "You look troubled. Is your work not going well?" She pursed her lips and revealed a worried expression. "You're busy enough outside during the day, and sometimes you have to entertain clients at night. You should be the one who takes care of your health the most at home." "I'm fine. Mom will take care of me." "You're so tired. You need to rest even more. Otherwise, Mom and I will be very worried." As Yi Jifan's official position rose, he came home later and later at night. Sun Dongqing did not mind, but Ying cared a lot. The age of 18 or 19 happened to be in the sensitive period. Because she often heard from her classmates in school that her father had a mistress outside, had a child, and was going to divorce her mother, Ying was a little afraid in her heart after hearing so much. Yi Jifan was now a provincial official, but Sun Dongqing was still the same Sun Dongqing. She had not made any progress in the past few years and only enjoyed life. Fortunately, she had learned how to dress up and take care of herself. In order to be able to stand tall in front of the official's wife and consciously lose weight, her mental state could not keep up with Yi Jifan's. In terms of appearance, she would not embarrass Yi Jifan. Yi Jifan could not guess what his daughter was thinking. However, seeing that his daughter was concerned about him, he was naturally happy. He smiled and said, "Dad is fine. Go back to sleep. You have to get up early when you go back to school tomorrow. Go to sleep. Dad is going to sleep now." Seeing this, Ying did not insist. She softly said, "Then you should rest early. Good night." When she walked to the door, Yi Jifan suddenly called out to her. "Ying, did your grandma call recently?" "No, I didn't answer grandma's call, but Mom should have." Yi Ying replied casually. Over the past year or so, the family had been in contact with their youngest aunt and grandmother a lot, but it was usually grandmother who took the initiative to call. She added, "Every time grandmother calls, she's looking for you." She asked mother to reject the call. On this point, Yi Jifan firmly believed it. Now that he was an official, Sun Dongqing, who had been ruthlessly stabbed by the old woman when she was young, could stand straighter and straighter in front of her. As long as it was related to her family and him, Sun Dongqing would never be polite. It was also because Sun Dongqing was wholeheartedly devoted to this family and her husband that he could accept some things even if she didn't do as he wished. Yi Jifan didn't ask any more questions. He motioned for his daughter to go back and rest, while he stayed in the study for a long time. The next day, Sun Dongqing, who was preparing breakfast for her daughter, said angrily, "What's wrong with your father?" She was like a firecracker early in the morning. When she asked him, she was even yelled at. "I asked him to send you to school, but he said he didn't have time. What kind of father is he?" "Mom, you should be more concerned about Dad. It's useless for you to worry about my studies. You can't help me. Instead of talking about Dad by my ear every day, why don't you ask Dad what happened these past few days? Also, Dad suddenly asked me if Grandma called last night. Dad never asks, but he suddenly asked me. Something must have happened. If you want him to be nicer to you, Mom, you should at least know what Dad is worried about." Chapter 1102. Why was it that some women could coax their men so well that they wouldn't dare to go against her if she told them to go east? Wherever she told them to go, the man could only go there willingly. It could be seen that coaxing people was a skill. Yi Ying was quite proficient in the art of coaxing. Ever since she learned that Wang Dandan's father had a mistress outside and did not return home for a few days, Yi Ying, who had a pretty good EQ, immediately realized the situation at home and felt a sense of crisis. So every time she saw Sun Dongqing's expression that said, "He dares to abandon me," she was always angry. But after all, she was her mother. Even if she was angry, she had to suppress it and remind her mother. "Mom, look at yourself. Have you said anything to Dad this week? Dad has been busy since the second day of the new year. He comes home at 11 or 12 o'clock every night. As his wife, have you waited for him? Have you cared about him? You said that Dad is always angry with you. Mom, I beg you to think about your own reasons, okay? Don't focus on me all the time. I'm already an adult. Don't I know how to take care of myself?" Ever since Ying entered high school, Ying could make decisions for Sun Dongqing in some matters at home. Sun Dongqing could choose not to listen to her husband, but she must listen to her daughter. Seeing her daughter's cold expression, Sun Dongqing quickly took out a boiled egg and put it in Yi Ying's bowl to please her. She continued disapprovingly, "I've been married to your father for decades. Do you think I don't know what kind of person he is? Give him some color and he can start a dye factory. Eat an egg. I heard that eating an egg every day before the college entrance examination won't make you catch a cold." Her disapproval made Ying's suppressed anger burst out. She slammed her chopsticks on the table and said angrily, "Mom, are you really waiting for Dad to abandon you before you know what fear is? Who's Dad now? Do you think he's still the little village official in the village? Dad is now a provincial official. Do you know how colorful the outside world is? Do you know how many women are dreaming of being an official's wife? How old is Dad now? He's just in his early 40s. The golden age of a man. Powerful and mature. Mom, do you know how many people outside can't wait for Dad to leave you and divorce you?" Ying had never said these words to Sun Dongqing before. At this moment, she finally couldn't help but burst out all at once. What she said really scared Sun Dongqing. After the scare, Sun Dongqing pulled a long face and shouted, "How dare he? When I was young, I followed him. In the end, I was harmed by that damned old woman. I didn't even have the chance to give you a younger brother or sister. Your father forced me to endure it for his own sake. I've suffered so much with him, and he dares to divorce me. Why wouldn't I? If Dad really dares to do so, what can you do? Was this a joke? Can you outdo Dad?" Yi Ying was so angry that she didn't even hear what Sun Dongqing said. She rushed back to her room without even finishing her breakfast, picked up her bag, and left with a bang. Sun Dongqing was stunned by her daughter's scolding. In her memory, her daughter had never lost her temper like this. What divorce? What golden age? Who cursed their own parents like that? That wasn't right. Why would she say those things out of the blue? Could it be that Ying saw or heard something outside and came back to remind her? Divorce her? Tfan, how dare he? Chapter 1103. Her temper is becoming more and more like her father's. She gets angry at the slightest thing. Did I owe you two in my previous life? Sun Dongxing said angrily. She didn't look too good. Staring at the breakfast that was getting cold, Sun Dongxing thought for a while and got up to call Yi Jifan. Your mother called on the 3rd day of the new year and asked us to go over on the 6th day of the new year to move. I didn't agree. If you think there's a problem, call her and ask. Yi Jifan, who wasn't in a good mood, had been dozing off in the car. When he heard this, he suddenly sat up and said in a low voice, Move? Well, move. Sun Dongxing, who had been scolded by her husband and daughter early in the morning, said angrily, How would I know? I haven't seen her call to ask about our family in the past few years. Now that you've been promoted, she's trying to curry favor with you. How can I let her off so easily? Old Yi, let me tell you. Your mother and I are mortal enemies in this life. Don't even think about being a filial son. For Sun Yaozu, she won't even let go of your career. Why should I be good to her? Yi Jifan had a knot in his heart when it came to the past, but what was the point of mentioning it after so many years? The past couldn't be changed. The current plan was to find out who was secretly settling Sun Yaozu's matter. As for the old woman, now that Sun Yaozu's identity had been restored, would she still be involved in the company? Ask around and find out where she's moving to. Someone secretly settled Sun Yaozu's identity. Even I didn't dare to promise, but someone did it for them. Tell me, can I go against my mother now? She's been outside for so many years and her business is so big. Is it possible that they don't have any connections? They only contacted me because my surname is Yi and I'm my mother's son. Compared to outsiders, my son is much more reliable. Yi Jifan had never mentioned to Sun Dongxing that someone had promoted him behind the jade pendant, nor did he mention that he wasn't old Madame Ye's biological son. There were many things that couldn't be known by Sun Dongxing. Under such circumstances, he could only say this so that Sun Dongxing, who had put all her heart into the family, would restrain herself and even lower her head. Moreover, this time he really wasn't trying to scare Sun Dongxing. You can remember the past, but you can't mention it again. For the sake of Ying's future, for the sake of our family, it's not time to fall out with my mother yet. With these words, Sun Dongxing was really intimidated. Like a shrew, she had followed her husband's rise to higher positions. She had seen more and more things. She could more or less distinguish between what was beneficial and what was harmful. Hearing this, her face turned ashen as she said, Old fart, you really do have some ability. I'll call back to the village and ask her where she's moving. I'll call you once I know the answer. After that, Sun Dongxing hung up the phone and called the village head's house. Ying, who had run outside, felt the cold wind of winter blow on her, and her mind immediately cleared up a lot. The sentence, because of that damned old hag, I didn't even have the chance to give you a younger brother or sister, flashed through her mind. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Why did she feel that this sentence was a bit strange? Coincidentally, the bus to the school came over. Ying temporarily suppressed the strangeness in her heart. She would ask about it when she got back at night. There were already many students from the provincial second high school on the bus. At the same time, there were also students wearing the provincial first high school's uniform. The bus passed by 2 schools. Even if Ying didn't want to hear about Yi Qian, she had heard about it for more than a year. Chapter 1104. Although Ying didn't continue her studies at the provincial high school, she knew everything about Yi Qian. For example, Hua University and Shi University were both waiting for her to agree, but in the end, she rejected them. She even said that her first choice wasn't Hua University or Shi University, but other schools. What a joke! Hua University and Shi University were the best schools in the country. Who knew how many people dreamed of going to those schools? She gave them up just like that? How was that possible? Only those idiots in the provincial high school who had been deceived by her would believe her. She even rejected the direct enrollment of the best schools in the country and said that her first choice wasn't here. What, did she want to study abroad? Why didn't she take a look at herself first? Although she didn't continue her studies at the provincial high school, Her competitive spirit was still there. Every time Ying heard about how Yi Qian did in the provincial high school, she would work even harder in the car. She was determined to compete with Yi Qian. Unfortunately, from the second year to the third year, she had never won against Yi Qian. Whether it was the big exams or the small exams, when she heard about Yi Qian's scores, Ying, who was originally happy that she could enter the top 10 of the grade, was furious again. It seemed that no matter how hard she worked in her studies, she would never be able to surpass Yi Qian. The car drove steadily. There were piles of snow on the side of the road that hadn't melted yet. The gray and white had long lost the white of snow. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the third-year students from the provincial high school rushed to school to start their last sprint. Everyone's expression was tense. They were all worried about their future. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get into school, afraid that they wouldn't be able to get into Zhongshan, afraid that their results wouldn't be satisfactory. These students were worried about this and that, but the third-year students from the provincial high school were different. Everyone's face was full of smiles. When they met at the school gate, they said loudly, "Happy New Year, may you be rich? Give me the red packets." "Damn, there are no red packets this year. I'll take them all. You even threaten me that if I don't get into university, I won't get any red packets. You're so pitiful." I took the red packets and played games during the day. I played crazily during the day and studied at night. Playing and studying at the same time. When the students from the other classes heard this, they didn't feel good. They were all students. Why was there such a difference? They had to wake up early to do homework during the 10 days of the winter break, but the first-year students still had time to play. "Is Yi Qian here yet? The few of us haven't solved a problem yet, so we'll let her see how to solve it." After a few words, the topic shifted to Yi Qian. Under the envious gazes of the other classes, the students of Class 1 quickly walked towards the school building together. The new year brought a new atmosphere. Old classmates greeted each other with a "Happy New Year" when they met. Then, they took out the exam papers they had done during the winter break and started marking each other. In the second year of high school, the students of Class 1 of grade 12 in the province developed the habit of marking each other's papers. The person who proposed this method was the class monitor, Lu Exing. The students of grade 12 Class 1 had the ability to mark each other's papers. Everyone's results were outstanding. Every parent knew that the reason why their children could improve so much was because of the good learning atmosphere in the class. Some parents knew that the 5 roommates of Yi Qian who had been in the same dormitory as him were all in the top 20 and top 30 of the grade. Some parents even privately suggested to Teacher Tong that their children should go to the dormitory where Yi Qian had slept. They said that the dormitory had good feng shui and that there was Wen Chu Xing in charge. The students didn't know about this. When Teacher Tong found out, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She explained with a smile, "Then you're wrong. Yi Qian himself is in charge of our class. What are you worried about?" Chapter 1105. Although she didn't know whether to laugh or cry, she could tell that every parent had high expectations for their child. Yi Qian arrived at the classroom at 7:10 a.m. as usual. Then, like every morning last year, she was always surrounded by the most students. A happy day began with a lecture and ended with a lecture. This was the last semester of the third year of high school. When she opened her eyes, she studied until she crawled into bed to sleep. Looking at the date of the college entrance exam on the blackboard, although the students' grades were good, they were still nervous about preparing for the exam. They didn't relax at all. Everyone gave it their all to get into a good school. Uncle Jen watched Yi Qian wake up early in the morning and train until 11 p.m. every night. Although his heart ached, he never said that he wanted to stop Yi Qian's training. The old man believed that only by enduring hardship could one rise above others. Little Jian has been able to endure hardships since she was a child. Her mother left her in the village for the old woman of the Yi family to take care of her for the first year. The little girl was not shy with strangers. When she was hungry, she knew to look for food by herself. When the old woman hit her, she still knew to hug the legs of the villagers. Actually, Uncle Jen didn't know what kind of life Yi Jian lived before she was 3 years old. He only heard about it from the villagers. While he was talking, this old man who had been through many wars couldn't help but wipe the corners of his eyes. He knew very well that Yi Qian had suffered before she was 14. He even watched her suffer. Back then, he mentioned that he wanted to bring her back and raise her. Everyone in the village and town was present. In the end, the one who changed his mind was Yi Qian. He spent a lot of effort on this matter and got this result. When he saw that she didn't have any ability to stand on her own 2 feet, he gradually gave up and didn't mention it again. Fortunately, in the end, this little girl finally stood up. She was no longer a coward who couldn't resist. Step by step, she finally became a good girl. I have to go back to the village tomorrow. I'm worried about Yi Jifan. Looking at Yi Qian standing on a row of steel needles with a steel ball in his hands, Uncle Jen whispered to Principal Chen, I have to go back to the village to take charge. Principal Chen said, if Yi Jifan really wants to join forces with Sun Yaozu, you won't be able to do anything even if you stay in the village. Besides, Sun Yaozu is such a person. I'm really worried that he might do something worse than a beast when the time comes. What he meant was that he was afraid that if he called people over, they would secretly harm Uncle Jen. If I'm going to be harmed, it depends on how capable the person behind Sun Yaozu is to protect him. Uncle Jen harumphed as a murderous aura appeared between his eyebrows. Now that you mention it, I really want to see it. Daring to harm a first-rank sergeant major, he wanted to see if he really had the guts to do so. Principal Chen smiled bitterly. Who knows? Sun Yaozu is now rich and has someone behind him. If he really does something worse than a beast, he can just find a few scapegoats to take the blame and he will be fine. Who can say for sure? You can't guess it, and neither can I. We can only be careful. Besides, Miss Jian is happy that you're staying here. Listen to my advice. Stay here and wait for Miss Jian to finish her college entrance exam. After the cutoff score is out, you can accompany her to the military academy. Miss Jian and I are really worried about returning to the village. Chapter 1106. Yi Qian didn't want Uncle Jen to go back to the village. She wiped the sweat off her forehead after training and objected, it's true that living here isn't as comfortable as living in the village. There's no one to chat with you, but you've only been here for 2 days. How can you go back so soon? I won't object if you want to go back, but you have to rest well first. It takes 18 hours to travel from our village to the provincial capital. How can you take it if you haven't rested well? I even heard you coughing in the wee hours of the morning. 4 years had passed, and Uncle Jen had aged a lot. He was like an old pine tree. Although his back was still straight, it was showing signs of withering. Yi Qian looked at the old man who had changed her life. Tears welled up in her eyes. Girl, you're speaking with such authority now. Even the look in your eyes is imposing. Grandpa Jen coughed softly, like a broken blower that had lost its power. Grandpa is getting old. It's not comfortable living outside. I miss home. When one was old, they would want to return to their roots. No matter how comfortable living outside was, it was not as comfortable as living at home. Uncle Jen's uneven coughs came from the living room. Even his back was bent a little. Yi Qian looked at the old man's thin body in his cotton jacket. Suddenly, her heart thumped heavily. Then, an uncontrollable wave of panic washed over her like a tidal wave. She almost couldn't stand still. Panicking, she grabbed Uncle Jen's skinny hand and said softly, if you really want to go back, I'll go with you. Is that okay? The 3rd year of high school started a week early to make up for the missed classes. She could ask the teacher for leave and come back when the classes officially started. Girl Jen. Uncle Jen suppressed the itch in his throat and said sternly, school is school. You have to attend classes properly. How can you do whatever you want? The school has its rules and the class has its rules. As a reservist who is valued by the military, how can you ignore the rules and discipline? Looking at the elder who had always been strict in front of her in terms of rules, Yi Jian, who was so flustered that her eyes turned red, couldn't say anything. Her lips moved, and she couldn't say anything that was difficult to say. In her previous life, when Yi Qian returned to the village after school, she only found out that Uncle Jen had passed away a few years ago. As for how many years it had been, she did not ask. She secretly returned to the village to see Yi Ying's glory, then saw her own downfall, and then quietly left the village. That year, he was 21 years old. Now, she was 18 years old. It took him less than 3 years to reach the age of 21. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret. She regretted not going back to spend more time with this elder who had changed her life. She regretted not thinking in this direction. If she could start over in this life, did that mean that Uncle Jen did not have to follow the same path as he did in his previous life? Would he be able to live a long life? Yi Qian thought to herself, but when she saw Uncle Jen's skinny hands holding the gun, she panicked to the point that her heartbeat became irregular. She panicked to the point that all she wanted to do was to keep this elder here. The college entrance exam is only a few days away. Girl Jian, you can't let your guard down, okay? If you want to spend time with Grandpa, you have to wait until the exam is over. By then, Grandpa will be waiting for you to come back with firecrackers. Uncle Jen could see that Yi Qian was afraid, but he didn't know what she was afraid of. He thought that she was afraid of him leaving. Chapter 1107. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Then he smiled kindly and said, Grandpa also raised dozens of chickens and ducks at home, waiting for you to go back after the college entrance exam so that they can nourish your body. Girls should still take care of their bodies. Train hard normally, but when you're free, you should cultivate your body and make up for what you've lost in the past. This is the only long-term plan. Uncle Jen was indeed worried. If he could convince Principal Chen, he could also convince Yi Qian. But because Yi Qian had a knot in her heart, she took a day longer than Principal Chen to convince her. When Yi Qian went to school the next day, Uncle Jen said to Principal Chen, I don't know who this girl's temper is like. Even her mother wasn't as stubborn as her when she was young. I said that I would be leaving today, but it seems like I'll have to stay for another day. Uncle, you should rest for another day. Principal Chen was convinced last night, but it didn't mean that he would accept it immediately. Right now, he was thinking the same thing as Yi Qian. He wanted to stay for another day. No matter what, Uncle Jen still went back. Yi Qian didn't send him to school. She wanted to send him, but Uncle Jen insisted on it. Yi Jian, who usually arrived at school at 7 o'clock in the morning, made an exception today. She didn't leave until 7:30. Looking at Uncle Jen, who was standing at the door and waving at her, Yi Jian still felt uneasy even though the whole night had passed. Study hard, girl. Uncle Jen gestured for Yi Qian to go to school quickly. Although the old man's eyes were cloudy, they were still filled with wisdom and wisdom. He smiled gently, kind and benevolent. The sun was out, and Yi Jian, who was sitting by the window, was bathed in the warm winter sun. She was reading the review materials while writing notes in her notebook. The faint golden sunlight shrouded her, giving her a sense of peace and serenity that came from being isolated from the rest of the world. Yi Qian, help me take a look at this question. A classmate came over with a math test paper and humbly asked her for guidance. I found something wrong with the fourth step and couldn't analyze it any further. But I think the formula is correct. A student interrupted Yi Qian's train of thought. She did not raise her head as she held a pencil and corrected the mistakes on the test paper. The formula is correct, but you didn't draw the auxiliary lines correctly. At 11 o'clock, the train set off. Yi Qian looked at the time and pursed her lips slightly. She wanted to go back to the village to take a look. She hadn't been back for a few years, so she should go back to the village to take a look. Yi Qian was good at hiding her worries. Even after Uncle Jen went back, she didn't show any of her worries on her face. She came to school alone and went to the special training camp alone. Even in Jiasin, who was very close to her, would only occasionally notice that her childhood friend was in a daze. At this time, Yi Qian hid her worries to the extent that even in Jiasin, who was very close to her, couldn't see through her. She was calculating the time. It would take 18 to 19 hours to get back to the town from the provincial capital. She also calculated that she would call home at around 8 or 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yi Qian didn't feel relieved until she heard Uncle Jen's energetic voice on the phone. Maybe she was thinking too much. She could live another life. Maybe Grandpa Jen could also live a long life because of her appearance? Yi Jian, who had hung up the phone with a smile, did not know that old Madame Yi had arrived just in time. She was sitting in the main hall of the hall. Her kind face revealed a hint of harshness. She put on a fake smile and said to Uncle Jen, "Brother, you have to give me an answer today. Little Jian is my eldest son's daughter. How can you transfer her household registration out of the family? Chapter 1108. If Jifan didn't come back and tell me about this, I wouldn't even know that you've done something so despicable. Yi Jifan said helplessly, Uncle, last night when I got home and got drunk, we talked about Yi Qian's household registration. My mother got mad at me and scolded me for not taking care of my niece and letting her wander outside. You know my mother's personality. When I woke up and realized that I had said something wrong, I couldn't appease her no matter how much I apologized. So I brought her to you. How do you think we should deal with this? Old Madame Yi slapped the table and said angrily, What do you mean by how we should deal with this? Yi Qian is my granddaughter. She's the blood of the Yi family. How can we let her go outside? Just transfer her household registration under my name. No one can touch the glory of the Yi family's blood. That brat really had some tricks up her sleeves. She had forced Sun Dongqing, a shrew, into a corner and forced Yi Jifan to agree to transfer her household registration. She wanted to escape from the Yi family? No way. Faced with old Madame Ye's arrogance, Uncle Zhen smoked his pipe and said slowly, That brat's surname is Yi. The blood of the Yi family runs in her body. No one can change that. As for where her household registration will be, it's not up to me to decide. An 18-year-old child can open a separate household registration. An 18-year-old was considered an adult and had the ability to conduct civil affairs. They were fully capable of civil affairs. Just as Uncle Zhen said, even if Yi Qian had a separate household registration, it would still be legal. I don't care if she's 18 or 28. I only know that she's my granddaughter. Jifan, since you've told Uncle Zhen about this, you should do it well. I'll feel uneasy as long as my child doesn't come home. Old Madame Yi had lived a respectable life for more than 10 years. She was a woman of her word. She didn't think there was anything wrong with making the decision. Since she said it, the people around her had to listen. It was the same in the company and at home. She didn't believe that a man of several decades couldn't take care of a young girl. Although she had reached an agreement with Yi Jifan, it didn't matter if she showed some sincerity first. Only visible sincerity would allow the cooperation to continue for a long time. Only by tasting the sweetness would he know his family's attitude. As Yi Jifan watched, he sneered in his heart. At the end of the day, all she did was show up. She was still the one who had to do the actual work. She then sighed and said, Mother, I think what Uncle said makes sense. No matter where Yi Qian's household registration is now, she will always have the surname Yi. No matter where she goes, she will still be Big Brother's daughter. I think it's better if you don't take it to heart, so as not to hurt the harmony between neighbors. What did he mean by that? Was she trying to undermine him? Old Madame Yi, who was infuriated, sneered. What an ingrate! Everything was fine last night, but he changed his mind today. I haven't even blamed you for raising a good granddaughter of mine outside, but you're helping an outsider to anger me. Old Madame Yi was furious. She had wanted to quickly get Yi Qian's household registration out and then tamper with it a little. Now that she had finally made a move, it was going to cause more trouble. How could Uncle Zhen not understand when he heard this? They wanted to work together to restrain Yi Qian, but in the end, there were still benefits to be discussed. He didn't even make a move and started fighting among himself. Fight, fight, fight. The fiercer they fight, the less it will affect Jian Yiling. Chapter 1109. You two don't have to argue in front of me. You don't have to worry about Miss Jian's household registration. As for the Yi family, you don't have to worry about anyone taking advantage of Miss Jian. I'm an 80-year-old old man, and I don't have much time left. I can't take advantage of her. Old Man Zhen said coldly as he placed the copper pipe back on the table. His old but dignified face revealed a hint of coldness. Yi Jifan and Old Madame Yi didn't dare to speak loudly again. In Shuku village, Uncle Zhen had always been respected. Miss Jian was about to take the college entrance exam, and they still wanted to do something? They had to see if they had the ability to do so. Although Yi Jifan was a provincial official, he didn't have much of an aura in front of Uncle General. He didn't have the guts to confront a first-grade sergeant major who didn't even need to salute the chief. He quickly apologized. Uncle, don't be angry. It's my fault for saying something I shouldn't have. Yi Qian's surname is still Yi. My mother is old and conservative. Plus, she was worried about her own granddaughter, so she was rude. Please don't take offense. Good fellow, not only did he clear his name, but he also successfully pushed all the blame to old Madame Yi. It seemed like Yi Jifan was used to pushing the blame to others. That was why he was so skilled at it. Second brother, it seems like you want your sister-in-law and brother to die with grievances. You received benefits from your sister-in-law and promised me to take good care of Yi Qian. You didn't want to take responsibility after receiving benefits. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You've disappointed me, really disappointed me. Old Madame Ye's reaction wasn't bad either. She brought up Yi Qian's mother. She saw Yi Jifan's vexed face and sneered. So what if he was a provincial official? Didn't he start off by taking advantage of others? She then stood up and said to Uncle Jen, "Brother, Yi Qian doesn't even acknowledge me as her grandmother. She needs to be disciplined. If I don't raise her by my side, I can't explain it to boss. This matter can't be messed up." Since she didn't manage to reach an agreement with Yi Jifan, she had to continue talking. She couldn't do what she wanted to do without room for negotiation. She had to stop here first and bring it up again. Old Madame Yi didn't want to strain her relationship with Yi Jifan. Therefore, she left a sentence that said, "She will come again in the future," so that there would be room for discussion with Yi Jifan. Yi. Little Miss Jian has a wide road ahead of her. You'd better stop the dirty thoughts in your heart. Otherwise, if little Miss Jian really remembers you, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. Yi Jifan's face stiffened at the mention of old Madame Yi. Fortunately, he was able to maintain his composure. He sighed and said, "Uncle, you have a deep prejudice against me. I'll explain it to you next time. I won't disturb your peace today. Goodbye." He didn't stay any longer and hurriedly walked out. Uncle Jen said to Principal Chen, who had just walked out of the room, "See, Dongfeng? I also want little Miss Jian to come back. But she really can't come back now. If she comes back, she'll be pestered by the Yi family. They still want to take little Miss Jian's household registration. They're despicable. They want to use this to suppress little Miss Jian and prevent her from becoming outstanding." Chapter 11:10. There had to be a reason why she didn't want Yi Qian to succeed. Grandma wasn't like grandma, and uncle wasn't like uncle. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. Principal Chen pondered for a while before asking, "Uncle, why do I feel like that old lady's relationship with Yi Jifan isn't good? There's something strange about it. Also, Yi Jifan wants to suppress Yi Qian because of his daughter. I can understand it as jealousy. But I can't understand old Lady Ye's behavior. If my analysis is correct, she came here because of Yi Jifan's request. She's trying to use her status as his elder to move Yi Qian's household registration back. Yi Qian is her granddaughter. Shouldn't she be happy that her grandson is successful? Why would she want to ruin her granddaughter's future?" Others might not be able to see through the problem, but Headmaster Chen could see the problem from the two verbal conflicts. The Yi family situation isn't that complicated. It'll take a few more hours to explain. Uncle Jen sighed softly and told Principal Chen everything that Yi Qian didn't know. "It's good that you know some things. I'm afraid that when I pass away, no one will tell her those things." He had just started, but the information revealed in his words already made Principal Chen surprised. "No one will tell Yi Qian those things? What are they?" Yi Qian's house was at the end of the village. There was a mountain at the back and a stream at the front. There weren't as many villagers coming and going as there were in the village. The two oiled doors of the main hall were wide open. There was no need to worry about people eavesdropping. Uncle Jen spoke very slowly, and every word he said shocked Headmaster Chen. In the end, Headmaster Chen could only say two words: "No wonder, no wonder, no wonder." No wonder they were not mother and son. They were adopted. If that was the case, it was normal for their relationship to be strained. No wonder Yi Qian didn't look like old Lady Yi. So that's why? Principal Chen was extremely shocked, and had not yet calmed down. He asked again, "Why didn't old uncle let Yi Qian know about this? There's no harm in telling her about it. You don't have to tell Jin Yiling about these things for the time being. You can only tell her when the Yi family continues to cause trouble." Uncle Jen shook his head. He didn't plan to tell Yi Qian in the near future. It's okay to tell her, but we have to at least wait until her future is stable. Look, there are so many twists and turns in high school. We can't let other things distract her. Now, it would be difficult for the Yi clan to touch Jian Yiling. Why don't we let the Yi family make a big fuss and see if the person behind the jade pendant has any reaction? Principal Chen suddenly understood. You still want to lure out the person behind the jade pendant, right? That's right. The trouble caused by the Yi family doesn't have much impact on the Jian girl. They want to move their household registration out, but it's not something that a provincial cadre like Yi Jifan can solve. Once Miss Jian was accepted into the military academy, her household registration would be cancelled. What else could they do? They can't do anything. At this time, it was all thanks to Major Xia's preparations. If he had dealt with it now, it would have been difficult for Jian Yiling to apply for the military academy. Thinking about it carefully, other than the Yi family having designs on Jian Yiling's household registration, there was really no other loophole that they could exploit. No, they couldn't exploit the loophole in her household registration either. Chen Xiao thought about it carefully and laughed. The Yi family can't control Jian Yiling. No matter how much Yi Jifan wants to stand up for his daughter, there's nothing he can do. It's more important to find the person behind the jade pendant. At least we can find out if martyr son Xueqing really sacrificed herself because of the jade pendant. Chapter 1111. She spoke in a low voice, and from time to time, she could hear the howling of the black cat locked in the room. The farmhouse with blue tiles and white walls surrounded by mountains was extremely quiet. Behind the house, there were clouds and mist in the depths of the mountains. In front of the house, the peach trees were already covered with tender leaves, waiting for a spring breeze to blow by. After chasing out of the peach trees, Yi Jifan finally saw the old lady walking to the ridge of the fields. Stepping on the wet road, Yi Jifan stopped chasing after her. He slowed down and walked step by step leisurely, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. A newly built, exceptionally stylish bungalow was located right in the middle of the village. Madame Yi, who was full of anger, entered the new, stylish bungalow that was built on the foundation of the Yi family's old mansion. She wanted to wait for Yi Jifan to take the initiative to apologize to her, but she didn't see him for a few hours. Only when the famous gossip woman in the village, Aunt Chiu, came did she know that Yi Jifan had left. He actually left. He didn't even say goodbye. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Do they still have me in their eyes? After Aunt Chiu left, old Madame Yi flew into a rage alone at home. Now, only she and old man Yi were at home. No matter how fierce the argument was, no one would come out to persuade her. Sun Yaozu took Yi Zhixiang and her two sons to attend a class reunion and would only be back at night. Old Madame Yi, who had no one to persuade her, immediately called Yi Jifan after losing her temper. Yi Jifan, who was rushing to the city, looked at the phone number and sneered. He slowly picked up the phone. Mom, what's the matter? What do you want? Didn't we agree that I would get Miss Jian's household registration back for you, and you would help your brother-in-law win the bid for the city construction project? What, we just agreed last night, and you forgot today? After venting her anger, old Madame Yi could finally speak calmly. Her tone was much calmer. Your brother-in-law has money, and you have power. As long as we cooperate well, you can take root in the southern province, and no one can do anything to you. Why would you reject a win-win cooperation? Yi Jifan didn't take the bus back. He took the shabby minibus from the town to the city. Amidst the shaking, he smiled faintly and said, What I want to do is not something you can just talk about. Anyone can talk about it. I can talk about it too. What I want is for someone to do it for me, to do what I want to do. Old Madame Yi said coldly, Why don't you just find someone else to do it after I've told you everything? Well, don't tell me that a provincial cadre like you can't even solve a household registration problem. Mom, if things were really that simple, would I still need to cooperate with Sun Yaozu in this way? There are still 3 months before the college entrance examination. I hope to settle the household registration before the college entrance examination. Mom, the household register depends on you. Yi Jifan smiled and hung up the phone directly without worrying about old Madame Ye's anger. Cooperate with Sun Yaozu? To working with a fugitive? Unless he was sick. He just wanted to see if there was someone behind him. There was definitely someone behind Yi Qian. He had been secretly investigating for the past few years, and even sent people to keep an eye on him at school. However, there was no news. There was news from the underworld that a girl named Yi Qian had a good relationship with Master Ho San, the boss of the Southern Province Road. It was also said that Master Ho San had dealt with a few hooligans for her. He also investigated after the incident, but found nothing. How could a student and a boss of the underworld have a good relationship with each other? Chapter 11-12. She didn't know who was behind Yi Qian. She didn't know if the person behind Sun Yaozu was the same as her. She didn't know anything. Since she didn't know anything, she had to investigate. She had been investigating for so long without any progress, so she had to find another way to investigate. Just as Uncle Jen said, Yi Fan, who had been promoted so quickly because of the jade pendant, felt uneasy. He always felt that the person behind him could push him up and throw him down. He couldn't help but wonder if the person behind him was a high-ranking official in the capital. Old Madame Yi was so angry that she almost smashed the microphone. However, she couldn't do anything about Yi Fan. After all, her family needed his help. I hear you throwing a tantrum every day. Can't you have some peace and quiet? Old Man Yi, who was sitting outside, had his hands behind his back. He bent over and entered the room. His old voice was dry as he gasped for breath. When you brought him home, you should have known that he wasn't your biological son and that he wouldn't grow up well. Old Madame Yi, who didn't have to worry about not having a son, gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "If you hadn't urged me, I wouldn't have had to bring back an ungrateful brat." Then do you think this son has grown up well? Old Man Yi replied indifferently. Then, he put his hands behind his back and left with a carefree look on his face. He couldn't make the decision for his family. If he continued to talk about it, he would only embarrass himself. Old Madame Yi, who had been angry for a few times, felt her heart clench in pain. She was angry, but she didn't lose her mind. Since Yi Jifan was determined to transfer Yi Qian's household register back, for the sake of their future cooperation, this matter had to be done properly. When her daughter and son-in-law came back, she had to make a trip to the provincial capital. She had to personally go to the provincial capital to look for Yi Qian. She wanted to see if he dared to be unfilial to his elders in front of the school's leaders. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the school, didn't expect old Madame Yi to personally look for him. The next day, during the Lantern Festival, he happily called back to the village to talk to Uncle Jen and Principal Chen. Someone from the army also came. A basic officer brought 2 soldiers to deliver glutinous rice balls and medicinal wine to rub the legs. There was also a military doctor accompanying them. Yi Qian's call was very coincidental. The officer had just finished examining Principal Chen's body. Yi Qian felt relieved when he saw soldiers from the troops stationed at Fujian town coming over. They come to visit me every half a month. They help me clean up and tidy up my room. Occasionally, I go to the army to guide them. When I'm old, sometimes I don't feel like moving. Just sitting quietly at home feels good. Looking at the busy figure in military green, Uncle Jen laughed and said to Yi Qian, "When the time comes, I'll hand over this house and the secret passage that leads to the army to your Uncle Chen." The huge cave behind the mountain that led to the army was dug during the anti-Japanese war. Later on, the garrison troops kept expanding the cave until it reached its current size. If Yi Qian's mother was right, she would be the one guarding the connection between the army and the village. Yi Qian smiled happily and said, "You also have to see if Uncle Chen is willing. If Uncle Chen is willing to sit with you in the village when the time comes, that would be great." He conveyed her words to Principal Chen. After a while, he laughed and said, "Little Jian, Shuka village is such a good place. Even if you didn't say anything, I would still want to live there. In about 100 days, I'll go back to the village to accompany my old uncle. I'll also go to the army once in a while. That's enough for me." Chapter 11-13. Principal Chen, who was in his 50s, had been through the same war and had a lot to talk about with Uncle General. If the 2 elders could live in the same place, Yi Qian would be relieved. Regarding this, Uncle Jen agreed wholeheartedly. The soldiers who came to visit Uncle Jen never showed up in front of the villagers. The villagers were used to Uncle Jen celebrating the Lantern Festival alone. On the Lantern Festival, Uncle Jen, Headmaster Chen, and several officials in the army celebrated a lively festival. Principal Chen left Shuka village before dawn on the 16th day of the first lunar month. Uncle Jen, who was sending him off, reminded him, "Remember, don't tell anyone that Yi Qian's wife is back. I have He Jie with me, and normal people don't dare to break into our house." Before dawn, Uncle Jen, who had sent Headmaster Chen out of the village, was smoking a pipe and laughing. "I live in peace and quiet by myself. I have He Jie with me, and normal people don't dare to break into our house." He Jie, the Tibetan mastiff that put its forelimbs on Yi Qian's shoulder when they first met, was now an adult. It was even more majestic now, and people in the village didn't dare to get close to it. Sun Yaozu and old Madam Yi didn't know that Uncle Jen had a Tibetan mastiff by his side. When they found out later, they were so scared that cold sweat broke out on their backs. The mountain village was obviously much colder than the provincial capital. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, Principal Chen didn't want Uncle Jen to send him off anymore. "Uncle, you don't have to send me off. Yesterday, the military doctor told you to keep your legs warm. When Miss Jian is admitted to school, I will come back to the village to accompany you." Principal Chen, who was all alone, had a similar life as Uncle General. He had no parents, no siblings, and no daughter of his own. The two elders had poured their life's efforts into Yi Qian. Now that Yi Qian needed to go on a long journey, they were relieved to let their young eagle fly and enjoy their old age. "I will wait for you to come back. When you come back, we can go for a walk in the mountains and the fields. We can also wait for Miss Jen's call." Principal Chen laughed heartily. "Soon. It's March 2nd now. There are still 100 days before Miss Jian's college entrance examination. I'll invite you to go fishing then." It was early spring and everything was still waiting to wake up. Principal Chen brought the dry goods from the village back to the provincial capital. Yi Qian had been waiting for Principal Chen to return. When he learned that Uncle Jen was in good health, the smile on his jade-like face was as clear and bright as the gurgling water in a mountain stream. "Uncle Chen, can I go back to the village on May 1st? I want to go back and take a look. I haven't been back for a few years. I miss home." Even if she wanted to go back, she couldn't make the decision on her own. Now that she had entered the special skills training, there was a training schedule every day that couldn't be interrupted. If she really wanted to go back, she had to prepare. If it was in the past, Principal Chen would definitely agree, but with Uncle Jen's order, he couldn't. He smiled and said, "You're making it difficult for me. Before I came back, I had to persuade you to prepare for the college entrance examination and not worry about him. If you really want to go back, you can only wait until the college entrance examination is over and bring the college entrance examination score back to see him. Uncle is in good health. You know He Jie, right? That guy is fierce and intelligent. With him guarding Uncle Jen can rest assured." That was true. Haiga was indeed the best guard. Yi Qian didn't mention returning to Shuku village anymore. However, he would call back every 3 days to ask about Uncle General. Uncle Jen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On May 1st, there were 7 days of holiday. Yi Qian carried his luggage and went through a week of escape from death training. Chapter 11:14. The reason Yi Qian was called escape by the skin of death training. The difference between this training and the previous 15 days of outdoor survival training was that there was no water or dry food. Yi Qian would be placed in a ravine and her food supply would be completely cut off. She would have to figure out a way to survive. This week, Yi Qian would probably have to eat a lot of things. For example, she would have to eat vegetarian foods such as roots and tree bark. For meat, she would have to eat rats and birds. No fire, no cooked food, no water, no raw meat, and no raw food for a week. This type of training was called escape by the skin of death training. Not only did Yi Qian have to survive being cut off from food, but she also had to submit a detailed military map. At the same time, she had to use sand, mud, and other materials to recreate the ravines she had walked through based on her memory. You must not lose the GPS tracker. Your phone has 3 batteries. Keep it well. Before entering the ravine, Principal Chen only gave a few words of advice before letting Yi Qian enter the mountains alone to begin the week-long escape by the skin of death training. Yi Qian finished checking the necessary supplies and confirmed that there were no omissions. Once again, she embarked on the training alone. With the 15 days of survival training during the winter break, Yi Qian appeared to be more experienced this time. She did not immediately rush to travel. Instead, she climbed up a tree to observe the terrain and then decided on a route based on the terrain. The weather in May was just right. Green mountains and beautiful rivers filled the eyes. Just looking at the scenery made one feel comfortable. The mountain breeze carried the fragrance of flowers, making one's heart feel even brighter and brighter. Sitting on a tree branch, Yi Qian held a pen in her hand and quickly drew the direction of the entire ravine on a map. Which side was higher, which side was shallower, which side was thicker, which side was thinner, and which side was thinner. She used simple diagrams to draw out all the landmarks. After that, Yi Qian packed up her things and came down from the tree. She moved. Looks like she was observing just now. As the red dot on the computer monitor began to flash forward, the data was directly sent to the military headquarters. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in front of the computer, pointed at the moving red dot and said to the Major General with a smile, "She must have been drawing just now. Drawing before moving, observing before moving. This is in line with her combat style." The Major General, who had stayed up all night, drank 2 sips of strong tea to refresh himself. He glanced at the flashing red dot that showed an irregular oval wavy line and asked with interest, "It seems like you know Yi Qian quite well. You also have a high opinion of her. Do you really plan to recruit her into the unit?" "Major General, don't tell me you don't believe in your own eyes?" Xia Jinyuan drank the bitter coffee that had already turned cold. He had also stayed up all night, but his elegant and handsome face showed no signs of tiredness. He smiled and said, "If you don't believe in your own judgment, then I have nothing to say." In the face of a subordinate who could make others choke with anger every time they talked, the Major General said unhappily, "Do you still want to talk about it? Do you want to go from Major to Lieutenant Colonel for another 4 years? As long as it's the military's arrangement, I have no objections at all. Come, Chief. Why don't we talk about Yi Qian first? Her matter is important. My matter is obvious. The military will know whether to mention it or not. It's not up to you to decide." Major Xia never cared about useless threats. Right now, Little Fox's future was the most important thing. The Major General knew what kind of personality he had. The more you went against him, the more he would go against you. Hearing this, he restrained his expression and said sternly, "The military hasn't made a decision on whether to put her in the position of Phoenix King. We still need to further investigate. Even you were investigated for 3 years before the military agreed. It's the same for Yi Qian. 3 years of military academy life will be carried out according to the Special Forces training plan. Whether or not she can sit in the position of Q King, Yi Qian will have to prove it with her own strength." Chapter 11:15. Xia Jinyuan naturally hoped that Yi Qian would be able to complete all the training the military gave her. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Major General, you have to take care of female soldiers more. I've been in the military since I was a child and followed my father everywhere. I know a little about the Army's weapons, the Air Force's equipment, and the Navy's big guys. After entering the school, there's systematic training, so I can learn faster than other students. Yi Qian is different. She hasn't been exposed to the military's equipment and weapons. Since you intend to train her in our direction, you should at least open the door for her." Yi Qian couldn't miss out on any of the necessary training. However, Xia Jinyuan would also fight for some training or guidance in the military that Yi Qian might not be able to participate in. He hoped that she would know more and knew that she would be willing to learn more. Now that the Major General and the military were more and more satisfied with Yi Qian, he had to give some suggestions to prevent the military from only arranging for Yi Qian to train hard and leaving the technical training for last. Door for convenience? Yi Qian's ability is enough to create a path for herself. Why should I open the door for her? The Major General still didn't understand what Xia Jinyuan meant. He frowned and looked dignified without being angry. No one in your team has opened the door for convenience and climbed up with their own abilities. I'm going to open the door for Yi Qian today. Soon, I'm afraid that she will be carried down from the battlefield by you guys. Xia Jinyuan didn't mention that the Major General had misunderstood his meaning. Instead, he went along with his words. In the blink of an eye, the smile on his handsome face instantly turned cold. He said in a deep voice, "You're right. If she doesn't train properly, not only will she lose her life, she will also drag her comrades down." A soldier with unlimited potential like Yi Qian needs to be trained properly. She might even be able to save the entire battle at a critical moment. Therefore, I suggest that after her college entrance exam results are released, we should arrange for technical training and special training to be carried out together. The Navy has a month of frogman training from July to August. Why don't you arrange for her to test the waters with the Navy commandos after the exam? Let Yi Qian have a go at sea rescue, naval assault, underwater training, and so on. Xia Jinyuan's expression was extremely serious, and there was a hint of sharpness in his expression. The Major General did not suspect that Xia Jinyuan had any personal motives at all. Instead, he nodded in agreement. "You're right. It just so happens that it's the Navy frogman training in the Southwest Sea. We can let Yi Qian go there a week in advance to warm up and let the person in charge of this training get to know him better. Only after we have a certain understanding of the situation can we decide whether to allow Yi Qian to complete the 1-month training with the Navy commandos. However, this kind of training is not as easy as training on land. If he really goes to the Navy, they will also conduct a comprehensive test on Yi Qian's condition." The Snowfield Brigade was different from other special forces. This was a comprehensive combat force. The special forces of the Snowfield Brigade needed to know how to fly in the sky, run on land, and swim in the sea. In particular, they needed to be familiar with transport equipment and special equipment. Xia Jinyuan had complete confidence in Yi Qian's physical fitness and ability to accept the training. Since that was the case, he arranged all the training that she had to go through according to the military training so that she could enter the next round of training as soon as possible without any accidents. Holding her hand and walking together was not an empty promise. Xia Jinyuan had always kept it in mind and had never forgotten it. Chapter 11:16. He didn't have any objections to the Major General's words. After listening quietly, he added, "These are all essential training. I dragged it out until my 2nd year in the military academy. Of course, I can't say that the military didn't arrange it well. The main reason was that I went to the Air Force Base to play for more than a month after the college entrance exam. Now that Yi Qian is in the middle of the Navy's frogman training, the military has high expectations for her. She can definitely go with the Navy to test the waters and learn a little. In the future, she will participate in the Special Forces training of the sea, land, and air forces every year. She still has 1 year to study in the 4 years of military school. There were still 4 years left. It was enough time for Little Fox to become an outstanding Special Forces soldier. He would wait patiently for that day to come. The Major General took his words to heart. "You're right. We do need to bring up her training plan. The intensive training the military has arranged for her needs to be modified." He walked to the computer and saw the little red dot on the line moving forward. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the red dot. He asked Xia Jinyuan, "We only arranged a team of 7 people to ambush her during her survival training. Why don't we add more people? Give her a good test, and then submit her training report as a case to the Navy." "Major General, your arrangement is a bit sudden." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. It sounded like he disagreed, but there was a hint of interest in his handsome face. If one small team was not enough, they could arrange for another small team to go over. Then there would be 14 of them. Interesting. If the little fox really made it out of the survival training where she had to fight against 14 people at once, then the assessment of whether or not she could enter Lord Shui would probably stop. And then she heard him say with a laugh, "If you really want to arrange it, you have to pick the right people. From the beginning of the training, Uncle Chen has been preparing ambushes. I have cooperated with her several times. Her reaction is very fast. Previously, she was ambushed under known circumstances, but this time, we arranged for her without any warning. Even old Shin didn't know about it. This kind of ambush is interesting. The Major General paused when he thought of Soldier King's strength and said thoughtfully, "You reminded me that Yi Qian, who was trained by Soldier King, would not be weak in this aspect. Indeed, we have to be selective." Xia Jinyuan couldn't wait for the Major General to do more to get the Navy to agree to Yi Qian's frogman training this July. He picked up his landline and handed it to the Major General. "I have no objections to your arrangement. Of course, if you have any instructions, I'll listen to you immediately." What he meant was, "I can immediately bring my men over to ambush Yi Qian. Go. You'd better be obedient tomorrow. The military will officially take over Yi Qian's affairs. Don't get involved." The Major General took the phone in his hand and called Nan Province's provincial military. How strong one's strength was could be seen through the tests again and again. This time, without any water or food, if Yi Qian could still escape her pursuers' search and ambush, then there was no need to prove her individual strength. Send another team of 7 people to Langshan Ravine in Mount Dalong to search for a female soldier. If they can't find her within 3 days, withdraw. The Major General gave the order to the provincial military in front of Xia Jinyuan. This was the military's first assessment of Yi Qian's individual strength. It was suddenly carried out without Principal Chen's knowledge. Moreover, the number of people increased from the original 7 to 14. In terms of numbers, Yi Qian was at a disadvantage. Chapter 11:17. In addition, the other party had brought their own rations, so there was no need for Yi Qian to find her own food. In terms of survival, Yi Qian was at a disadvantage. Most importantly, she had no idea that the military was involved in this escape from death training. She even sent people over. Yi Qian, who did not have much of a burden in her heart, walked for a day in the mountains that stretched for thousands of miles. After 10 hours of walking, she began to prepare for tonight's dinner. It was not yet summer, so the temperature in the mountains of Mount Dalong was still low. Yi Qian stood in the stream and prepared for tonight's dinner, eating stone crabs from the cracks in the rocks. On the first day of walking, she ate grass roots, which were very sweet and had good moisture. She also tried tree bark, which was bitter and dry. The fiber was so thick that it cut her throat. She had not eaten any rats or snakes yet. If she needed to replenish her salt and iron, she would have to eat them. Yi Qian did not think that this escape from death training with no food would be a problem. Just like survival in the wild, it was much easier than the previous 15 days. After eating about 10 stone crabs the size of beer caps, Yi Qian could not eat anymore. Before the sky turned dark, Yi Qian wiped away her traces and found a place to rest for the night. A nameless tree that grew out of the cracks in the rocks. She was the only one in the mountains. The wind blew, bringing with it the sound of leaves rustling. Yi Qian climbed up the tree nimbly, tied her backpack tightly, and rested her head on it to rest for the night. The wind was very strong, and the temperature dropped by around 10 at night. Several dark figures passed through the darkness and headed straight south. These were the soldiers sent by the provincial military. One team needed to chase after the female soldiers they were chasing, and the other team needed to go to the front to carry out an ambush. If they couldn't catch the female soldiers in training within 3 days, they would withdraw. They would be dismissed as a failure. It was a bit embarrassing that 14 people could not capture a single female soldier. However, it was said that the female soldiers they were chasing were different from ordinary female soldiers. During the pursuit, they could not treat them as ordinary female soldiers. They had to be more vigilant. Cut in from here. The 2 of you set up an ambush. Remember, you can only capture him alive. The sky was just beginning to brighten when a team of 7 arrived in front of Yi Qian. The team leader was the one who ordered them to take action. Wait until the target enters your line of sight. Don't rush into action. These female soldiers aren't simple. We have to be careful. Rest for 2 hours and take turns to be on guard. The leader of the team confirmed the deployment plan again and asked the soldiers to remember the checkpoint they were guarding. He waved his hand and told them to rest for 2 hours. Tomorrow, they would arrive at the mountainous area at 10 in the morning. After that, they would head into the mountains and march for 16 hours straight. Now, it was 3 in the morning, so they could sleep until 5 in the morning to replenish their energy. It was not very quiet in the mountains at night. The chirping of the insects did not stop for a moment, but it was not noisy. Instead, it was like a lullaby, and Yi Qian soon fell asleep. Even with the lullaby in her ears, she couldn't stay in a deep sleep. Without someone on guard, no matter how solid the environment was, her heart wouldn't be at ease. In addition, she had been eating raw food all day. After sleeping until 2 in the morning, Yi Qian woke up hungry. She had entered the period of hunger, and this would happen every day. Yi Qian woke up again at dawn. She scooped some cold water from the stream to clear her mind. Under the faint sunlight, Yi Qian looked at the compass, opened the map, and marked it with a pen. She murmured softly, "It's a bit of a detour to follow the stream from here. It's a bit steep to cut this way." Chapter 11:18. That won't do either. It's a waste of time even if it's steep. Even though it's a bit of a detour along the mountain stream, I can still make up for the time lost if I walk faster. After planning the next day's itinerary, Yi Qian began to draw a map of the terrain that he saw. As part of his training, he couldn't forget it. In order to replenish his protein and prevent his hunger from affecting his movements, Yi Qian caught a non-venomous snake that was in estrus and made it for his breakfast. The earthy taste filled his mouth. Raw meat tasted bad, but as long as it could replenish his protein and energy and drive away his hunger, he could swallow it down after a few bites. As for parasites, they weren't even in his consideration. That was why he had so much time to think about these and other things. When it came to survival, there was only one thing that he had to think about: filling his stomach. Spring was warm and the flowers were blooming. From late April to early May, the snakes were in their estrus period. Early in the morning, Yi Qian saw the male and female snakes making clear and bright sounds that sounded like they were hitting rocks. When he looked up, he could see the snakes entwined together on the branches. When he looked down, he could also see them in the cracks of the rocks. Faced with these scalp-numbing snakes, Yi Qian's gaze swept over them and fell on the abnormally broken branches. The creases were very fresh, and there were still wet twigs that had condensed into milky white beads. Yi Qian broke the same branches and observed whether the twigs condensed into beads faster or slower. After 5 minutes, there was still no twigs. Yi Qian looked up to the south. Someone had passed by last night, and it looked like they were heading in the direction of the mountain stream that she had chosen. It was normal for people to pass by in the mountains. Some were secretly hunting, and some were villagers who went to the highest peak of Mount Dalong to dig for herbs. Anything was possible. However, the traces that they left behind would not be deliberately erased. If they walked past, they walked past. If they stepped on it, they stepped on it. There was no such thing as erasing the traces. Experienced poachers would usually erase the traces they left behind in order to cover their tracks. However, there weren't any rare animals in Mount Dalong. There were only small animals like pheasants and rabbits, so it wasn't worth it for people to risk their lives to hunt in the middle of the night. Villagers who didn't dig herbs, hunters who didn't hunt. After eliminating those who weren't dangerous, the only ones left were those who were dangerous. Yi Qian's gaze turned cold. He held the dagger in his hand and continued walking south along the stream. Is it possible that he didn't take this path? I didn't see any traces along the way. Firstly, I didn't bring any water. Secondly, I didn't bring any food. Even if you're looking for food, you should leave some traces. About 5 kilometers away from Yi Qian, a few soldiers in jungle camouflage passed through the mountains. They stepped on the green moss as they searched for the correct location. Reporting, Captain Xiao, we didn't find anything here. Captain Xiao, did she go in the wrong direction? Lost your way in the mountains? Team B arrived at one of Yi Qian's training destinations, but they did not find any traces of her in this area, so they were suspicious. Captain Xiao was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, there should be traces left behind by her. He turned to his comrades and said, "Go to the stream and search again." If the female soldier was lost, they definitely had to find her. However, he was afraid that the female soldier wasn't lost. It was them who couldn't find her. Sir. A few voices sounded in unison. They quickly spread out to search by the stream. After searching for about 10 minutes, Captain Xiao contacted the provincial military and reported their situation one by one. Commander, we searched the place where she rested last night but didn't find any traces. Do you think it's possible that no one came here? Chapter 11:19. For Captain Xiao and the others, the mission was a bit sudden. They were also training in the army when they were suddenly told that a female soldier was undergoing special training and needed their cooperation to complete the assessment of the female soldier. Now, the female soldier was nowhere to be seen, not even a trace of her. Where were they going to find her? What if the female soldier got lost? The instructor in charge of Team A and Team B heard this and said to the captain of Team B, "We confirmed that the female soldier has been moving in the direction given to you." The military leader said that this female soldier is not an ordinary female soldier. If you can't find her in 3 days, retreat. Moving in the direction given to them meant that they didn't find any traces left by the female soldier. All traces were erased by her. Captain Xiao, who was about 1.72 meters tall, had a cold expression on his face. After ending the call with the military, he immediately led the team to chase after the female soldier. After Yi Qian realized that there was a group of unidentified people in front of him, he became more careful. Although he walked carefully, he didn't slow down. Walking along the woods on both sides of the stream, Yi Qian's military boots stepped on the wet moss. With a cold gaze, he acted like a real warrior, embarking on his own journey. Yi Qian's diet was cut off. He relied on all kinds of raw food to maintain his life. He walked until about 11 o'clock in the afternoon and stopped. On the computer screen where he could see her location signal, the red light that represented her was still flashing and didn't move forward. Stop about 1 kilometer away from Team A. The person who spoke was an unfamiliar young face. His facial features were handsome, and the lines were sharp and angular, as if they were carved by a master. There was a chill that kept people away from him. This was a man who had a completely different temperament from Xia Jinyuan. His skin was a healthy wheat color, and he wore a white Navy summer uniform. He sat in the Navy commander's office and stared at the flashing red dot in the same place. He was as cold as a glacier by the sea. There was no extra expression on his face. The Navy commander stood beside him and stared at the red dot in the same place. He asked, "Did she find something up ahead, or is she just resting in the same place?" "I'm not sure." The man didn't speak much. His muscular arms were crossed in front of his chest, and his unintentional movements had the sexiness of a soldier. She started Special Forces training at the age of 14. There are very few girls like her. Are you saying that she has already noticed the abnormality? The Navy commander picked up the document sent by the Army and flipped to the last page. When he saw a line of training plans, the commander smiled and said, "This girl is indeed not simple. Jinyan, look here. She is trained by the sea." Jinyan, Li Jinyan, 26 years old, lieutenant commander, the captain of a certain naval commando team in the West Southern Sea, had been honored with first-class meritorious service many times and had even been honored with special-class meritorious service 3 times. Being exposed to the sun for so many years, he was not affected by the warmth of the sun. His entire face was as cold as a glacier, and he maintained the same expression all year round, no expression. He took the folder from the commander. His cold gaze fell on one of the items on Yi Qian's 4-year plan. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said flatly, "The records are vague. They can't be used for reference." "You, don't be so picky. Didn't you just say that you started Special Forces training at the age of 14? That's very little. The little girl shouldn't be too bad. Otherwise, the military wouldn't have placed such importance on her." The Navy commander knew his beloved general's temper. Everything he did had to be perfect, not only for himself, but also for the soldiers in his hands. Chapter 11:20. From July to August, he would lead the Frogman training team. They would conduct devilish underwater training on 4 islands near the Southwest Sea archipelago. The military had suddenly arranged for a female soldier who was likely to enter the Army Special Forces. The Navy also needed to be prepared and understand. Li Jinyan's cold face didn't change at all in the face of his commander's kind reminder. He glanced at the screen and saw that the red dot suddenly began to move. He only glanced at it once before his eyes fell on the 2-inch photo. The photo was a blue background. The girl in the photo was indeed a young girl. Her facial features were not bad and her skin was white. If he didn't see the tenacity between her eyebrows in the photo, he would have thought that she was the daughter of some high-ranking officer. He didn't know why, but looking at the photo, he felt that she was a little familiar. "Commander, don't agree to the military immediately. Hold it down for half a month." Li Jinyan didn't stay any longer. He put the folder on the desk and stood up. His 1.8-meter height had an astonishing aura, and the entire office felt stifling because of him. He glanced at the red dot circling the line. It seemed that she wasn't resting in place. She really did find something abnormal 1 kilometer away. Her observation and reconnaissance skills seemed to be quite good. However, women had always been more sensitive than men in this aspect, so there was nothing to praise. The Navy commander nodded. "You will lead the team for this training. If you think that the military's arrangement is unreasonable, I will explain the situation to the military and refuse her participation." "No need. The fact that the military said so means that they have this plan. Hold it down for half a month. I just want to see if the military will persist because of her." Li Jinyan put on his white military cap and adjusted the brim. He added, "The military is still persisting after half a month. This means that this female soldier does have some merit." If the military was still persisting after half a month, he didn't mind letting this female soldier experience some hardship. Training on the sea without touching the ground would take 4 years. If she wanted to join the frogman training immediately, she would have to see if she had the ability. The sun in the Southwest Sea was particularly bright. The entire beach shimmered with silver light. The southern province's Dalong Mountain was hot and humid during the day. After walking for 4 hours, Yi Qian resisted his thirst and quietly took a detour in the forest. There was someone in front of him and it was very close to him. If he continued to walk in the same direction, he would bump into them head-on. As a Special Forces soldier who acted alone, he was most afraid of bumping into someone head-on. If he wanted to know who the other party was, what they were up to, and whether it was safe or not, he had to go around and observe. Sensing danger, Yi Qian arched his back like a cat as he passed through the forest that was so quiet that he could hear a pin drop. He quickly took a detour to seize a good vantage point so that he could see who was in front of him. She was 1 kilometer away from the ambush point, but when she made a detour, she appeared within the range of the scout's binoculars. However, she only appeared for a second, giving the scout no time to react. By the time he reacted, Yi Qian had already disappeared from his line of sight. He only saw the leaves rustling gently, but did not see anyone. Because the scout did not carry out a second round of reconnaissance, Yi Qian, who had unintentionally entered the scout's range, did not feel anything strange. Holding onto a tree branch with both hands, she leaped lightly and landed in a stone depression with its back to the sun. Chapter 11:21. It was normal for them not to discover the scout. Yi Qian was strong, and so was their army. This was also why Xia Jinyuan wanted her to train non-stop and add in actual combat training. Completing every training session successfully did not mean that you were already very strong and invincible, but that the deeper and more dangerous problems had yet to appear. The scouts of the Southern Province military region were well known throughout the military region for their strength. Although this scout missed the opportunity to see Yi Qian directly, he immediately put away his binoculars and jumped down from the tree when he saw the abnormal movement of the leaves. At 11:30 in the afternoon, the sun began to shine brightly. The soldiers of Team A, who were camouflaged in the leaves and behind the vines, quietly waited for the female soldier they needed to chase to appear. The scout ran to the camouflaged captain and said in a low voice, "Captain, the female soldier might have discovered our tracks. I saw the movement of leaves about 500 meters away from us, but I didn't see anyone." She didn't discover them the first time? The captain of Team A was a little surprised. Sometimes, the strength of the scouts in their team couldn't even take advantage of the military region, but this time, they only saw a shadow? "I didn't see anyone at all. By the time I discovered them, I only saw the abnormal movement of leaves. If it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't any wind just now, I might have thought that the movement was caused by the wind," the scout said truthfully. "We have to retreat, Captain. We can't stay here for long." They had to retreat. The pursuers had discovered them long ago. They were the ones who discovered the female soldier in advance. How could they be discovered by the female soldier? Signal. Contact Team B and see where they are. After they gathered, the captain of Team A immediately asked the soldiers to contact Team B first. There were pursuers behind them, and there was an encirclement in front of them. With 14 men surrounding one female soldier, it was impossible for them to retreat within 3 days. Team B's situation was not much better than Team A's. After all, Yi Qian had been training for 4 years. Although she didn't have any military experience, she was naturally much stronger than the soldiers in the 2 teams who had only been in the army for 2 or 3 years. The soldiers sent by the provincial military were not bad, but Yi Qian was not bad either. It took Team B a long time to find 2 traces of her erasure. She shouldn't be too far away from you. The female soldier we're chasing isn't an ordinary person. Old Ding, you have to be careful. I've only found 2 traces of her, Captain Xiao said helplessly. He felt embarrassed to say it out loud. The instructor said that the female soldier we're chasing is a special forces soldier. Her training is 10 times harsher than ours. Old Ding, in terms of training, were way behind the others. The soldiers that were sent out were not field troops. Other than daily drills and regular field training, they did not undergo any cruel training like Yi Qian. Although they had a lot of people, it was not easy to capture Yi Qian alive. The captains of the 2 teams were aware of this problem. They ended the call a little sullenly. Realizing that the female soldier they were chasing was not ordinary, the 2 teams moved even more carefully. An hour after Yi Qian discovered their tracks, she saw them pass by in front of her disguised as leaves. She instantly understood that not only did she not have any food to eat, she also had to be careful not to be caught by the soldiers who ambushed her. Knowing that the people who appeared in the forest were soldiers, Yi Qian felt a lot more at ease. There was no need to waste time looking for them. They only needed to stay away from them and not be discovered by them. Chapter 11:22. Yi Qian knew that she had to be more cautious if she wanted to avoid them. She didn't have time to erase her tracks, so she had to make sure she didn't leave any behind. She endured her hunger and didn't eat for the entire afternoon. Only then did she manage to distance herself from the soldiers. On the 2nd day of the escape from death training, Yi Qian entered a period of continuous hunger. Grass roots were the only food she could eat along the way. After walking for 5 hours on the grass roots to replenish her energy, Yi Qian dug out 2 birds' nests and ate a total of 6 small, pigeon egg-sized bird eggs. For the entire day, she ate half a slice of raw snake meat in the morning, water from a stream at noon, grass roots in the afternoon, and 6 bird eggs in the evening. She wasn't as relaxed as she had been the day before. With the soldiers chasing after her, she had to be alert at all times to avoid being discovered. The 3 of you flank this side. The 2 of you bring up the rear. You cut the path in front. Stone and I will attack. Keep your heads down. Team A, who had discovered Yi Qian's whereabouts once again, began to form a triangle to flank her, closing in on Yi Qian's resting spot. Team B, who had caught up, directly attacked. It seemed like they were deliberately alerting the enemy to startle Yi Qian and make her lose her composure. In the evening, the golden crow in the horizon fell into the sea of clouds. The last ray of light disappeared from the sky. Yi Qian, who had been resting against a tree, suddenly rushed down the steep mountain like an arrow released from a bow. She was so fast that the leaves brushed past her ears. She wasn't afraid that the leaves would stab her eyes or cut her skin. Fuck! When the soldiers who were still lurking saw her rushing down without a care for her life, they all tightened their backpacks and rushed down as well. Team Leader Xiao and Team Leader Ding followed the rustling sounds of leaves along the way and led their own soldiers to charge down without any regard for their lives. Flank, flank. 3 to the left and 3 to the right. The rest goes straight in the middle. Before the 14 people had completely dispersed, Team D immediately deployed and said to Captain Xiao, "If we don't catch her tonight, it'll be difficult tomorrow." Yi Qian sensed that there were people approaching her and ran towards the route she needed to take tomorrow. Not only did she have to run, but she also had to run to a place where she could see more clearly and turn her head to look at the mountain under the night sky. Otherwise, how would she be able to draw the topographic map of her march? The military map that was given to her was not a city map that could be bought outside. It was a contour line formed by connecting various points. She wanted to draw a topographic map herself. She could only draw it by looking at it on the spot. It took her 27 minutes to run from the ridge to the saddle of Yichien between the two mountains. She had been running nonstop for nearly half an hour in her half-starved state. Yichien did not continue to run. She pulled away and quickly found a place to hide. With so many soldiers chasing after her, she had to secretly get rid of a few of them. There were still 5 days left. She did not want to run for her life in the forest at night. Although they could search for Yichien in a large area by flanking him from both sides, the fact that their forces were not concentrated also made it easier for Yichien to deal with them in secret. She had already found a row of cover. When she heard movement coming from nearby, she quietly got up and approached silently. "Don't move." When the soldier turned around, the dagger was pressed against his back. Her clear and cold voice reached the soldier's ears. "I've already taken care of you." She had already pressed a dagger against his vitals. How could she not take care of him? Yichien gestured for him to squat down. She laughed softly and said, "You can rest now, comrade." He did not want this kind of rest at all. Chapter 11:23. Yichien didn't even ask the soldier he had taken care of how many of them there were. His hand touched the soldier's backpack, then moved towards the soldier's waist. "Comrade, there are differences between men and women. What are you touching?" The soldier was young. When Yichien touched his waist, his face was full of embarrassment. He hurriedly said, "I don't have anything on me." "Why are you touching me?" Yichien was checking where the soldier kept his rifle and checking if there was a pistol at his waist. "I'm checking what's in your backpack and whether you have a gun on you." "I have a gun. They're all blanks. There's no live ammunition. I'm only wearing a pair of pants." "Be careful." The soldier was not only embarrassed, but also a little embarrassed. "I'll stay where I am. I won't expose your whereabouts, okay?" "But why doesn't this female soldier have any self-awareness? He's a male soldier. Where's the gun? Other than the rifle, there's nothing else?" Yichien touched the soldier's backpack because he didn't see him holding a gun. The soldier lowered his head and looked at the rifle at his feet. "There's a Type 95 rifle under my feet. There are 10 blanks. There's no pistol." It turned out that when Yichien pressed the bayonet against the back of his neck, the soldier reacted quickly. He hid the rifle in his hands to prevent it from being confiscated. Other than military supplies, there was indeed no pistol in the backpack. After checking, Yichien picked up the rifle the soldier hid and laughed softly. "Comrade, I'm just doing a routine body search. It's not called touching. You're a man, so why are you afraid of being touched by a woman? Have a good rest." The word rest spun on the tip of her tongue. Someone was approaching her. Chirp, chirp, chirp. There was the sound of birds chirping, followed by the rustling of leaves. Someone whispered, "Fuck, I don't see anyone." The soldier who was squatting down closed his eyes. The female soldier who was standing behind him was now like a ghost moving closer to his comrade. Now, he had a comrade to keep him company. The sky was so dark that they could see the stars when they looked up, but the forest was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. They didn't have night vision, and they couldn't get any light. The group of people felt their way in the dark and treaded carefully. Their bodies brushed past the tender green leaves, and there was a soft rustling sound. No one could see each other, and no one knew where they were. Yichien did not know who they were, but as long as she heard something, she would quietly go over to solve it. After taking down 2 of them in a row, the captains of Team A and B realized that something was wrong. They immediately slowed down and stopped searching. "I'm afraid Stone and Gwizzy have been taken care of. There's no movement." "Don't move. Cover. Listen for any movement." He had hit 2 fish with his spear. The sound was as soft as a mosquito in the dark. No matter how good Yichien's hearing was, it was impossible for her to hear it. However, she had now caught the 3rd fish. "Don't move. I have a Type 95 bayonet in my hand. If you continue to struggle, you'll get stabbed." Yichien clamped the soldier's shoulder with one hand like a clamp. She used the blood groove of the bayonet to press against the soldier's neck. If I really wanted to kill you, would you still have the chance to move? Lie down. The soldier really didn't move. The blood groove of the Type 95 bayonet was famous for its power. When the bayonet pierced into the body, the muscles would convulse due to the pain, causing the dagger to be unable to be pulled out instantly. Chapter 11:24. A Type 95 bayonet with a blood groove would draw out the blood and lubricate the friction between the blade and the muscles. It could quickly carry out a second attack. If the bayonet really did stab the male soldier, he would be offended. 14 soldiers took care of 3. Yi Qian didn't continue searching. Hearing that there was no movement around her, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Yi Qian, who only took one Type 95 rifle, quietly retreated in the direction she needed to go. She didn't know that there were soldiers chasing after her during the survival training. Uncle Chen also didn't remind her. It seemed that the military had something to do with it. The conversation with the Major General during the Spring Festival was still vivid in her mind. He said, "In the future, if there is a plan that you didn't plan for, it will definitely be related to the military. Don't make a fuss about it. Just focus on completing your training." Thus, a group of soldiers that suddenly appeared in front of her and soldiers chasing after her were part of the plan that the military added to her. Her plan was 7 days of survival training. Instead of staying behind to take care of the soldiers chasing after her, focus on completing your training. You can't be distracted. The wind in the mountains blew gently, causing the leaves to gently rustle. Yi Qian, who had always been clear about what she needed to do, didn't have the slightest bit of nostalgia for the thrill of battle. She left the valley where the soldiers were hiding. The flashing red light continued to move in the direction she needed to go. It didn't take long for her to move away from the 12 stationary red dots. Li Jinyan unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his white navy uniform, revealing his wild collarbone. His expression was focused and cold as he stared at the flashing red dots. He didn't continue to fight. Within 5 minutes, he had taken care of 3 and left. This was getting interesting. There were 2 things that soldiers should avoid during training: being provoked and being distracted. Once these 2 things were violated, it meant that the soldier's emotions were volatile and easy to control. His judgment needed to be strengthened. If he were to objectively evaluate her, there would be 3 words: unqualified. It was interesting to say that she was a female soldier. Firstly, she was clear about what her training was. Secondly, she had taken care of the 3 soldiers as a warning. Thirdly, she knew the identity of the soldiers chasing after her. She didn't have to worry about the identity of the people chasing after her. She was calm, smart, and capable. Did the military really want to groom her? There were many calm, smart, and capable people in the army. It was only because she was a female soldier that the military paid more attention to her. Still observing? Did you see anything? The office door was pushed open, and the Navy commander walked in. I've mentioned it to the Army and told them about the nature of our training this time. The Army is very insistent. Before the commander walked over, Li Jinyan immediately buttoned up the 2 buttons he had undone. He stood up and turned around. At present, you do have some ability. You took care of 3 soldiers in 5 minutes. You have a clear goal and are relatively calm. According to what you said, it's not bad? The commander laughed. It was rare for him, a general, to praise a soldier. I can only say that she is a calm person. The commander smiled and shook his head. What should I say about you? You're too harsh and you'll scare away potential soldiers. You have to give them a chance to adapt. You can't keep denying their abilities. Personally, I think that this female soldier Yi Qian is really outstanding. Her memory has reached an unfathomable level in the army. It's not an exaggeration to say that she has a photographic memory. It's already at an unimaginable level. Chapter 11:25. She can clearly repeat what happened a few months ago, what she said, and what others said. Such a powerful memory is indeed shocking. I was also shocked. As for Yi Jian, even though he had not met him yet, the Navy commander already admired him based on the information and his conversation with the Major General of the Army. She really has potential, I can see it. This female soldier, for the time being, I feel that she is outstanding. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky over the Southwest Sea had just begun to fade. Li Jinyan took out a list of names from his desk and handed it to the Navy commander. Take a look at this list. I won't deny soldiers with potential. After the basic training, there will be a ranking. Those who are not qualified will be eliminated. Those who are qualified will enter the second step of training. When he spoke, his facial muscles did not move. When he spoke in a cold tone, it seemed that even the temperature in the room dropped a lot. The pure white Type 97 Navy uniform was supported by his perfect and sexy figure to the edges and corners without a wrinkle. Not only did it show the majesty of the Navy, it also showed an indescribable sense of abstinence. The Navy commander opened the roster. The details of every soldier were clearly written down. Their strengths, weaknesses, potential, and so on were all clearly written down. He had always been at ease with Li Jinyan's work. Basic training in June, devil training in July to August. As for the Army's work, we will do our best to cooperate. Whether it is good or not, we will send them to you for inspection. After inspection, you will know. Yes. Li Jinyan did not say more. He was a soldier who was not good with words. If the Army insisted, he would of course accept. As for the arrangements and training after acceptance, it was not up to the Army to intervene. The long sound of the warship's horn came from the sea. The Navy wearing dark blue training uniforms gathered and ended the day's routine training. The sentinel holding a steel gun on the dock changed shifts with the next sentinel. In the bloody setting sun, the two sentinels' figures were straight. The sentinel who took the steel gun saluted his comrade and began his shift. White uniforms, black reefs, half of the sky was dark blue, and the other half was blood red. There were warships docked in the distance, and a few rows of Navy soldiers walked towards the barracks in neat steps, outlining the daily life of the naval barracks. Seagulls flew across the surface of the sea, bringing with them a cheerful chirp. On an unknown island, several frogmen carrying heavy oxygen tanks emerged from the depths of the sea. They made an okay gesture to their comrades, and like a shark, they swam to the shore with a strength that could split the sea. How many haven't come up yet? With Demon King Li's appearance, they would all dive for another 20 minutes. A pulmonary edema appeared. Today, I'll have to dive 40 meters. Tomorrow, I'll have to dive 60 meters. I'll have to see how far Demon King Li can dive. Look too much. Take off your equipment, damn it. I've been carrying dozens of kilograms for a whole day. My spine is about to break. The soldiers in the Navy's Storm Commandos were both frogmen and divers. They trained for an average of 8 hours a day, and about 4 to 5 hours would be spent training underwater. Li Jinyan was the captain of the Storm Commandos. Because of the harsh training and his cold personality, the soldiers who had just passed the selection secretly called him Demon King Li. However, the official members of the Storm Commandos were absolutely respectful to their captain, and their words were full of admiration. Chapter 11:26. The 4 official members of the Storm Commandos smirked coldly as they listened to the dozens of soldiers who had just passed the preliminary selection grumbling as they came out of the water. They waited quietly for the dozens of soldiers who still wanted to see their captain take off their diving gear. The salty sea breeze blew, and the waves began to push forward from the gentle waves to the reefs. After the soldiers took off their heavy diving suits, the 4 official members popped out from the corners of the reefs and stood in front of the 40 soldiers. They shouted, "Line up!" A new round of night training began. Yi Qian looked up at the starry sky and rubbed her starving stomach. She let out a long sigh. No matter how miserable she was in her previous life, 3 meals a day was considered normal. This time, she was starving. She carefully took out the 4 little bird eggs from her backpack. She squeezed the crispy eggshell with both hands, and the egg white flowed into her mouth. Dinner, just a few eggs. It seemed like she had to save some for tomorrow. She could not throw away the snake meat anymore. She had to wrap it with tree leaves to replenish her protein. The 2 teams sent by the provincial military were still searching. She had already climbed up a pine tree to think about tomorrow's food problem. The owl let out a strange cry, flew up from the tree, and landed lightly on another tree. The pheasants in the mountains cooed, and then slowly quieted down. The second day of training ended with the arrival of the third morning. A thin mist rose in the forest. After a simple disguise, Yi Qian did not rush forward recklessly like she did the first day. She had to be careful of the soldiers behind her, but it was also possible that they would catch up to her after she slept for a night. Every day, she had to go to a designated location to send her location. If the soldiers chasing her knew the location she had to go to every day, it was entirely possible for them to hide there and wait for her to bump into them. Yi Qian, who was picking non-poisonous mushrooms in the pine forest, bent down, maintained her posture, ready to cover herself if she sensed anything strange. Yi Qian, who dealt with mushrooms for breakfast, did not stay in one place. She did not leave any trace for the soldiers to find her. It was as if she had disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Captain Xiao and Team D led their soldiers towards Yi Qian's destination. Last night, they knew that she had silently taken care of 3 soldiers by reaching behind their backs and pressing a bayonet against the back of their necks. Just hearing about it made them feel lucky that they had met this female soldier last night and not someone else. The 3 soldiers who had been taken care of the soldiers were waiting in place. They led the other soldiers and rushed through the night. The group of 11 people completely overtook Yi Qian. They did not wait at Yi Qian's first destination during the day. They waited at the location. The sun rose from the horizon to the west. The 11 soldiers who had rested were standing guard in a large circle. Tonight was their last chance. If they couldn't capture the female soldier alive, they would have to go back with their tails between their legs. At this moment, Captain Xiao and Captain D both felt that they had taken on a tricky task. Scouts, watch carefully. Report to us immediately if the leaves move. Be careful of the gun in her hand. Thinking of the rifle she had taken, Captain Xiao, who had spoken, rubbed his forehead. He had given the weapon to the other party. He should not have alerted her last night. Captain Xiao was not the only one with a headache. Team D was also having a headache. The female soldier had extremely strong anti-reconnaissance abilities. One of the scouts in his team had been killed last night. He even suspected that she had intentionally killed the scout in his team. Chapter 11:27. Team D felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of being able to kill his own scout in the dark. Old Ding, I have a hunch that we'll have to go back empty-handed. Captain Xiao felt this way. He couldn't say it to the soldiers, so he could only say it to his brother, who was also a captain. Team D's sigh came from the quiet leaves. There's a sense of suffocation in it. Today, we're chasing a female soldier. Tomorrow, we'll be chasing a criminal. We'll see our strength in a single chase. We still have to train hard. Although we know that the person we're chasing is a special forces soldier and that his strength is indeed above ours, it's very uncomfortable to think about it. From here, the difference between local troops, field troops, and special operations forces could be seen. Field troops, especially the A Group Army, were responsible for the main combat missions and cross-regional combat missions. As long as there was a war, they could immediately send troops to fight. Local troops were responsible for auxiliary operations, company defense, city security, and other tasks. Generally, they would not cross the region to fight. One was responsible for combat, and the other was responsible for auxiliary operations. In terms of equipment, personnel, training level, and command level, the former was obviously stronger than the latter. The special forces were a force that could form an army by themselves. Special forces with excellent individual combat skills could sometimes secretly kill a company or even a battalion. Team D and Captain Xiao belonged to the second-line forces, which was the local forces. The Major General sent a local force that even the field troops couldn't beat to capture a special forces soldier. In fact, he didn't have any hope in his heart. He just wanted the Navy to see how she would deal with the sudden appearance of the plan. Team D and Captain Xiao didn't know what the Major General's purpose was. They only knew that they were facing a difficult problem and a mission that made them feel very suffocated. After Team D finished speaking, he fell silent. His face was a little dignified. They were all soldiers and wore the same military uniform, but the difference in strength made them feel ashamed. Let's not talk about it. We've done our best. Captain Xiao wiped his face and looked away. He said softly, "Fortunately, the scouts in our military region are not bad. They didn't embarrass our military region." There was a little comfort in his heart. Every year, a group of scouts in the southern province's military region would be selected to join the field troops, and the auto soldiers in Fujian town were responsible for the security of Zongnanhai. These two strengths were famous in the military regions of the province. They had the strength, but it was a pity that they didn't need the auto soldiers for this mission. They still did not know that Yi Qian had joined the Southern Province Automobile Company to study for 2 years. If they knew, they would feel even worse. A female soldier was stronger than them in every aspect. How could they not feel uncomfortable? Tired birds began to return to their nests. After a day of exposure to the sun, the little insects in the forest began to move in the evening. The high-pitched and low-pitched chirps of the insects ushered in a slender figure moving forward in the thick leaves. The female soldiers that gave the local troops a headache had appeared. This time, Li Jinyan saw the red dots representing the female soldiers quickly and accurately approaching the stationary green dots representing the local soldiers on the screen. His cold expression finally loosened a little. She seemed to know where the soldiers were hiding. Once she made a move, she would destroy a green dot. Intuition? It couldn't just be intuition. Observation skills. The female soldier had amazing observation skills and was quite skilled. Seeing the green dots disappear one by one, Demon King Li, whose expression never changed, narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 11:28. Yi Jian did not know that his position was exposed under the eyes of others. He clasped a soldier's arm with both hands, placed the soldier's rifle on his shoulder, and pushed him into the foliage. Another soldier was killed. Since the intensive training started in October of high school, there were only a few days left before the college entrance examination. Yi Jian had gone through so much cruel training. If she couldn't even deal with a few local soldiers at once, Headmaster Chen would definitely be the most disappointed. 10 in total. That's all. Yi Qian, who had finished off the soldiers quickly, smiled and pulled up a soldier. He apologized. "Sorry, I was a little harsh." "Are you hurt?" Even if he was hurt, he couldn't say it out loud. 10 in total? The number wasn't right. 11 in total. Who else hadn't been caught by her? Bolting? It was possible. He was probably the only one left. "Bro, hang in there. You're everyone's hope." Looking at the female soldier in front of him, he couldn't see her clearly. Captain Xiao loosened his shoulder, which was numb from being hit by the rifle butt. He endured the pain and said, "No, the number isn't right." It really hurt. She was more than just a little harsh. Too harsh. Tomorrow, his shoulder would definitely be bruised. Muscle contusion. The number wasn't right. There were still people hiding. An individual was a small target and a large area. It was a waste of time to look for them. He might as well learn from them and wait for them to come to him. They didn't have night vision goggles. If they wanted to ambush them, they could only fight in close combat. Yi Qian didn't bother hiding. He used his voice to lure the soldiers out. She heard the male soldier gasp in pain. She was a little embarrassed and said, "Are you okay? Do you want me to spray some medicine?" Although she knew it was inevitable, she couldn't help but blame herself for hurting his heart. It was fine if she used her hand, but she used the rifle butt. With her strength, she could have hurt the soldier. Although he couldn't deal with the injury in front of the female soldier, it was already very embarrassing. If it happened again, he couldn't afford to lose face. Captain Xiao didn't loosen his shoulder. He smiled and said, it's okay. I have to thank you for being merciful. You didn't fire a blank bullet, and you didn't hit me in the head with the rifle butt." Given the distance just now, the female soldier could have attacked even more ruthlessly. However, she probably had scruples about their identities and restrained her attacks. Hidden in the depths, Team D listened to the female soldier and old Zhao's soft conversation. Slowly, he held his breath and moved closer to her. All 10 of his brothers had been taken care of, and he was the only one left. He had to give it his all. The boots were very light, and the closer they got, the slower and steadier their movements became. The female soldier laughed and replied to old Xiao, "It's not good to shoot blanks in the middle of the night. If you shoot blanks at close range, you'll be able to leave a small dent in your body. Closer, closer, the soldiers are getting closer and closer, right now. That's why I have to thank you. Captain Zhao's entire sentence was cut off. He felt a strong gust of wind blow against his face. The female soldier, who had been able to see a black shadow, suddenly turned around. Only then did he realize that another black shadow was approaching. Old Ding, it was definitely him. Yi Qian's quick reaction really gave Team Day fright. The unprepared female soldier suddenly turned around and pounced at him like a ferocious beast. Her swift and fierce posture was mixed with hostility. She was fast and ferocious, and he had a hard time dodging her. This was the first time Yi Qian had fought against a local soldier. With his previous experience, he relaxed a little this time. He buckled the rifle in Team D's hand. The first step was to remove the magazine. The second step was to twist the entire rifle so that Team D had no choice but to let go. The third step was to fight without restraint. Chapter 1129. To Yi Qian, jungle combat was no different from normal combat. To put it simply, it was like fighting flat ground. Her lower body was extremely stable. Her military boots stepped on the uneven mountainous ground as if her feet were rooted to the ground. She did not allow her body to sway in the slightest. When she lifted her foot and swept it across, the wind from her foot swept away the leaves directly. It was clear how strong her foot was. When they first met, Team 4 was immediately suppressed by Yi Qian's aura. His entire body was swept by Yi Qian until he couldn't stand still. His hands grasped the branches and leaves as he struggled, his palms burning with pain. Old Ding, hold on. In the darkness, Captain Xiao held on to his last glimmer of hope and cheered for his brother. He just didn't know if he could hold on. Team 4 smiled bitterly. He also wanted to hold on, but he couldn't. His attack was quite fierce and carried a murderous aura. The entire mountainous area was uneven, and he didn't even have a place to stand firmly. The leaves around him rustled as he moved, and his movements were very loud. He was also in a very sorry state. The soldiers who had been defeated by Yi Qian stood together silently. When they heard the sounds coming from the darkness, they couldn't help but clench their fists and cheer for their captain. Among the 14 people, Team 4 and Captain Xiao were the best fighters. Team 4 was better than Captain Xiao, but even so, he couldn't withstand Yi Qian's attacks. He took the initiative to punch a few times, but in the end he was mercilessly suppressed by Yi Qian. Too strong. They were no match for her at all. When local soldiers faced a special forces soldier, they would only be defeated. Even if the opponent was a female soldier, he didn't have a chance of winning. Yi Qian consecutively defeated 10 soldiers at the front and knew that their skills were far inferior to the field forces. She also slightly controlled her strength to avoid accidentally injuring them again. After forcing Team 4 to the middle of 2 trees, Yi Qian let out a low growl. Her long, slender legs pressed down like Mount Tai. Team 4, who had no way out, relied on his instincts. He hurriedly protected his head with his hands and blocked Yi Qian's right leg that pressed down on him. He couldn't help but bend his knees under the pressure of her foot. It was as if he was holding a jack with both hands, suppressing him to the point that he couldn't push her away no matter how hard he tried. 1 minute later, Yi Qian retracted his foot and said with a smile, "Tonight, the 11th one. There shouldn't be any more." There was no need for any more gestures. Team D knew that he had been dealt with. He was directly suppressed to the point where he couldn't move for a minute. Defeated, as Team D spoke, the other 10 people all let out a soft sigh of relief. Gone, all gone. At 8:30 p.m. on the third day, the 14 local soldiers sent by the provincial military were completely annihilated. None of them survived. 11 tonight, plus the 3 from last night, all 14 soldiers have been dealt with. Even if they lost, they couldn't lose their composure. Team D said generously with the honesty of a soldier. Very impressive. We accept our defeat wholeheartedly. We received orders to capture a female soldier alive within 3 days. There are only a few hours left before the end of the 3 days. Our mission has ended in failure. He hadn't guessed wrongly. The military was indeed involved. Would there be additional training from the military from time to time in the future? She didn't know. Uncle Chen didn't know either. They had discovered it midway. In the next few days, would there be more? There was still one thing that was unclear about the additional training this time. Why would the military send local troops to train them? Chapter 1130. The lights were turned on. Led by Team D, the soldiers stood in a row in the foliage. Yi Qian shook hands with them one by one and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Please forgive me. Her face was covered in a thick layer of paint. Even with the light shining on her face, her facial features could not be seen. Only her bright eyes could be seen. They were as bright as the stars in the sky, and there was a hint of coldness in them. But everyone only had one thought in mind. So small. How could the female soldier who defeated them be so small? So small? She's not even as big as me, the youngest soldier in the team muttered softly. Yi Qian pretended not to hear and said politely to Team D and Team Xiao, I'm not sure why you guys are in this training. Please forgive me if I offended you in any way. The military had its reasons for this arrangement, but they couldn't figure out why it was done this way. It didn't make sense for a local soldier to go up against a special forces soldier. I feel like you've taught us a lesson. When we get back, we'll have to reflect on ourselves. Although we're a local soldier and aren't as strong as a field soldier or a special force soldier, we still have 14 people. Would be ashamed that we were beaten to a pulp. Team Xiao smiled bitterly. He didn't look like he was running away from the defeat. Thank you for your hard work tonight. The strongest female soldier. The tense process ended politely. Yi Qian stood in place and watched them leave until he couldn't hear their footsteps anymore. Yi Qian rubbed his stomach and found the spot he wanted to sleep in. He waited for the sun to rise on the fourth day. When Yi Qian woke up this time, he spent some time covering the traces of the fight. The area was too big. Some of the bushes were trampled on, so it was impossible to wipe away all the traces. It took 10 minutes for Yi Qian to reach the place he needed to reach on the fourth day. From the fourth day to the seventh day, he didn't encounter any more ambushes. Yi Qian, who was so hungry that his skin was abnormally pale, relied on snake meat, insects, rats, tree bark, grass roots, and stone crabs to survive. Finally, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the seventh day, he appeared in the area of the anti-chemical regiment's military zone. During the escape from death training, Yi Qian didn't miss a single signal for help. She didn't make a single call. With her amazing perseverance, she managed to survive. When she appeared, she was even one step ahead of Principal Chen. She smiled and said, Uncle Chen, I'm out. It was normal to not have a meal for 7 days. There was no cooked food or warm water. She had to rely on food that ordinary people could not eat to survive. Looking at Yi Jian, who had lost so much weight in just 7 days, the corners of the iron-willed man's eyes turned red. Yi Jian had lost weight. She was wearing a jungle camouflage outfit. She was so skinny that her small face could be covered by a palm. The backpack on her back looked like a mountain, as if it could crush her at any time. However, her spirit was not damaged at all. She exuded a tough and indomitable aura. Standing in the sunlight, he was not crushed by hunger. He had the sword will of a pine tree that pierced through the clouds. He exuded the might of a soldier from head to toe. It's good that you're out. It's good that you're out. You're good at enduring. You'll have a bright future. Principal Chen patted Yi Qian's shoulder. His usually cold voice sounded a little choked up. The girl Jian didn't rely on anyone to get to where she was today. She relied on herself, one step at a time. Even if she had a close relationship with Major Xia, she didn't think of relying on anyone. She always remembered what Uncle Zhen told her, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. She relied on her own strength to gain the appreciation of the higher-ups in the military. Chapter 1131. Yi Qian, who was almost as thin as a match, smiled. Her eyes were as bright as the sun, emitting a dazzling radiance. She said, Let's go home, Uncle Chen. She was really hungry, but her hungry stomach seemed to be blocked. Her mouth wanted to eat, and her body wanted to eat, but her stomach refused. You have to eat porridge. It's easy to digest porridge to recover your stomach's energy. You don't have to participate in training for the next week. Let your stomach recover first. Principal Chen reminded her with a smile. The two figures walked further and further away under the sunlight. On the road of the military, Yi Jian had overcome difficulties beyond her age by not giving in again and again, relying on her own courage and perseverance to move forward. While other students were still sitting in the classroom working hard for their studies, she had already found her own path and walked down it without complaint or regret. It took more than 2 hours to return to the city from the anti-chemical regiment. Yi Qian didn't go back immediately. First, she went to the anti-chemical regiment's infirmary for a simple examination. Then, she drank a bowl of plain porridge. Faced with the regiment commander and the political commissar's searchlight-like inspection, Yi Qian put down the empty bowl and smiled. If you really get used to it, it won't be a big deal in the future. Before the ancient humans found the fire seed, they also ate raw food. I feel that these few days I've been returning to the basics. A girl who had starved for 7 days straight, and then used the phrase, returning to the basics, to summarize the hunger survival training of escaping death. Her heart was really big. Since the first day I saw you during the military training, I knew you weren't simple. It's only been 2 years, but you've already come so far. You're even better than the soldiers in our regiment who spent 2 years as soldiers. Yi Qin, you're really something. The political commissar couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He remembered that year when she appeared in a formal camouflage uniform with a sharpness as sharp as a sword and completed a series of military postures with the instructors, winning cheers and applause. At that time, she was still young and inexperienced, and her eyebrows were still slightly immature. But now, even though she was sitting down, she had a military prestige that couldn't be ignored. It was the first time he had seen such a young girl who could cultivate to this level in the 10 years he had been in the army. Yi Qian had always been able to remain calm in the face of other people's praise. He would not become arrogant because of it. He smiled politely and said, "Because I like her, that's why I'm pursuing her. I've never easily given up on something I like. Joining the army has always been my dream. Wearing a military uniform is my goal, and I've never given up all these years. What's important is perseverance. What's important is perseverance. Your perseverance over the years is commendable. It's worth learning from all of us." The regiment commander had a deep impression of Yi Qian. Yesterday, his old partner had come to his office mysteriously and told him that there was a girl who had once made him want to stay in the anti-chemical regiment. He immediately thought of Yi Qian from the province's #1 middle school. He reported the names he had guessed correctly. His old partner asked him in surprise, "How did you know? Did the higher-ups inform you in advance?" After sending away so many students for military training in the past 2 years, the only student that his old partner still remembered was Yi Qian from #1 middle school. The little girl was indeed amazing. Among the students, she was the only one who left a deep impression on him. When he saw her again after 2 years, her military aura was even stronger, and she was also becoming more and more outstanding. He really wanted to snatch her into the anti-chemical regiment. "Student Yi, do you have any intention of joining the army? Why don't I have a chat with the political commissar and you can come and take a look?" The regiment commander of the anti-chemical regiment had transformed into Grandmother Wolf. He smiled like a gentle breeze and said amiably, "Take our anti-chemical regiment for example. Biochemical weapons will definitely fascinate you." Our anti-chemical regiment. Chapter 1132. He said that he wanted to have a chat with Yi Qian for reference, but in the end, the entire conversation revolved around the anti-chemical regiment. There are various squads below, such as the decontamination squad, the fire squad, the smoke squad, the observation squad, and the reconnaissance squad. You can go to whichever squad you want. Also, we are completely different from the local troops. Once the war starts, the anti-chemical regiment will be responsible for the anti-chemical regiment of the participating troops. We have to deal with harmful chemicals, monitor them, and take precautions. Although we don't have to fight the enemy head-on, we have always been fighting the enemy secretly. Student Yi, you can still fight the enemy if you join the anti-chemical regiment. What do you think? Our anti-chemical regiment is pretty good, right? The regiment commander was never good at chatting and heart-to-heart talk, but every word he said was the truth. The political commissar nodded along the whole time, explaining the specific tasks of each squad from time to time. He looked like he couldn't wait to drag Yi Qian through a physical examination, then quickly pass the background check and be assigned to the anti-chemical regiment as soon as possible. After resting for 2 hours in the anti-chemical regiment, Yi Qian chatted with the regiment commander and the political commissar for 2 hours. After she left, the regiment commander said bitterly to the political commissar, "Even a bowl of porridge couldn't keep her. The little girl is much more slippery than before. She didn't reject you directly. That's already giving you face." The political commissar drank some water and sighed with a smile. "Look at her training. She walked out without eating for 7 days. Tell me, what other troops need this kind of training? My old partner, only the special forces would train without eating for 7 days. Her ambition wasn't in this, so she couldn't be kept even if she wanted to." The regiment commander looked at the political commissar, and the political commissar looked at the regiment commander. Then, they sighed in tacit understanding, waved their hands, and went on to do what they were supposed to do. With the goal of becoming a special forces soldier, the anti-chemical regiment really couldn't keep her. Yi Qian, who was remembered everywhere she went, was sweating when she left. She wasn't good at chatting, and it was difficult for her to handle the enthusiasm of the 2 leaders in the regiment. Fortunately, they let her go in the end and talked about other things. Principal Chen, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, laughed loudly. "It's a good sign. It means that your ability has been recognized by the leaders and they think that you are worth training. The army is a big family, and the leaders all welcome capable and hardworking soldiers to join some special positions. Your performance and ability have shown them unlimited potential, so it's normal for them to want to poach you. Don't feel pressured. Work hard and move forward in the direction you've decided on." Listening to Principal Chen's voice, Yi Qian, who had eaten a bowl of porridge, felt her eyelids grow heavy as the jeep drove along. Coupled with the environment, she felt completely relaxed. Unknowingly, she fell asleep with a smile on her face. The car drove for more than 2 hours, all the way to the residential area at the back of the provincial No. 1 middle school. Even after the soldier parked the car, Yi Qian, who was sleeping in the back, did not wake up. Principal Chen saw the dark circles under her eyes and said to the soldier who sent them back, "Please help me carry her. She's too tired. Let her sleep for a while." "Sir." The soldier opened the back door without hesitation. Just as he was about to bend down to carry Yi Qian out, a faint smile came from behind him. "Let me do it. You help Sir carry his backpack." He had waited for more than an hour for his little fox to come back. It was better for the boyfriend to carry her upstairs. Chapter 1133. Principal Chen was taking his backpack from the trunk when he heard Xia Jinyuan's voice. He quickly turned around and saw Xia Jinyuan bending over to get into the car. He waved at the soldier who had yet to react. "Come, Xiaoding. Help me open the door." "Thank you." Inside the car, Xia Jinyuan's right hand was about to reach for the back of Yi Qian's neck so that he could hug her shoulders. However, with just one movement, Yi Qian, who was sleeping soundly in her seat, suddenly opened her eyes. She squinted her eyes in the dim light and said tiredly, "You're here." She was startled awake, but when she saw who it was, she quickly closed her eyes and ignored him. Xia Jinyuan looked at the thin face that had fallen asleep again in less than a second. His thin lips slightly tightened. The 7 days of escape from death training had made her lose a lot of weight, and it could be seen from her face. The dark circles under her eyes were very deep, and the corners of her eyes were greenish-black. Her lips, which were originally as delicate as peach blossoms, were now covered with a layer of pale skin. They were so dry that there were small cracks on them. From head to toe, she was completely exhausted. As he carried her out of the car, his elegant brows furrowed tightly. Thin. She wasn't just thin. She had lost a lot of weight, and in his arms, she looked a little bony. "Principal Chen, I'll carry her up first." Xia Jinyuan carried Yi Qian, who was so light that she didn't seem to weigh much. Deep in his dark eyes, there was an unresolvable heartache. He had never accompanied her during her training. Every time, he could only calculate the date of her return and rush over just to see if she was all right. In the face of high-intensity training, it wasn't that he didn't think that he could relax a little. However, whenever he thought of the cruelty of the battlefield, he would always suppress his heartache. When K7 was captured, his body was injected with an unknown drug that increased his pain. After returning to the country, he rested for 3 whole months. Even male soldiers suffered inhumane treatment, let alone female soldiers. No matter how much his heart ached, he had to endure it. At this time, it was already the time when the food in every household was fragrant and the city was brightly lit. Xia Jinyuan gently placed her on the soft bed and gently took off her coat. He then took off her muddy military boots and placed them on the balcony. When Principal Chen came in, he saw Yi Qian sleeping under a thin blanket. Then he saw the tall figure busy on the balcony. He smiled gently and closed the door. Major Xia really cared about Jian Yiling. Every time Jian Yiling finished her physical training, she would rush over to accompany her. She would also guide her emotions and seriously point out her shortcomings. With such a person taking care of Jian Yiling, he and Uncle Jian were not worried at all. Outside, all the houses were brightly lit. However, Yi Qian's room had the curtains drawn. There wasn't a trace of light coming in, and there wasn't a trace of sound. Only 2 long breaths could be heard in the darkness. Xia Jinyuan set off from the grassroots company in the middle of the night. Halfway through the journey, the car encountered a landslide that blocked the only road from the grassroots company to the city. He asked the soldier to turn around and drive back to the company. He carried his luggage and climbed over the dangerous landslide with his bare hands. He walked more than 40 kilometers overnight to the city. From the time he set off last night until he arrived at the provincial capital around 6 p.m., he didn't stop for even a minute. He drove the car that Xia Yiwei prepared for him to the school. Finally, at 7:20 p.m., Yi Qian came back. The 2 of them were in a race against time. In the end, they were finally able to lie on the same bed and rest. To Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, this could be considered as dating. Chapter 1134. There wasn't much time for the 2 of them to squander, and there wasn't much time for them to enjoy each other's company. Every minute and second was particularly precious to them, because they didn't know if the person beside them would go on a long journey in the next second. The only thing they could do was to seize the time they had to spend together and enjoy the rare time together. It was also rare for them to sleep together. Yi Qian slept until 2 o'clock in the morning. As soon as she moved slightly, Xia Jinyuan, who was lying next to her, immediately opened his eyes. Having just woken up, he asked in a clear and hoarse voice, "Hungry? I heated up some porridge in the kitchen. Do you want to get up and eat?" With her head still resting on his strong arm, Yi Qian, who was infatuated with his body temperature, rubbed her head against his arm and said in a dry voice, "I'm not just hungry. I'm so hungry that I want to eat fatty meat. Principal Chen told me to eat porridge for a week to nourish my stomach." Her words made Xia Jinyuan chuckle. He tightened his arms around her and hugged her tightly. He laughed until his chest shook as he said, "You can't eat that. Listen to Uncle Chen and nourish your stomach for a week." After saying that, he took a deep breath in the crook of her neck and laughed a little louder. "I think we should take a good bath together. I haven't taken a bath for 3 days and 2 nights. You probably haven't taken one for a week." Girls were usually shy when it came to such topics, and Yi Qian was the type who was very, very shy. Hearing this, she immediately got up from his arms and rushed to the bathroom in the room like a gust of wind. Hearing the sound of water rushing out of the bathroom, Xia Jinyuan laughed out loud. He didn't tease her any further. Maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, Xia Jinyuan went downstairs to the car to get his luggage. After he scooped a bowl of porridge from the kitchen and put it on the dining table to cool, he saw Yi Qian, whose hair was still wet, walk out in a workout shirt and shorts. Because she had just showered, her fair skin glowed like a pearl under the light, but it was a little too thin. Yi Qian's face was no longer red. He had walked alone in the forest for 7 days and was starving the entire time. How could he have had time to clean up his image? At most, he would have used a towel to wipe his face, but there shouldn't have been any smell. In front of him, the 18-year-old Yi Qian was less restrained. At the time, he was shy, but after that, he was able to keep his composure. Faced with his gaze, Yi Qian calmly, "But Even my old madam would give her a thumbs up after tasting her cooking. It's just that she rarely cooks. Even Ho Zi has only eaten her cooking twice. Culinary skills require talent, and Xia Yiwei was talented. She often said to Xia Lingyuan, "After I retire, I'll open a Chinese restaurant in France. I'll let them know that Chinese food is profound." Yi Qian sat in the dining chair he pulled out and joked, "Zigu has only eaten twice. What about you?" The white porridge was sparkling and looked very appetizing. She took a spoonful as she spoke. "I've eaten more. When I was in Fujian town, I went to see her whenever I had time. I ate dozens of times more than Ho Zi." Xia Jinyuan watched as she drank the porridge he made. He stood beside her and waited for Yi Qian to say a few words. For example, "The porridge is good. It's delicious." Or, "I want to eat more tomorrow." In short, as long as it was a compliment, it would be fine. Chapter 1135. It couldn't be helped. Every man wanted to show off in front of his girlfriend, and he was no exception. She and Xia Jinyuan were the only ones in the spacious house. He was standing beside her, watching her eat the porridge with a burning gaze. Yi Qian glanced at him without batting an eyelid. He lowered his head to eat the porridge with a slight smile. So Captain Xia was the one who made the porridge. He was standing there waiting for her to praise him? Yi Qian lowered her head and drank the porridge. "Captain Xia, oh Captain Xia, you've teased me so many times in the past. Now it's my turn to tease you." After she finished the porridge, Yi Qian turned his head and said seriously, "Captain Xia, are you hungry too? Do you want a bowl?" He had been standing there for so long with a satisfied expression on his face. In the end, his little fox didn't even notice that she had finished the entire bowl of porridge? That's not possible. But from her expression, it seemed like she really didn't know. Did she think that Uncle Chen made the porridge? "How does the porridge taste?" he asked. Yi Qian nodded and said, "Uncle Chen made it. It's not bad." He continued to maintain a serious expression so that the man in front of him wouldn't notice anything amiss. Major Xia, who had always been observant, believed him. He raised his hand to touch the top of her head and sighed. "It wasn't easy for me to show off, but my future girlfriend didn't even notice. What a failure." "It's okay. Captain Xia can continue to show off tomorrow morning. I'll definitely see," Yi Qian said and couldn't help but laugh. As soon as she laughed, Xia Jinyuan immediately reacted. What a sly little fox. She even tricked him. "So you were just teasing me. Don't struggle. Be good and let me carry you back to your room." Xia Jinqiu raised her eyebrows and revealed a mischievous smile. Before Yi Qian got up, she hugged him with her long and strong arms and turned to walk into the room. This was a time to relax. Even though there were only the two of them in the house, and he was even carrying her into the room, Yi Qian did not feel any sense of danger. He smiled and praised, "It's delicious and fragrant. It was comparable to a 5-star chef. Very good. I like it very much. You've worked hard, Captain Xia. I've been waiting for a word of praise from you. I feel like I've been waiting for an entire spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Now, it's time for interest." Xia Jinyuan gently placed Yi Qian on the bed. Then, he leaned over and placed his handsome face right in front of Yi Qian. He chuckled and said, "Interest, a kiss?" Xia Jinyuan had experienced what it felt like to be starved for 7 days. He knew very well that even if he really drank a mouthful of hot porridge, his stomach would react with convulsions. She had been drinking the porridge with her head lowered just now to cover up the discomfort in her stomach. How could she go on like this? Yi Qian kissed him gently on the cheek. Then, her eyes sparkled as she looked gently at the man who was taking care of her. "Thank you, Captain Xia." "Captain Xia? I don't like this title. How about we change it?" His kiss landed on her lips. His gentle voice was as light as the strings of a piano under the dim light of the table lamp. "Good brother, what do you think?" "Mushy." Yi Qian closed his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said, "Captain Xia, Captain Xia, Captain Xia, Captain Xia." His lips and teeth were full of sweetness. "You disobedient little thing. Let's talk about it again next time." It was 2:30. After half an hour of messing around, it was time to rest. Xia Jinyuan kissed her forehead and got up. I have to take a shower too. I haven't showered for 3 days and 2 nights. Didn't you smell my sweat just now? Chapter 1136. If there was a smell, Yi Qian would have been able to smell it. Because there was no smell of sweat, there was only a light refreshing scent that filled his nose. Yi Qian joked, Captain Xia has his own body fragrance, how could there be a smell of sweat? Is that so? Xia Jinyuan lifted his hand to unbutton his cuffs and smiled. His handsome face revealed a lazy expression like a big cat. He smiled at Yi Qian and said, That's not bad, at least it won't send my girlfriend away. In the future, if I sneak in the middle of the night, I won't have to worry about the smell of sweat waking you up. When it came to being thick-skinned, Yi Qian had always been at a disadvantage. The image of him climbing through the window in the middle of the night flashed through his mind. Yi Qian couldn't help but blush. He hugged the quilt to his chest and said stiffly, I'm just being polite. Captain Xia is busy every day. Don't you know how dirty you are? It really wasn't dirty. After taking off the jacket, there was a white shirt underneath. There wasn't a trace of sweat on it. It was so white that she could almost smell the scent of soap after washing it. He raised his head slightly, revealing his sexy throat. His slender fingers began to unbutton the top button of his shirt. Following the movement of his fingers, Yi Qian, who had no interest in men, was mesmerized. He didn't know that the man's action of unbuttoning his shirt with his head raised was so beautiful. Because of his relaxed expression, there was a lazy and indifferent attitude in his bones. Combined with his elegant temperament, it became extremely sexy. At 24 years old, he was more charming and attractive than at 20 years old. Mature, sexy, cold, calm. Facing the iron-blooded tenderness of a soldier, Yi Qian felt as if he could hear his heart thumping loudly. The girl he had a crush on was staring at him with a slightly dazed gaze. Xia Jinyuan, who had sharp senses, raised the corner of his mouth a little. He had always been very confident in his body. Little Fox, who had been training with a group of male soldiers, had seen a lot of shirtless male soldiers. It was undeniable that her heart was a little jealous. She didn't look at him that much. Stop, stop, stop. You can go to the bathroom now. When Major Xia had unbuttoned the third button and was about to reveal a large portion of his chest, Yi Qian, who was determined not to be seduced by men, immediately stopped him. He pointed in the direction of the bathroom and said seriously, You can take it off inside. Put the dirty clothes in the laundry basket. If he didn't stop, she would be admiring him until he took off pants. Xia Jinyuan, who had the thought of showing off his figure in front of his girlfriend when necessary, couldn't go into the bathroom to take off his clothes. If he did, he wouldn't be Xia Jinyuan. His fingers stopped at the edge of the fourth button. As he slowly undid it, he said with an elegant smile, Even if I take it off here, I can still put it in the basket. When I take off my pants later, I don't have to worry about my feet slipping and needing you to help me up. He was the only one who could come up with such an excuse. After he finished speaking, he looked up at the bed. Under the faint warm light, he could clearly see the shyness on Yi Qian's face. There wasn't a trace of impurity on her face. It was as clear as a mountain spring. He couldn't help but want to tease her, and dote on her. Yi Qian met his gaze and saw the uncontrollable laughter in his eyes. In the end, the room was filled with his laughter. Yi Qian was so embarrassed that he jumped up from the bed. He was addicted to taking it off. And he was taking so long. Fine, since he wanted to take it off for her to see, she would take it off for him. Chapter 1137. Hey, slow down, slow down. This bed is very elastic. Don't push your head against the ceiling. Xia Jinyuan noticed that her movements had suddenly become violent. His heart tightened, and he no longer had the time to tease her. He hurriedly hugged Yi Qian, who was still trying to jump off the bed. Everything was fine. Why did you suddenly? Yi Qian, who was in his arms, became violent for once. She grabbed his collar with both hands, and as he spoke, she valiantly tugged on his shirt. Yes, there was no need to undo the fourth button. She had already done it for him. Seeing how violent Yi Qian was, Xia Jinyuan suddenly fell silent. He originally wanted to ask, "Why did you suddenly become so naughty?" But wasn't she naughty? His entire shirt, starting from the middle button, was completely torn apart by her. The pearl-colored buttons fell to the floor and made a few crisp sounds. Xia Jinyuan, who was a little stunned, looked towards the floor and saw one of the buttons roll under the bed. "Why did you suddenly become so naughty?" Xia Jinyuan slowly finished what he wanted to say. He looked at Yi Qian with his deep eyes and said, "You tore his shirt with your bare hands. That's a little fierce." Fortunately, she was wearing a shirt. If she was wearing a t-shirt, he would probably be able to see her violent side. The scene of Yi Qian tearing his t-shirt with her bare hands flashed across his mind. The 24-year-old major felt his nose itch a little. A little. The scene was very exciting. Yi Qian's violent actions not only tore his shirt apart, but she also grabbed his collar and took it off his shoulders. She snorted and said, "You don't have to take it off slowly for me to see. I'll take it off for you." Wasn't it just taking off his shirt? What was the big deal? She took it off for him. I've never taken off a man's shirt before. My technique is a little rusty, so I'm not very familiar with it. Yi Qian added. He wanted to strengthen his aura, but unexpectedly, Major Xia burst out laughing. Yi Qian, who had lowered his head, could clearly see the man's sexy chest rising and falling after he tore off his shirt. Every part of him exuded the wild charm of a man. It seemed that he was a little too aggressive, she thought silently. It seems that next time I have to prepare a few more shirts for you to tear. Why was the girl he liked so interesting? Raising an eyebrow, Jun Yen smiled wickedly. It just so happens that I've never taken off a woman's clothes before. My technique is also a little rusty, and my movements might be even more unfamiliar than yours. Little fox, don't blame me for being too slow when the time comes. When the same words came out of his mouth, Yi Qian, who was holding back his embarrassment, blushed so much that even his ears turned red. Very aggressive, but also very energetic. Why didn't I realize that you had such a unique side to you in the past? Xia Jinyuan truly loved the other side of her that she revealed from time to time. It was so real and so true to herself. It would never be known to outsiders. He was the only one who knew the other side of the woman he loved. Just thinking about it made his heart fill with love. Yi Qian didn't want to listen to it anymore. After being aggressive, he regretted it a little. Hearing his shameless words again, the shy Yi Qian covered his mouth and glared at him. Xia Jinyuan, you're not allowed to say any more. Shut up. Even though his mouth was covered, he couldn't stop his laughter. His eyes, which were as deep as the ocean, were filled with a gentleness that could drown Yi Qian. He looked at her for a moment and said in a low voice, "I won't say any more, I won't say any more."